Ooh. Hello. And to whom this may concern, it's almost 2024. Sort of. Couple hours, that's all. Why is there an alarm bell set on my calendar? I didn't say that. I did not tell you to do that. Microsoft, what the fuck? What is this alarm for? Why are the princesses concealed? Oh, it's because the Kit Kat house is still taking up most of the desk from Christmas. You didn't do your super fancy intro? That's a gaming intro. That's the Seankichu Suddenly Plays intro. If I'm not gaming, there's no point running the intro because it's kind of doesn't make sense. I'd need a generic intro for non-gaming things. It's actually my YouTube intro. I made that intro for the Let's Plays I was gonna start making for YouTube, and I was gonna call them Seankichu Suddenly Plays. But because I wasn't able to get around to doing the kind of editing, putting in the kind of time I need to edit those, I had to I pivoted and started streaming instead, and so I just changed the intro slightly to call it Seankichu Suddenly Plays Live. That's why the little live neon sign appears at the end of the intro. So that's the only real difference. That's the live version of the Suddenly Plays branding. Once I actually get around to figuring out my YouTube shit, it'll be the normal version of that intro. Too busy in Hollywood? I wish. Or do I? People in Hollywood can kind of get a bit run ragged. A lot of CGI houses close down because they get overworked. But yeah, like I do basic, boring, dumb shit. That's nowhere near some of the difficulty, some of the stuff they do in Hollywood, but even that is a pain and takes up all my time and sleep. Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay. Almost time for fireworks? What time do fireworks start? That early? Still like a couple of hours before midnight. Sorry, I really need the Disney princess juice right now. And it is a good mug. That's why it's got its own emoji in my channel. I don't know if you've seen it. This one. Me sipping princess juice animated emoji. My favorite. I might actually edit that emoji at some point in the future. Even though, like, me in the emoji kind of has a black and white thing going on to stand out from the Princess Juice title behind me, I kind of want to make the mug, bring the color back to the mug. I think if the mug was actually pink, the way it's supposed to be, I think that would be better. Because when it's that small, it's actually really difficult to make emojis and emotes for Twitch. Because you can make something pretty cool in Photoshop. Like, I've dabbled in a couple of things I experimented with. But until you actually see it used as an emoji in chat, you don't realize just how small it ends up being. Because the size they have it uploaded in is bigger than that. But the size it actually appears in chat is like teensy. So a lot of detail is lost that you don't realize is going to get lost as much as it does. Especially when it comes to text. You can't really do much with text in these things, I've noticed. Unless it's like A really small word made very big in the image. Looks like 32 by 32. Yeah, or smaller. Like for example, if you had an emoji where you had the word lol, just LOL, and you made it like really big and at an angle and bright red or something, that works because that almost takes up like half the image, overlapping whatever the picture is behind it, and it would be really legible. But yeah, it's a bit of a trick. I've got like a whole folder full of experiments that I haven't worked on for like 6 months because I started doing other stuff. But I need to go back and figure that out because I've got other emoji slots, and I think I've got 2 more animated slots that I can use and a couple more normal emojis. But the reason I stopped making new ones is because I wanted to edit the ones I've already got. I feel like my initial idea of just using various images of myself from different photos I scrubbed together that kind of convey different emotions, it doesn't really translate that well once they're... It's a bunch of heads, and the emotions aren't extreme enough to sell the difference between the heads. So it's basically just a bunch of generic heads. So I was thinking of making them bigger, letting the edges get cut off, and then maybe introducing like tiny words or little other graphics just to express better what the emotion's supposed to be. Need a Biscoff one? I mean, I already could get sued by Biscoff. I don't know if you noticed, but my channel point system is actually cookie bits. I changed my channel points into cookie bits, and the channel point image is a little Biscoff cookie. Should be down beneath the message bar. I was thinking of, you know how the streamers, viewers award badges, for example, what are they called? Are they called badges? You know the little badge you get next to your name for how many months you've subbed, and you can have like a new badge for the next tier of how many months, like so people can actually try to cumulatively build that up. I was thinking you can design your own badges, like tons of them, like 64 of them. So no matter how many months in a row someone subs, there's always like a new badge to earn. I was thinking of doing the Biscoff jar. Like the Biscoff jar as a badge, and then every successive badge, the image changes. So the first one would be just this. But then from then on, like, I can change the hue and make the jar green, blue, purple, gold. And then you can start adding graphics behind it like a star, like a platinum star, and then cycle back through the same colors. Almost like a Call of Duty tier system, like prestige system. Looks like a Cadbury Flake. See, that's what I mean. Like a lot of the graphics for things like badges, the channel points, the emojis, they're all really tiny. So I'm not surprised the cookie looks like a flake. Hey, Sham. Biscoff Prestige. Yeah, I'm coining that term. Copyright me. Copyright Seankichu, Biscoff Prestige. Don't tread on my style, please. Love the leather jacket. You know, there's only one other situation I've ever worn this jacket on stream for. Can you remember what it was? The style of the jacket is a bit of a giveaway, because it looks like a certain jacket in a certain franchise. Tastes like really sweet peanut butter. Texture of sawdust. Really? I love it. It tastes to me like cookie dough. If cookie dough was like the cum of the angels. Oh yeah, you do remember Guides the Galaxy, yeah. That was kind of an accident. At the very last minute, I thought of that idea, because I didn't even think that this jacket looked like Star-Lord's jacket. And then like within like an hour or two of starting my first Guardian stream, it just came to me, and I was like, you know what, I can kind of partially cosplay my Guardians playthrough. And then I did. I kind of wish I thought of that more beforehand. I could have maybe got like the Star-Lord mask or something, like a cheap one off eBay, and made it more of a thing. That would have been cool. Ah, Galaxy. That was a good game, by the way. That was, well, that wasn't this year, was it? No, that was... Yeah, that was this year. Yeah, that was this year. That was a good game. I like that. It wasn't a clear hit. It did have detractors. I think some people weren't feeling the heavily linear story-driven thing. It was a very cinematic game, which meant there were a lot of cutscenes and there was constant dialogue between characters while you were playing it. But I mean, I'm playing a Guardians of the Galaxy game. I want to hear banter between the Guardians, like, 24/7. So, like, I was about it. Even big streamers, I heard, say some bad things. Moist Critical, Charlie. I saw a clip of his once, like ages ago on YouTube, where he talked briefly about the Guardians game, and it showed clips from, a couple of brief clips from his playthrough. And he was finding it insufferable. He hated the fact that they wouldn't stop talking. They kept on quipping to each other. He just wanted them to shut up. And I've never not related to him more in my life. I love that shit. Did you go outside at all? I ran to McDonald's. And it took way too long to get my my food. Because a lot of people were gearing up for their New Year's plans and were grabbing Maccas on the way through. So the place was a bit bustling. I just sit around and stand near stinky plebs. On Life is definitely the biggest offender of annoying dialogue. See, I don't think it would affect me, because the same people that have complained about that game having annoying dialogue were the people that were complaining about Guardians doing it. And I loved Guardians, and I wanted them to keep talking, like I dug it. And I do like Rick and Morty as well, so I feel like it's going to be a non-issue for me. Did anyone McFall? No. They all just stood around looking miserable and marginally ugly. There's something about going to McDonald's where you never see attractive people. Have you noticed that? Like, there were a lot of people there tonight, and the most attractive person was probably like a 5.5 out of 10. And that was like an old lady. Your gun just keeps going on about this one joke that wasn't initially funny. See, like... you're making it kind of sound funny to me, though, because one form of humor that I do enjoy, and not everyone enjoys, is when you take a not funny joke, and then you purposely run it into the ground, despite the fact that it was never funny to begin with, and then it kind of becomes funny because they keep on going. There's something about repetition and, like, purposely trolling in ways like that I actually do find funny. But I do accept that, like, a lot of people don't. They get super annoyed. But I do have a trolling sense of humor anyway, so it matches. You would have made up for the lack of other attractive people? I was dressed a bit daggy, though. So, I wasn't at my best, because I was going to McDonald's, so I was like, fuck it. Baggy track pants, shitty t-shirt, barely brushed hair. Simp vibe in here right now? Hey, I like it when other people simp for a change, because usually it's me simping for, like, characters in games and stuff I really shouldn't be. Like Smidge. Open up the requests. Oh, weren't they? Oh, I thought they were. Oh, that's right, because I left the bite the house on. I'm used to seeing only one thing unchecked in there. I mean, two. Unless I turn link requests on and off. But none of the bite the house is on. Did you notice that the ceiling is now collapsed in? Actually, I think that was Sham's fault. Sham, I think you were the last person to request eating the Kit Kat house, and you made me eat the ceiling and it actually destroyed the last load-bearing bit of ceiling, and it caved in. Yeah, bite the roof. That's exactly how you wrote it too. What is you sending? Oh, is this the Lethal Company link you were gonna send like 2 Sundays ago? But we were busy with other stuff? 'Cause I remember you wanting to send something Lethal Company related. And you couldn't. Elizabeth's style isn't to randomly compliment. Elizabeth has a complimentary personality, a fairly positive complimentary personality, but is more of a roaster. You know? We bond through the roasting. Jay's the one that's more outwardly complimentary, because Jay's just that positive a person. Jay outdoes all of us. Liz is one of the most positive people I know. She loves everything. What are you talking about? Wait, is that sarcasm? Pretty positive. No, she is generally positive as a person. When it comes to gaming, fairly picky, I'd say. She's always got something to say about the random shit that I play. Should all aspire to be like Jay. There you go, Jay. Now Jay has fans now in the chat. When it comes to games or people, very picky. Yeah, which is fair. 'Tis your prerogative. Nobody needs to put up with no people or gaming that isn't doing it for you. Life is too short. Fuck 99% of games, fuck 99% of people. I believe half of that. I am a little bit of a fuck 99% of people person myself. But I'm kind of the opposite on games. I'm kind of a... I'm easy on 99% of games. I'm more of a fuck 1% of games person. Handsome, smart, well-spoken, fun, laid back. I think Jay is reading out his resume. Is that the opening paragraph? It's your business card. Yes, I know. I'm just teasing. I want to get a business card that just says it's just like, I don't have a business worthy of a business card, but I want a business card that's just about me. That's just super egotistical, that says stuff like that on it. And I want to make it classy, like an American Psycho. I want it to be a bone finish with a watermark in Sicilian Braille. Also works well in a team. Is that a reference to that orgy I told you I attended once? Because I agree, I do work well in a team. I'm very accommodating. If you know what I mean. I need to bring up Sham's link, I think. Here we go. Wait. Wait, no. Let's do this one. Bloop. In case anyone is wondering if my attire tonight is New Year's party ready enough, I can assure you that the bottom half is even more of a party than the top half. By which I mean I'm pantsless. The bottom half is pantsless. I just need to keep reminding myself of that so I don't stand up during the stream and get myself banned. Even though it is proven that if you get banned for something edgy like that, you tend to actually become like more famous, and it actually is beneficial in the long run. But let's not tempt fate. I knew you were going to say that, Jay. I knew that either you or Sham were going to get to that one first. Elizabeth would also think about making that joke, but she would definitely get beaten to the punch by the two of you. And then she's in the background like, curses. I wanted to make the dick joke. I compliment people when I'm insecure and I want them to like me. Oh, that's cute. I'm kind of the opposite, I think. I think I'm more of a dick when I'm insecure about people liking me. I don't know, it seems counterintuitive, but it's more like, fuck you, I'm gonna roast you because I'm uncomfortable socially. So, you know, let's just be an asshole. But invariably, people end up finding it funny and, you know, are on the same wavelength, and then people end up actually liking you. Unless it's some, like, stuck-up conservative type that takes it too seriously and actually thinks you're an asshole. But in those cases, it's like, well, fuck him anyway. It's not a joke. Yeah, I know. But, the Twitch mods are now keeping an eye on me since I said that. The algorithm flagged the word pantsless. And now there's a mod hiding. Out of the 6 or 7 viewers we've been drifting around right now, one of them is a secret mod. Just waiting for us to slip up. And by mod, I don't mean Minx. Because I'm pretty sure Minx would let us get away with it. I have tits so no one can make me feel insecure. Was that sarcasm? I thought the stereotype of women was that they I mean, this is a stereotype, but generally speaking, people usually assume that women are more in danger of feeling insecure, especially because of how society holds female looks to more of a unfair standard. Nobody cares when a guy looks like a dag. You get out of bed looking like shit, you're like, it's just a dude. A chick so much has a collar popped the wrong way, and it's like, basic. Bloop. Who is this? Premiere 2. Playing Lethal Company with Sea Dog, Iron Mouse Party, Iron Mouse Party? By Iron Mouse Party, are we talking actual Iron Mouse, as in Streamer of the Year, as far as the Game Awards is concerned? Just curious. The word party threw me a little bit. Oh, it is Iron Mouse. I actually linked straight to her. Oh my god. I wonder if her fame and followers and subscribers across YouTube, Twitch, everywhere, has spiked since the Game Awards gave her that award. I wonder how much that matters, you know, marketing-wise. Pretty confident? Well, that's good. One of the more difficult things for human beings to get over is the self-hatreds and the self-critiques. I'm technically not over that shit. And I'm old enough to be. That's not Iron Mouse. Wait, AI Candy, is that another VTuber or is that actually AI? Where's the audio? Oh. Wait a minute. I think something went wrong in the setup process. Let me just check. Yeah, this got set to the wrong thing. Testing.
Blow your mind.
It's shit. Okay. That definitely worked. Brah.
Woo! One of my favorite things to do on Twitch. Play random crazy games with Mouse and Connor. And this time we're very lucky. We're joined by
that's a joke image of Iron Mouse,
who I met playing Fortnite. And let me tell you, this game, it's gonna blow your mind. It's called Lethal Company.
The whole who I met through Fortnite is not filling me with confidence.
And the premise
about AI
is
Candy,
simple.
I mean.
We are newly hired space trashmen tasked with going to abandoned planets and collecting refuse to bring back to our overlords. Only one small problem. There are monsters, there are dangers, and the most impossible part, working together. Can we overcome each other's personalities? Can we sneak past
This is a lot
all
of
the
intro
dangers that are afoot? And can
for
we
just
bring
a bunch
back
of,
a lot
Lethal
trash
Company clips.
to our space lords so that we can keep our job another day? Check this out. This is Lethal Company, and oh, thank God they had me on their
I'm gonna
party.
try and work
How do you
my
feel about
Lethal
somebody
Company
call you
streams
pterodactyl?
into sometime early
Pterodactyl?
2024.
Pick up your walkie-talkie, press Q.
Because I feel like the fact that I own this game on
Hey, this
Steam
is
now,
Pete.
because someone gifted it to me,
Yeah, left click.
I kind of probably should play
Whoa,
it.
dude, that's amazing.
Guys, can you hear us?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
see
I'm
you.
here.
We've got eyes.
There's a coil head right in here. Careful.
Yeah, I want to show Pete the coil head.
A coil head. Whoa, look at that.
This game looks like
So,
shit.
If you look
It's
at
kind of the
him,
point.
he
The
won't move, but
the
second you
graphics have a
kill him,
purposely like
he'll
kind of
chase
jank
after you.
look to it as its main
One shot kill you.
style.
One shot?
But it's
get
the
too
hottest thing
close.
right now.
But I'm so curious. All right, let's
I
get.
know.
I started
He's
seeing
coming.
so many
Okay, I'm
TikTok
out.
clips
You have
from this game that
landed
made me
in an
laugh, like
eclipse.
legitimately, like laugh out
Just so
loud.
you know,
Yeah.
Eclipse
That
is very
I
bad,
like
not good.
made an entire
Found some lights.
forum section
Following the
for
lights now.
this game on my
Over.
my Discord, just to collect clips of it because it's just so good.
Keep following the lights.
A lot of the gameplay mechanics are very clever. I especially like the radio use, the
I asked
focus on the
computer in
radio.
ship, Connor,
Yeah.
and I said,
You ask.
"Is Connor
With the
Dog a
proximity
good
sound,
gamer?"
all
They
that
had
stuff
no
together.
entry. They were like,
Oh,
"Not
shit.
sure."
For scientific purposes, did you test the Premiere 2 as well?
That one, I felt like
Jesus
if it didn't
Christ,
have
that's a huge
you, it's
bookshelf.
got to have me.
That's
it
like
did
twice
not
as high as it
know
needs to be.
3570 Suica, which is a little upsetting.
No, I don't know.
Oh!
It's a straight up Jack in the Box
Connor,
of
that's
legs.
not you.
I wonder if
fuck is
all
that?
the assets are custom made, or if some of these are like purchased and
I have
customized.
a
Like,
jester and a
like, do you
naked man
reckon
in
they
front of
might
me
have
over.
bought that Jack in the Box
He's
and some
playing
mannequin
music.
legs off the Unreal Engine store, and then just like fuse them together?
Get out of there, Pete. Get out of there. Hey, you dead, buddy?
I left. Hey, I'm here.
Oh, yo, he lived!
Fuck me!
Did it pop its head out,
Jesus
or did
Christ,
it, was it
it's
just
foggy.
winding?
It was winding up, and then there was another. Yo!
Someone just died?
Little
For the
warning.
company!
What the?
It's, you know what?
ordered a box.
It's really weird
What
to
did you
hear
You ordered
a
normal Fortnite,
a streamer like
not Pro.
Iron Mouse,
We can't afford the Pro ones.
You can't.
like
afford
in
the
a
pro
normal
ones.
situation like this, just
Okay.
playing with other
Alright.
gamers, because the voice is so
This is my final message to the
like
world.
put on anime-esque, like anime girl.
I've got a coil head behind me.
It legitimately
Wait, where
sounds
are
like
you
the
in relation
like an
to
actual
different
real life
things?
anime
Like
girl just
Idol?
hanging out with regular dudes.
It's
a little trippy.
Can someone answer me, please? Why am I left on red?
Sorry, are you close to the entrance? How close are you?
It's not about how close I am. It's about how far I made it.
That'll make sense. What the
Did you jump across here?
fuck was that? I didn't even do anything.
You. What do you want
Can't
to
wait to
I'm guessing
start.
you
I wonder how he
you
records
wanna
his
be
content.
I'm guessing.
I stun him, you slap him.
Because he's got full screen,
Good business.
both his own camera and the game.
Shall I go
But the
with the stun
stream
first and
output
we find something, hopefully?
Is
That's
all of it
fine. I
together
don't think you can kill the
in
Jack
one
in the Box, I'm just
collage,
letting
with
you
him in the
know.
bottom left,
Oh
tiny,
shit, really?
He
and
heard
this
you
at the
say,
top
"Oh,
with
there
other
he is,
stuff down the
behind
bottom
you."
here.
Look here.
Connor, he's right behind. Connor.
Oh God! Look out, Connor! Behind you!
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
No, but like, I know he does it live, because I can tell from this screen. Like, this is his actual Twitch output. But when he's going to other shots, like the full screen of the game or the full screen of him, is he just enlarging that tiny box in the corner? Which is why it looks a little jank? Or is he somehow recording his camera separately as well? Like another source? so he can use it in editing
He
later.
led me into the kitchen. Yo, there's so much loot here. Careful, there's a blind mine. There's so much loot.
Because I've battled with that a bit when I've
Dude, there's so many
when I've looked
lamps.
into YouTube edits of Twitch content.
Come here. Hurry up.
The only way to full screen myself is to literally enlarge the tiny box of myself in the corner, because I don't have a full screen of that shot, because I did it live like that. And then obviously it looks like crap. It looks like enlarged 480p. What the hell was that?
Candy's dead. It's just us now.
What happened to Connor?
Pete, I'm gonna give you the gun.
What?
You found a way out of here.
Well, wait,
She sounds
can
5
we
years
go
old,
together?
man.
Oh, I want you to run.
Where's the exit? We've been looking for 10 minutes, boss.
Take it. Take the gun. And run. Take the gun and run,
All right,
Pete.
all right, all right.
Take it. Get out of here.
Right here.
She's being a hero.
I think I left the gun. I think I dropped the gun for the lamp.
5-year-old mentally. She actually like.
Uh,
Is it the character though? Like when you're a VTuber
Stop it!
and you have a character,
Stop it!
do you have to stay in character 24/7?
Stop!
Like, do you have to sound like you have a 5-year-old
looking at me.
mentality at all times, and you can't break from that? That's your challenge, Sam.
Stop! Stop!
When you start
Okay,
VTubing
no, get
on
off.
Twitch,
No!
you're gonna have to stay in your bird character, like
It's okay, guys. We literally
all
only have
the
to make
time.
like $700 and something next round.
Not just the voice, but like
Well, good.
the character itself, the personality you imbibe the bird with.
What the
You have to be on that shit. What is there? Why is there a cake there on the table? Is that a menorah?
Off me!
Is this a Jewish ship?
Oh, we got something in here! We got something in the ship!
Monster's just embedded in the
Pete,
computer.
that means Pete's shitting himself.
He.
What the fuck?
It's a
Only
dog.
She has a
Yeah,
bioimmune
You were
deficiency.
shouting. It attacks you if you shout.
Only Pete is scanning the monsters. I've noticed that. No one else is bothered scanning them.
You know what? Like, that actually wouldn't affect me. The monsters being able to hear you scream. Because my mic's not plugged into the computer, so the game actually can't hear me at all if I played Lethal Company.
Oh, fuck.
So I think I'll be safe.
That's
He,
not
my
my
man.
fault! I think Connor's gonna be surprised
no,
when
no,
he gets
you
into
can-
the ship
you
and
can
finds
scream.
3 dead bodies.
You can scream all you
Oh
like,
shit,
just
unless I
don't get
play it
back
with
in
other
the ship,
people.
you know?
If I'm playing with other people, that means I need a headset and mic, so I can talk to them
He's
through the
gonna be
game's
so
system.
surprised.
Which is exactly when the monsters will hear you. Shit.
What?
What even is a
I
bioimmune
meant to enjoy
deficiency?
my last moments.
We're
That
still
sounds like something out of Resident Evil.
Oh no.
I'm going out of style. Come get me, doggo!
But I want him to die. Oh, honey, you won't believe this. We were watching the whole time.
I tried to seek safety in the ship.
You were just screaming.
The ship ain't safe. So many clips
We're
I've seen in
back
this
in
game is
Las
people getting
Vegas.
got on the ship.
Wow, the air is so
Where is it?
clear.
It is something out of Resident Evil. I'm playing 5 at the moment. Oh, really? The one set in my home country.
Candy, there's a creature by the door.
I should have played Shiva.
Building.
I'm going back to the ship.
Oh,
Does anyone know if there's an ETA on when they're actually going to finish this game?
couldn't make
Like, go gold with it? Because I know it's still in early access, and they're probably still adding stuff.
It's like
Thank you.
impossible to get lost, and also
I find playing early
there's
access games really
beehives,
frustrating
which
because I
think
don't
is
know if it's going to be the same
A few
experience
minutes
when it's
later.
finished. And I don't
Hey,
really
is
want to come
anybody
back to
here?
it later.
Guys,
Like, I don't want to play unfinished games.
Does
I want to
anybody
play.
have a
I want to play
goddamn
games with all their
radio?
features intact. It Bothers me. Bothers my OCD.
I can't remember where the base was.
Played
I
it
think
3
it's this
times
way.
in your life? Oh, wow.
Connor?
I played it once.
Where are you?
Way.
Oh, thank God.
In co-op with a girlfriend.
That's the entrance.
5 and 6, actually, with the same person. Good time. Those games are... I don't know what it's like playing single player, because I've only played them both. I played 5 and 6 co-op only. Holy shit. But in co-op, it's damn good. In fact, I was disappointed when I got Resident Evil Revelations and it wasn't co-op. And I was led to believe it was, and then it turned out there was an extra mode added for the console release that was like a multiplayer horde mode, and that was what they meant by co-op, and I was very disappointed.
There's stuff over this way.
But then they fixed that
Yeah,
with
you take a
Resident Evil
left,
Revelations
and then you
2.
go
In
down,
Revelations
and
2,
then
they
you-
actually added
you-
story co-op. And made it like to a point. Like you were supposed to play it like that.
What was it?
Oh.
Actually, there's another key across the jump if you want to go find it. No.
Why not? Why not?
There's a face.
Is that Candy?
Because there's a fucking face hugger up in the rafters there. See that bug?
Okay, that is that's a
my
real chick.
God.
I was wondering if AI
shovel.
Candy
If you
was
wanna
like
get
some
buried,
AI,
you
like
can
actual
look it up.
AI that they were just playing around with.
What do you mean? It's the best thing I have.
She sounds normal though. She doesn't sound like a
Bad, dude.
like a VTuber character.
What?
Pete's fucking dead, dude.
How? Did you need a ladder?
I was like, oh hey Pete, look at that. And he's like, what? And then just like walked off.
I've never heard of AI
the
Candy.
edge.
That is not what
Alright, I'll
happened.
save him.
Not even
Give me that.
once.
That is not
What
what
do you mean
happened.
save him?
I did
I'm
not
gonna save
say
him. I'm gonna save
what.
him.
Maybe she's an
and
up-and-comer.
then fell off.
Like,
Sounds like a cute Aussie
yeah,
chick.
no, he didn't die to the face hugger. I have a shovel. He died to.
She sounds like an
he
Aussie
just
chick for
walked
sure.
slightly forward and fell.
Just focus on the mission.
Not sure about
Fix
cute.
that.
I'd have to see a picture.
Listen, he's not gonna make.
I
this
can't tell
jump.
from the voice.
He's gonna make this jump.
He's not gonna make this jump. He gonna die.
How do I do this again?
If only you had a ladder. Damn it!
Loud or competitive to be the loudest, funniest, most outrageous. I've heard a lot of that.
Why?
To be honest, these guys are a little bit more chill than I was expecting. In fact, the Candy and Iron Mouse are surprisingly quiet the entire time.
Yes!
Sounds like Alana Murray? Who the hell's Alana Murray?
I can't believe it killed me. I just wanted a flashlight.
Oh my god. You got me killed, you bastard.
I lost my shovel.
Well, I mean, technically.
It's interesting how
yes,
that Lethal
I can't
Company
believe I
basically
called down
became the
loudest possible
the
thing.
new Phasmophobia, even though it's not technically the same
I
kind of
didn't
game
have
at
a
all.
flashlight. And I cleared the
Bro, you
purchase
can
with
wait.
boss.
You don't need a flashlight. There's lighting inside the building.
It's very dark in a lot of those rooms. Yeah, there's light in there.
You don't need a flashlight. There's lighting inside.
It's lit. What do you need a flashlight for? Gee, I don't know. Can you actually get killed?
Is it
by,
true that your
yes.
inventory space is super limited
I was gonna
and it
ask.
includes the stuff you
wanna-
bring,
you
like
wanna find it?
flashlights? And that limits how many things you can bring back? That sounds like a pain. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god. Was that mouse?
Yeah.
Oh, it's closing up.
I'm not gonna say that it was Mouse or Connor or Candy. Or
I do
even
like that
myself.
picture of
I'm
Iron
just
Mouse,
gonna
though.
Say, if I
Oh, you were
died
talking about
one
Alana
more
Pierce.
fucking time when nobody tells me that there's monsters out there.
I know who Alana
then
Pierce
I'm gonna
is.
go absolutely crazy.
All right. Oh boy. Oh, I was gonna mention this. You know what's you know how everything does end of view stats in that? Something that really made me laugh. Apparently, the McDonald's app has its own end of year stats for 2023. I don't know why, but it just does. And they've been sending me notifications and messages, trying to get me to look at their stats, and I'm like, motherfucker, I don't want to know about what percentage of what McDonald's meal does what. is bought by like which demographics. Like, why would we need to? And this was the main one they sent me, which made me laugh a little bit. But McDonald's Replay 2023 #1. All hail the hash brown. The hash brown was the most ordered menu item at McDonald's. I'm like, really? Really? I've been hanging out for this news? This is the big news of 2023, people. The hash brown is king. I'm so glad I got both emails and phone notifications to let me know about how great the hash brown's been. Cheapest item food related. Yeah, and they've got, for the last month or two, they've had like a deal on the My Macca's app to get like 2 hash browns for the price of 1. I think maybe that muddied the stats a bit. To chuck in extra ones during breakfast. I've chucked in extra ones with not breakfast. If you know what I mean. Like dinners, lunches, late night cravings, getting McFlurry, just chucking a hash brown. Hell yeah, brother. I didn't see any other stats. I just thought it was so funny that they really wanted me to look at this one. That they sent me like messages to every source they could get to me at. McFlurry? I bet the McFlurry was probably like second to the hash brown. People love McFlurries. Fucking McFlurry. Alright. I think... Bloop, 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 bloop. I got two big things I want to do. I want to do my like top 10 movies I saw this year on the top 10 list website. And I want to do the tier list of every game I played in 2023. Like I did last year. Which one should I do first? Top 10 movies list or the full 2023 gaming tier list? Tis the question, blah, 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 blah. Shan should be banned from sending links. Elizabeth doesn't like your link, Shan. You just stretch your legs by now? Jay's still trying to get me to stand up. Get that I show meat notoriety. I'll come back to 500 extra follows. Just ban Sham from existing. I will say sometimes Sham's links are a little too long. Sharing stream links does work better when they're shorter videos. Like more to the point. But that does sometimes happen. It can be a bit of a bummer when 2 or 3 people share like a 30-minute video each in a row. And it's like, oh shit. In the space of a few seconds, we've just like locked out the next hour and a half of the stream. And if any of these videos are not interesting, that's gonna be a real bummer. As long as you don't ban me from Liz's Fansly. She's on Fansly now. Whatever happened to OnlyFans? That's a deep cut choice. I think Sham's just moving sideways because of Elizabeth being adamant on one of the previous streams that no, she definitely does not have an OnlyFans. And I think in Sham's brain that means, oh, I guess that means she has a Fansly. Remember when Fansly almost became the next big thing? Because OnlyFans... did that happen this year? I think around the beginning of this year, OnlyFans came this close to banning pornography to try and make their platform more friendly, like family friendly. And the backlash on the internet was huge, and they realized just how much money they would lose if they cut that stuff out now. It would be like when Tumblr tried to go clean, and now no one gives a fuck about Tumblr. It's like if your platform is known for smut, like more than 95% of it, then you can't just cut that out in order to... Because you're so big now, you think, well, let's cut it out. Let's cut out the smut now so we can get some advertisers in. It's like, no, the smut is what made you big. Without the smut, you are nothing. The advertisers have no use for you anyway. It's a catch-22 situation. You're fucked either way. You got to stick with what made you. I'd rather make it family friendly with adult friendly is a bigger market. Well, that's the thing. It's because the bigger you get, the more your platform costs to run. Like, the amount of people that use it, the amount of server space that's required to host all those videos and images and to host the live streaming that people are all doing at the same time. Like, your business has to grow with the size of your service. It's like something like YouTube or Twitch. Like, the bigger it gets, the more server space is required, the more staff is required to keep the whole thing running. Suddenly, the amount of money you have to spend to keep OnlyFans or YouTube like operational starts to like increase dramatically. And then you got to find avenues to make money, like advertisers. Like YouTube now has like pre-roll, like YouTube and Twitch has like pre-roll ads that run in the middle of stuff. There's like a premium service you can subscribe to avoid the ads. Like, there's all these branches of cash. The problem is you have to, if you're going to go the advertising route, which is what mostly everybody does, advertising and subs, because that's the big money. You need Coca-Cola and whatever to come by and drop a couple mil on you to have their ads randomly appear during people's bullshit. You kind of have to go that way. And the problem with something like OnlyFans is that advertisers don't want to touch smut. You can't attract OnlyFans to like porn. You can't attract big advertisers to like Pornhub or OnlyFans because they stick to the family-friendly markets because of, you know, brand visibility. They want to be attached to wholesome things. So there's a lot of money that something like OnlyFans is missing out on, like potentially, by not being able to do that. So they almost bit the bullet and made the mistake of going, okay, now that we're this big, can we move away from the smut and then make ourselves able to get that big money and continue to grow? And they realize very quickly that they will literally kill their platform if they try and do that. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They can't get as big as they could potentially get if they weren't smutty. And they can't walk away from the smut because that's all they have that's made them what they are. So they just kind of have to play the ball where it lies, basically. Coca-Cola doesn't want to be involved with smut? Well, no. Almost no major brand does. That's why so many major brands... It's not just smut, it's just general audience perception. Like, all those huge brands within the last month have dropped out of Twitter. Like, big brands like Disney have, like, left Twitter. They don't advertise on there anymore because of all the drama that Elon Musk has caused with the platform. Especially with, like, the edgier bullshit about letting, like, a lot of problematic conservatives back on there that have caused problems in the past, like insurrections or put people in danger with the things they say. So the advertisers are like, well, we're just trying to sell fucking soda. We don't want to be part of political controversy. We out. We just don't need to be showing our shit here. That's fine. We're not gonna kick up stink. We're just gonna walk. We can advertise thousands of places. And then, you know, everyone had a big cry about that because, you know, Elon Musk did that infamous interview where he acted like a child and said, you know, they can go fuck themselves. And it's like, dude, you're the CEO of a $1 billion company that is losing billions of dollars since you took over. And you just told the major advertisers that to go fuck themselves for basically exhibiting their freedom of deciding where and what they advertise on. And for good reason. You're not a good boss. The shareholders would have shat their pants when he told major advertisers to go fuck themselves. They would have been, wow, we have a 4-year-old running a company that's worth millions. And so many of those millions are now down the toilet. Sham's gonna touch my smut. You can quite easily. There's not much going on down below right now. Sorry to keep teasing Jay. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot this was playing, but the background music you're hearing now is called royalty-free New Year's streaming safe music, January edition. Video hits pop up in the bottom left corner of the screen. La, la, la. People I know, like friends that I know on like Instagram and stuff over the last month or two keep asking me if I can do my like Spotify Wrapped statistics, and I keep having to tell people I don't have Spotify. It's the one end of year statistic that I can't explore or show people because I legitimately do not have Spotify and I've never had it. But everyone else seems to go off for that that Spotify Wrapped thing. Almost everybody that I follow on Instagram does like an Insta story at some point showing off screenshots of their Wrapped. It's a very popular practice. Yeah, go back to Remnant too. Oh, you keep killing Skyrim because of your mods. If you're killing it on console, then that's interesting. I think you definitely have too many mods. You did YouTube Music Wrapped? YouTube Music has a Wrapped as well? I didn't know that. Maybe one day in the future I will actually have Spotify, and then maybe I will be able to do something on stream looking at it, but I just don't randomly listen to music like that all the time. I'm always doing something. Okay. Let's do the easier one. What's the time? It's almost 10. Okay, good. I'm gonna do my top 10. You made a mixtape for Cameron? A mixtape? That's romantic. Is all the music on the mixtape basically tracks you stole from John Cusack? In oh fuck, what was that movie called? What's that famous movie called where he's into music and he works in the record store? Oh, kill me. How have I forgotten this? Bro. John Cusack? I don't know how to spell his name either. Oh, there it is. High Fidelity. There you go. Whenever people talk about mixtapes and making like music, putting together music and mixtapes for friends or lovers, I always think of High Fidelity. Classic. Classic, man. Oh, by the way, I did finish the cinnamon donut twisties. Never buying that again. But I do have a backup bag of cheese twisties to go. So I can palate cleanse. I haven't actually opened it yet, but it's down on the floor. I don't know why I'm keeping my twisties on the floor. It's just, you know. It's nearby. It's at arm reach. Bloop, bloop. Let's do it. What have I got in here? Top 10 Christmas movies, top 10 Christmas songs, top 10 movies of 2022. What were my top 10 movies of 2022 again? Let's recap. Let's make it. What are you doing? It died. Empty screen. The site can't be reached. Maybe I'm losing internet. If my stream suddenly goes down, that's why. Your 2022 movie was Bullet Train. Is that your number one? Sean is offline. Hey, don't scare me. Although I wouldn't be able to read that if I was, so being a bit stupid. Here's my 2022 list. My number one was Everything Everywhere All at Once. My number two was the Elvis movie by Baz Luhrmann. My number three was Bad Times at the El Royale. My number four was Top Gun Maverick. My number five was Dead Don't Die. My number six was Lightyear, that Buzz Lightyear movie by Pixar. My number seven was John Wick Chapter 3. My number 8 was America, the motion picture. That was a Netflix joint. Animated. My number 9 was Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the second live-action movie. Number 10 was Mortal Engines, which was a terrible movie, but I only saw 10 movies this year, so basically all 10 movies I saw had to be on the list no matter what. I just had to order them by quality. Keep that in mind with this list and my list this year. I had only seen 9 movies this year, and I actually went and quickly saw a 10th one, just so I could make a proper list of 10. So it's not the 10 best movies of the year, it's the only 10 movies I saw that are just ordered by quality. So they're not all good movies. I thought you said the later John Wicks were meh. Well, that is exactly what I'm explaining at the moment. This is the only 10 movies I saw in 2022. So they all have to be on the list. It's just in order of best to worst. So Mortal Engines in number 10 is a terrible movie. I hated it. It's not on my list because it's good enough to be on the top 10 list. It's there because it's the only movies I saw. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I'm a Sonic fan. Since I was a kid. And I find that movie very frustrating. It's not how I would make a Sonic movie. So I wasn't terribly into it either. But there it is, number 9. America's not great, but it's kind of funny. John Wick, I'm getting a bit frustrated with in the later films. They're becoming so obsessed with that assassin underworld lore to the point where I'm starting to find it really funny in a way that I'm not supposed to. Like, unintentionally funny. Because it all sounds like made-up bullshit. It sounds like little kids playing in the schoolyard, like, now you owe me a favor because you're holding the medallion of the scorpion, and once you do the favor, I dip it half in blood, and then I brand the back of your heel with the symbol of the snake. And it's like, this Assassin Underworld is a fucking parody of itself right now. It's so much convoluted bullshit. I saw a random clip from John Wick 4, which I still haven't seen, where this new character called an Educator, who has to solve all the problems that's going on between John Wick and the dude that's trying to kill him. And he walks in and he puts a giant hourglass on the table. And it's like, when the sand runs out, something's going to happen. And I'm like, oh my god. Just kill me. I just want to, at this point, what I want from John Wick is just basically to be... I want it to be a compilation of stunts. Like, just put the action scenes back to back, like a bunch of YouTube videos, and let me watch that. Like, the story stuff in between is starting to really irritate me. I loved Part 3, modern day Roman vibe. It had its moments. Like, the thing with the John Wick movies is the action scenes are always really good. Like, the choreography, the staging, like, the style. They do a very good job of keeping the action scenes interesting. It's just, the package it's wrapped in is starting to really piss me off. And I really want to go back to John Wick 1. Because in John Wick 1, the premise was perfect. Some asshole killed his puppy and stole his dope car. And then he killed everybody. Amazing. I love it. There's nothing more motivating to me than cute puppy got murdered by horrible man. Let's kill everybody. Revenga. It's so perfect. And also, the great thing about John Wick 1 is that it hints at this interesting assassin underworld in a way that makes you think that you want to see more of it. You're like, oh, this is so interesting. I could imagine there being movies or TV shows about this assassin hotel underworld. But then the movies went and actually explored it, and I was like, okay, now you ruined it. Like, it was cool to think about what it might be like just teasing what this underworld is like. But then you start to actually show it and do all this, like, stupid shit and have all these crazy convoluted rules and stuff going on between different factions, and it's like, actually, I kind of hate this. I loved it when they were just teasing that shit. I watch John Wick 1 every year. Only one I've seen. Yeah, like, I mean... feel free to watch compilations of the action scenes from 2, 3, and 4. Like, the action's always good. And the series is... It's good the series exists for that reason alone. It gives, like, really talented stunt directors, performers, and just filmmakers in general, like, an outlet to make really cool action that very few films are managing that level of quality and style and technical proficiency. But it's just like, the movie part of it is starting to get in the way for me. I don't really want the movie anymore. I want the stunt reel. I just want to watch the action scenes on YouTube clips at this point. But yeah, that was last year. Whatever. Boom. we need to do this year. How do I start a new one? I forget. Make a list. Movies and TV. What do we have to call it? This website's running super slow. I don't really know why. Interesting. It's not the internet, I promise. I've got 0 drop frames on OBS. Internet is kicking balls. It's this website that's shitting its pants a little bit. Do you think maybe a lot of people are just using it right now? Do you think it's just such a small website with such a piddly server that they can't handle more than 5 people using this website at once? What's the subject of your list? Movies. Favorites. Okay. Top 10 movies of... I'm going to steal the title for this. Wait, where's the title? Why can't I put a title in? Hang on. Share an opinion with your list. Okay, maybe it's this. Yeah, this is the one. 2023. Mega this list. Alright, dope. Oh, also, you probably noticed, but in my top 10 list of 2022, I had a number 11 that said Masters of the Universe Revelation. That was because I also watched the Masters of the Universe Revelation He-Man cartoon on Netflix that year. And even though it's not a movie, I felt the need to put it in as a honorable mention in the 11 spot. Just because of how much I loved it. So that's why that was there. Everyone is doing their lists. Is it a popular thing to do at this time of year? I wasn't sure if I was just being a weirdo. Alright, I'm gonna do my list backwards from 10 to 1. But ignore the numbering from the start because they make you do it in from 1 to 10. So I'm gonna have to do it kind of in reverse. Number 10. Avatar 2. What's it called? Way of Water? That's the one. Add. I don't want to comment. Just add it, motherfucker. I said add. 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 What are you doing? I don't want to add comments. There we go. I know Sham is going to not be happy with that addition, but once again, I only saw 10 movies this year. So everything I saw is on this list, and I'm just going to order them by quality. And to be fair, I am putting Avatar 2, The Way of Water in at my bottom slot. Because nothing I saw this year, it was actually bad. I liked Way of Water. It's just, it is what it is. It's more Avatar. There's 20 end-of-year reports now. We're talking about it yesterday. You don't think people love this shit? I mean, I assume people love doing stuff like this. I just wasn't sure how popular, like, for example, making top 10s on this website was. I know the Tier Maker website, that I'm going to do my tier list of all my games that I played, is a pretty popular website. People love making tier lists about anything. Anyway, I saw Way of Water with the Real D 3D glasses. And as usual, it's gorgeous. It's amazing to look at. I do believe I had one major thing that... I talked about this with Sham briefly on stream once, after I saw Avatar 2. We do have the opposite opinion on the middle of the film. I think I remember Sham saying that he hated the middle of the film because the whole movie stops for them just to hang out and play with whales and show, like, beautiful 3D CGI generated nature for a while. And that's kind of my favorite part of the movie. When the plot is kicking along in the beginning and in the first and the third acts, like, stuff actually has to happen, conflict, fighting with the Marines and all that stuff. You know, it's a typical sci-fi underdog. The hippies are going to win against the military-industrial complex bullshit. Which I'm just like, whatever. To be honest, I'd be on the side of the humans if I was there. But, I really enjoyed the middle of the movie. I like just chilling out and like swimming in that beautiful water with the giant alien whales and just kind of like learning about the place, the lore. I like the texture of the universe. I just don't so much care about the generic plot stuff. But I don't mind just existing in it. Like, if you made a 3-4 hour movie of just, like, hanging out and existing in the Avatar universe, in the environments, in their version of nature, seeing the animals, the plants, just hanging out. Kind of like a nature documentary. Like, I would actually be into that. Like that Planet Earth documentary series. If you made a fake documentary series of just chilling out and looking at how beautiful Pandora is and stuff, like, I'd probably enjoy that more than just the straight up sci-fi movie where mechs have to fight blue hippies. Okay. Next. Add another. Number 9. Evil Dead Rise. Boop. Managed to just like kind of squeeze this one in. That's how I felt about Harry Potter. I want to see more classes and learning magic, history potions, less action. Yeah, it's a well-realized world, but you do have to constantly come back to the whole Voldemort, Harry Potter is the chosen one stuff. But it is pretty... That's actually what my main interest in the game was. You know that controversial game that kicked off the start of the year, Hogwarts Legacy? I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. Like, I don't really care either way, but my main interest in playing that game was I liked the idea of an open-world Harry Potter game set before the movies ever existed. Because it means we actually do get to exist within the lore. Which is, like, agreeing with Elizabeth is the most interesting part. And I still do want to play that game someday, but it's, you know, it's no rush. I'm not a Harry Potter freak or anything. I wanted a war not fucking with whales. We got to learn about the Na'vi in the first film. See, that's the thing. Like, I find the war stuff a bit boring. Like, I just think the world is so chill and beautiful. I'm just like, man, I want to chill with whales, dude. Like, if I was in the Avatar universe, like, I don't want to fight the humans. I want to go on vacation to Pandora and I want to literally just, like, chill with that whale. I want to be best friends with whale. And go, like, swimming with whale. And, like, psychically bond with it or whatever the hell they do. The game is doo-doo and very kids-aimed. Are you talking about the Ubisoft open world one that they just released? The one that's basically like Far Cry with Smurfs in space? But yeah, despite the fact that I'm kind of dissing the plot and the war stuff, I don't actually dislike it though. Like, it's fine. I think the thing is, it's very generic. It's very typical. So it's like, I'm not terribly engaged by it when it's happening, but it is a well-made movie, so it's fine. Like, I'm just watching popcorn flick at that point. But I just feel like I really vibe with it when the movie's just vibing with its world, and we're just hanging with whales. Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. What did I say? Did I say it wrong? I can't remember what I said now. I might have mistitled it. Anyway. Evil Dead Rise is my number 9. Mainly because I think that movie is a pleasant surprise. As someone who is a fan of the old Evil Dead movies, because I think Ash is a fucking legendary character, and Bruce Campbell can do no wrong, I'm not an easy sell on Evil Dead franchise spin-offs where Ash is not involved. If there's no Bruce Campbell, I'm generally like, I don't know if I want that. I'm not really about it. But Evil Dead Rise is like, for a movie that just leans into the trashiness of Evil Dead and goes, we're just going to show you some fucked up shit, it does a pretty good job. Like, I can thumbs up their efforts on this one. Like, there's some genuine moments of cringe in this movie. Like, not cringe as in bad, cringe as in like, you will close your eyes and like avert your gaze from the screen. Because stuff happens to some people in that are like, ugh. Wasn't a huge fan. I think expectations is a an important part of Evil Dead Rise. Like, if you go in mega keen, I feel like the fact that it is so straightforward and just, you know, does what it does, you could be like, oh, is this all it is? But as someone who went in very negative and didn't really want to deal with Evil Dead without Ash or Bruce Campbell involved, I was surprised at how enjoyable it is, just because they just simplified it down to the brass tacks. Trap a family in an apartment building, fuck them up. That's Evil Dead Rise in a nutshell. Was waiting for the main girl to be a badass. Well, she gets one moment where she does. There's an iconic shot towards the end of the movie where she picks up the chainsaw and she's covered in blood, and they do the low angled hero shot of her, like giving it a rev, and she just is fucking caked with gore. That's kind of her Ash shot of the movie. But it ultimately just leads to her kicking a horrible Lovecraftian creature into a meat shredder and getting it mulched. But I have to give that movie a credit for a lot of things. They really pulled off cringe gore very well. Like, when you see someone swallowing glass and you can see the glass sticking out of their neck, that's fucked up. When you see someone almost taking a needle to the eye, fucked up. When someone's getting a cheese grater grinded across their calf, like, there's a lot of things that happen in this movie that make my body cringe, and I feel like that's good Evil Dead vibes. Seb has a moment like that in Evil Within 2. Nice. he gets a Bruce Campbell moment. It crawls over the top of the wood chipper like a dumbass. Deadites are dumbasses, though, historically. They're not intelligent villains. They're screeching, marauding demons that basically just beeline directly for people. It's just what it is. It is what it is. I'm never going to critique the choices of a Deadite. Deadites just fuck around, essentially. If you look at the old Evil Dead movies, there's large tracks of that movie where they just do weird shit. Not smart shit, just weird shit. And when they're not doing weird shit, they're basically jumping up in front of Bruce Campbell's face and going... and giving him enough time to put a boomstick against their forehead. It's really just about the gore, the practical gore, and the cringe that they can pull off. And, you know, Rise goes for it. And, let me give... Okay, this is the last thing I'll say about Evil Dead Rise. Major points for not hesitating to kill kids. One of the main kids, the cutest one, does generally have to survive so that there's some sense of success at the end of the movie. You know, save at least one of the children. But the fact that pretty much almost that entire family gets dusted, including like all the kids but one, A+. I was really worried that the body count was going to be like all the gross adults that live in the apartment building with them. Like the easy, you know, knockoff nobody characters that they can just use as meat shields. But like, they dust the kids in that movie. They get fucked up. And then they become part of that Lovecraftian flesh beast at the end, and they all get mulched in the wood chipper. They don't bring those kids back. They don't get saved. They get wood chippered along with the rest of the demon. Toying with her most of the movie when they can kill her, and then they want to kill them, they just ignore obvious stuff. That's Evil Dead, though, dude. That's the thing. Like, the reason that stuff doesn't pull me up, like, logically you're correct when you're talking from the general point of view of, like, movie criticism or screenplay writing. But the thing is, it's schlock. That's what Evil Dead does. Like, every Evil Dead is like that. It's B-grade exploitation 70s schlock, essentially. Like the stuff that Sam Raimi loves. And the whole point is just to basically be dumb, gross, violent fun. Like, the problems that you're talking about where they just toy with the main characters the whole movie instead of just killing them. I have that problem with all horror movies. Like, every horror movie with a ghost, some exorcist bullshit, or a serial killer, they're all this, like, that pisses me off in every film. The problem is other films take themselves more seriously, and they're not supposed to have those kind of plot holes. They're supposed to be realistic to the point of, like, I'm supposed to be scared like this could really happen. That's not Evil Dead. Evil Dead's a cartoon. It's we're just there to basically see someone take a shot of glass at the jugular. Wasn't an issue in Talk to Me. See, that's an entirely different vibe. Talk to Me is like a grounded, very low budget indie film that needs to be taken seriously. Like, the screenplay in a film like Talk to Me has to be tight. You can't just be like a trashy, gross exploitation schlock movie, because those movies need some money to throw blood around and cool prosthetics, because, you know, that's the fun of it. It's like an action movie. Like, you need the money to be able to throw a car off a bridge, otherwise it's a boring action movie. So when you can't do that, you have to do the classy, arty indie thing of actually making a legitimately well-written horror film with actual themes and a point, and clever tension and scares that isn't just demons screaming in your face and people's heads getting ripped off. So that's apples and oranges. Like, I would... Talk to Me sound... I didn't get to see Talk to Me, but it sounds amazing, and I probably would like it, but I would probably like it for very different reasons to it, like something like an Evil Dead. It's... Yeah, it's... Like Evil Dead, you watch to laugh and eat pizza and have a good time with friends, and Talk to Me, you sit down and watch, like, a real movie. If that makes sense. Like, you sit there by yourself in a cinema, stroking your chin and being, like, impressed with the filmmaking. The kid willingly crawling underground after the earthquake was so dumb. Kids gone dumb. It's one of the reasons I don't like kids. They always do dumb shit. But that's what's great about Evil Dead Rise. Kid does dumb shit, causes all the problems, and gets people killed. Kid gets fucked for it. Perfect. Like, if there's one thing that movie had to do, was that kid needs to be punished for his stupid kid bullshit. Which most movies don't do, because they're not allowed to kill kids, or torture, or have anything violent happen to kids. In that movie, no. He gets murdered along with everybody else. The scariest part of the movie is only the intro. I didn't find it scary, but that's the thing. Like, I've never found Evil Dead movies scary. They're just fun. Yeah, we're there for the cartoon gore and the in-your-face. Do you want to see someone take a razor blade to their eyeball in close-up? You don't, but they're gonna show it to you anyway, and then everyone screams. You don't scream because you're scared. You scream because you can feel it, and your eyes are now watering because you had to see it in like realistic close-up. Anyway, that gets number 9 though, just for being a pleasant surprise, because normally I don't want any new Evil Dead movies unless you're going to give me Bruce Campbell, and they did a decent job, so I have to give them kudos for that. I like Megan more than this. I still got to see Megan. I would like to see Megan. Didn't they say they were releasing an R-rated cut of Megan? Maybe I should wait for that or track that down if it's actually out there. Because I heard that it's actually pretty decent despite being PG, because the actual point of the movie and what it's trying to do is better than what it should be. But maybe an R-rated cut would be even better. I don't know. Alright. Let's do number 8. Oh, that's right. Sham, would that be your number 2 of the year? Talk to Me. If your number 1 was... Wait, what was your number 1? I forgot now. Where did you say it? Oh, did you actually like make a list of your films? I had John Wick 4 as number 1. Wait, you said something else before. You don't want to know about Sham's number 2? Not kinky enough. To be fair, I agree. I might be a little bit of a hoe and somewhat of a deviant, but I'm not a number 2 kind of person. That's where I draw the line. I'm too clean for that. Number 1 I'm fine with, but number 2 is where I cut it off. That might be TMI, but let's just clarify. D&D was your number 2. Talk to Me was 4. Oh, Talk to Me is lower on your list than I expected. I thought that would be 1 or 2. I swear to God, you said something else as your number 1 before. It wasn't John Wick 4. No, you said Bullet Train. Oh, no, sorry. That was your 2022 film. I'm sorry. You were talking about 2022. Okay, Bullet Train was your 2022 number 1. So your number 1 for 2023 is John Wick 4. Haven't seen it. D&D. Haven't seen it, but would like to. Was 2. Talk to Me was 4. So what's 3? Just out of curiosity. What would come between Dungeons and Dragons and Talk to Me? You can post your whole list. Yeah, do it. I'd like to see that. While you're doing that, I'm gonna do my number 8. Super Mario Bros. Mario. There's no actual thumbnail for it? Lame. Why? Ba ba ba. Ah, Super Mario. Oh, there's Sham's list. Number 10, VHS 85. 9, Suzumi. 8, Killers the Flower Moon. Ooh, Scorsese. 7, Gran Turismo. Another movie I'm curious about. 6, Guardians 3. 5, Puss in Boots, Last Wish. Was that this year? I thought that was last year. 4, Talk to Me. 3 was Saw 10. Wow, that's high. You really liked Saw. Saw X. Dungeons and Dragons and John Wick 4. January. Oh, okay. It really does feel like years ago that came out, but January always feels like that. Saw 10 was a big surprise. So Saw 10 is basically your Evil Dead Rise. You didn't expect much from it and it surprised you. I'd like to see Killers of the Flower Moon too. No matter what you think about directors like Nolan or Scorsese, it's always worth seeing what they've done next. Sometimes it's a bit of a letdown. Occasionally they let you down a little bit, but they always do interesting stuff. Those movies are nasty. I don't like random gore. It's called, that genre you don't like, Elizabeth, is called torture porn. That is the official moniker for those kind of movies. That would be Saw. Hostel would be another one. Horror movies, which the whole point is basically just to do elaborate gore and to torture victims, is essentially called torture porn. Obviously, it's not actually pornographic. It's just a name, but yeah, it's a fairly fresh subset of horror movie. Exploitation movies in like the 70s used to do that kind of stuff a little bit on a lesser level, but I feel ever since like the first Saw, it's kind of generated like a new modern version of the old exploitation films, but at a new, grosser, more intense, more R-rated level. So it ended up getting its own like name for those kind of movies. There's a dude in Hostel 2, I think, that gets his dick cut off by the serial killer. That was not fun to watch. That's one of those cross your legs moments. And they show way too much of it, like, on screen. Anyway, I'm surprised your VHS is on there. It's squeezed onto the list just in number 10. But you did seem to like it somewhat, from what I remember. I'm not a big fan of the torture porn genre either, but I do find it morbidly fascinating sometimes. Like, I don't mind watching them because I'm not squeamish. And I'm sometimes curious as just to how well they're able to do, like, the prosthetic effects. Like, when they're actually doing practical violence effects and they look, like, super realistic. From a filmmaker standpoint, I do find that somewhat fascinating. Because I'm, like, trained in making movies and I've made my own films, so movies like that, I don't really get immersed. I kind of sit back outside of it and I just watch it like I'm watching a filmmaking exercise, and I'm just kind of fascinated to see like how they make the stuff that they make. Nearly didn't make the list. What would have got on the list if it wasn't for VHS? What would have been number 10 if VHS didn't make it? Like, let's call it your number 11. What's your honorable mention? I don't think I have an honorable mention this year. I'm solidly on 10. Skidmarink or Megan? Also, basically, the fight for the 10th position was between 3 very different horror films. It's probably Five Nights at Freddy's or some shit. Burn. I mean, that is thematic to the style of movie that he has, Fighting for 10. Freddy's fits right in with Skinamarink, Megan, and VHS. All these different style horror films. Anyway, so number 8 on my list goes to Super Mario Brothers. The reason it only falls in at number 8 is because it's just a fun movie. There's nothing really groundbreaking about it that really makes it competitive for the slot of like one of the best video game adaptations of all time when it comes to movies. It just is what it needed to be. It's sort of like the bare minimum done flawlessly. I'm trying to word this correctly because saying things like bare minimum sound very negative, but I kind of mean it in a positive. Like, they could have done a lot more with Mario Brothers to make it more poignant or make it more like mean something, have more of a point to it, but it really is just a fun kids movie, essentially. And that's really all a Super Mario Brothers movie needed to be. So as an adult fan, you might watch it and be like, okay, this is kind of like just sugary sweet popcorn, you know, colors on the screen doing stuff. It's not really, there's nothing really deep about it, but for what it is in that bracket, it is very well made, and it is, you know, an entertaining watch. Not enough booze, I'm guessing. There's some booze. I feel like there could have been more booze. The Starite was a standout. The little child Starite that was in Bowser's dungeon, that was like a nihilist and kept saying like the darkest shit in like a little kid's voice. It kept on begging for the sweet release of death, but with a happy, laughing, giggling voice. That thing was cute as hell, but it was so fucked up. Femme Fatale Peach is a plus. Peach was really cool in the movie. I know that there was some whining and bitching on the internet about girl power, but it's like, dude, it's Peach. She's like the monarch of an entire kingdom. Like, she can handle her shit. She always has been. You know how many Super Mario video games Peach is the damsel in distress? You ever looked into this? It's not many. It's like, if there were like 25 Mario games, for example, maybe 2 or 3 of them, she's the damsel in distress that you have to save from Koopa. Good example, actually. In the very, very first Mario Brothers video game, damsel in distress, we had to save Peach from Bowser. You know, it's a classic. Super Mario Brothers 2, she's a playable character. She is no longer, from the second game in the franchise, she was already no longer the damsel in distress. You could play as her, Luigi, Toad, whatever. She was on the team. In fact, some of the games after that, she's not on the team or a damsel in distress. She's basically just the one that recruits Mario to save the day. You know, Bowser's doing this thing where he's building a doomsday machine. Mario go fuck him up. And then that's the last you hear of her. She goes after Bowser first in 3D World. Yeah, Peach has been a badass for a long time. That's why I think it's weird that people whine when she can hold her own in anything. Because, I mean, I used to own... I had the Princess Peach, the Super Princess Peach game for the Game Boy. A long time ago. And that was like her own adventure where she was like defeating Bowser herself with her umbrella. It was a little bit... By today's standards, it is a little bit weird that like her main superpower, the main gameplay gimmick in the Princess Peach game is using her emotions to solve puzzles. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because a Japanese developer sat down and went, okay, our main character is a girl. What should her abilities be? She's emotional. Like if you need to grow like a vine to climb down up to another part of the level, you have to activate her sadness emotion so she cries and waters the plant. Or if you need her to like set something on fire or like barrel like a bull through some enemies, you set her anger emotion and she basically like PMS's her way through the level. It's hilariously like dated in a like lightheartedly sexist way. You can't really be mad at it. It's just kind of funny that they went that way with it. You're anti-damsel? There's nothing wrong with a damsel. It's just like it's weird when people seem to obsess over the idea of damsel. Like when people on the internet complain about Princess Peach being a badass, it's like, is your opinion that female characters are only allowed to be useless? Is that why you're complaining about this? Because it's a little weird. Like, it doesn't matter if you're male or female. Like, either gender could be in distress and require saving, and either gender can be a badass. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is the main character an underdog and has something to fight against that they can overcome. Like the movie Prey, the new Predator movie that came out on, was it Hulu? It's like, there's a female main character that, like, some people complained is a Mary Sue, but then you watch the movie and she's not at all. She's actually, like, kind of bad at everything at the start of the movie and desperately wants to be like a hunter like everybody else. And the whole idea is that she's an underdog. That's what makes movies good. You want your character to have to struggle and fight to pull something off. So not only is being a female, that puts her on the back foot in a hunting tribal community, which is already a little sexist to begin with because it's old school shit. But the fact she's not even really good at it. She tries hard, but, you know, she misses the eagle shot with the bow and her brother gets it easily. She tries to hunt that bear and completely fucks up and almost gets herself killed. She breaks the bow trying to use it once. She can't get the rabbit, but the thing is, while you see her fail, you also see her learning and being ingenious at the same time. Like how she can't catch the rabbit, so she figures out how to make a scorpion-style get over here improv weapon by attaching a rope to the axe, so she can pull the axe back and keep throwing it. And she doesn't have to retrieve it every time she goes for the rabbit. And then she can use that against the predator later. That's what's cool about that movie's, like, building tension and pace. It's got great underdog, and it's got great character arc of, like, learning and adapting. They're more vulnerable to being damsels in distress. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's more common to see females in that role. It's just that it doesn't have to be. So when that gets circumvented and someone does it differently, there's a weird subset of people that get rubbed the wrong way by that, and I don't really know why they care that much. Because we've just seen 10,000 movies where some dude with sexy blue eyes and stubble and muscles has to save some hot chick. So when you get one movie where some chick is just kicking her own ass, like just being a badass, like, why are you mad? Like, the ratio is still 10,000 to 1. We don't develop muscle easier. We're weaker on average, more vulnerable. It's science. Damsels don't arouse sham, though. Weaker physique. Jay makes an excellent damsel in distress. Hey, any of us could. I mean, we're all modern males that have never had to fight a war or do anything really physical by necessity for survival's sake. Jay, Sham, me. Like, if anything serious went down, any one of us could be potentially very useless. Like, we'd probably all get our asses kicked. If fucking Ronda Rousey or Michelle Rodriguez walked into any one of our rooms right now, any man in this chat right now, if Michelle Rodriguez walked into our room, we would get our ass kicked. I don't for a second think that I would win in a fight against Michelle Rodriguez. I don't feel like I'm a pushover. I would put in a lot of effort when it comes to, like, you know, physical violence to protect myself, or, you know, I've got some survivability, but, like, I'm also a realist, and I would get my shit turned sideways by Michelle Rodriguez. She's a tough motherfucker. And she's not even a trained MMA fighter like someone like Ronda. That's why I use her as an example. You fight a war of simps. It is an interesting war to be sure. You get out of bed in the morning, does that count? It does not. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I don't know how we got onto this conversation, but I just think it's a very awkward controversy whenever I see it on the internet, because it's movies, it's storytelling. All that matters is the main character an underdog that has something to fight against and to prevail over. The male or female thing never really mattered. It's I don't know what people are getting their panties in a twist over. It's just really meaningless. But yeah, Super Mario Brothers, it's a fun time. I think they can make a much better sequel. I think it needs to be longer so they can explore more of the world. The Super Mario Brothers movie, as it stands, is a bit too fast-paced, if you ask me. There's too much happening too quickly all the time. It's kind of exhausting. It's like, holy shit, we're already doing the Rainbow Road Mario Kart thing. Like, this movie is not chilling out for even a split second. So there's flaws, but it's fine. Let's go to my number 4. Number 4. The Little Mermaid. Oh my god, I didn't get to see it in the cinema, but I made an effort after the fact to catch up to it. Because I used to watch that on VHS tape a lot, the original. So I was like, I do need to check out this new one. I'm super curious, because a lot of the other movies have been failing a lot. A lot of the Disney live-action remakes have been struggling. And I didn't want that to happen to Little Mermaid, because I have fond memories of that, and Aladdin and Lion King. And Aladdin and Lion King were already kind of eh. But I will say, Little Mermaid fared a lot better than the Lion King and the Aladdin remakes. If I would have to put them in order of quality, the Little Mermaid is doing much better. Apparently Pinocchio was a massive clusterfuck. Everyone says that's one of the worst ones. I never got to see that one. Jack Black suggested the Mario sequel being a rock-themed musical. That would be fucking amazing. He would suggest that though, because that benefits him and his character. Like, if it was a rock musical, like, half the songs would be Bowser, because Jack's the one voice acting him. And I would be all for it. You know, that does sound amazing. More Bowser singing. Maybe about more topics than just wanting to fuck Peach. Because it is a little bit weird to watch such a family-friendly movie that stops for a second for Bowser to basically, you know, jerk his turtle cock over some human princess. But, you know, that happened, and it was fun. And the song is good, and the covers are good. Look on YouTube for covers of Peaches. People do some amazing covers of that movie. That song, sorry. There's some good heavy metal covers and shit of it. It's really, really cool. Anyway, Little Mermaid. Lion King live action struggled because it's exactly the same movie, but with realistic looking lions that can't emote, which is a big problem. And the song by Scar, Be Prepared, was removed. So that movie is dropping pretty low on the totem for me for those mistakes in general. Aladdin is okay. It's just that it's difficult to get around the Will Smith as the genie thing. Because it kind of... Robin Williams was the genie. Like, that genie was brought to life by Robin Williams' voice. He's doing the Robin Williams shtick, but the Robin Williams shtick and the genie are, like, inseparable. It just was a perfect marriage. I feel like in Aladdin live-action remake, the genie is basically just Will Smith. And occasionally he turns blue. But for the most part, he's kind of just Will Smith. And that's very distracting. It's not something... But the rest of it's pretty decent. Like, the actors, Princess Jasmine and Aladdin themselves, I think are well cast. Jafar, I don't like. I think Jafar is not nearly sniveling or gay enough. Like, the Jafar in the cartoon is a fucking legend. What a queen. That's one of the best Disney villains of all time. I mean, he is over the top, like nobody's business. Compared to that, the Jafar in the live-action movie is kind of boring. Like, he just doesn't have that fayness to him. Street rat! Like, it's just, it needs that really... It's the most evil gay man I've ever seen on camera, basically. I've ever seen in a film. We love Jafar. We stan Jafar. So that was decent. You can't have Aladdin without Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, the parrot. The parrot's important. Iago. So, Little Mermaid. There's nothing aggressively bad about it, and there's nothing, like, intensely great about it that makes it surpass the original animation. It's pretty decent. Admittedly, because we're all, like, adults here that grew up on the original Little Mermaid cartoon, it's very difficult to avoid bumping up hard against things in the movie that are new, that weren't in the original. So there's a couple of new songs, and as someone that knows all the songs from Little Mermaid off by heart, because I've watched the VHS tape over and over again, that's like lived it, like it's nostalgia. It's a nostalgia piece. Whenever a new song appears in the movie, like I bump against it, like it's difficult to accept, but it's not really a problem with the movie. That's a problem with me. That's a problem with nostalgia and with the original audience. Like, this is a movie for a new generation of kids, who are going to watch this movie and are going to absorb it the same way we absorbed the original cartoon. At some point, when these kids are adults, they're going to think of this live-action movie and the songs that are in it as inseparable. So the songs that us adults, the songs that we don't recognize in the live action, that we're like, ew, this wasn't in the original movie, this is weird and stupid, I don't like it, bumping up against it. These are just going to be Little Mermaid songs to the next generation. Like, it's going to be just part of the whole tapestry, the same way all the songs in the original were. So you have to kind of see through your own bullshit lens of nostalgia. Like, some of the things that I want to dislike the movie for are not fair on the movie, because it's me being an ass about it, because I'm so attached to the nostalgia piece. I'll give you two examples. The Prince gets a song where he basically sings like a love ballad on the beach about finding Ariel. It's cute. It's a little boring, but it's weird when it happens, because you're like, whoa, where did this come from? This is not meant to be in the movie. And there's a scene where Sebastian the Crab and a new animal character, a pelican voiced by Aquafina, they have a rap. I don't like that she's black. Okay. No, I know you're just being funny, Sham. You might actually like this part, Sham. There's a rap in the movie that's new, that's written by Lin-Manuel Miranda of Hamilton fame. Where Sebastian and the pelican voiced by Aquafina basically do this rap duet. It's weird because it's not in the original film, so when it happens, you're like, what the fuck is this? But if you can put that aside, it's kind of catchy. It's a fun moment. It's like, if you just watch that clip out of context of the film, like on YouTube or something, it's like, yeah, this is kind of cool. Like, you know, it's a little catchy, it's fine. Anything close to a cartoon I watched was Ice Age with the prehistoric squirrel. Oh, Scrat. Scrat is a legend, yes. We all love Scrat. They made a few too many Ice Age movies, though. I don't know why they ran that series into the ground so much. But here's the thing. I could probably touch on, you know, some of the controversies and things that people claim to hate about Little Mermaid. The casting of Ariel. She's great. She's fine. She looks more like what I think a realistic, real-life mermaid would probably look like. Like, her skin tone, that kind of... It's that light brown, kind of Pacific Islander kind of skin tone, which I'm like... I feel like that's probably more like what a real-life mermaid would look like. And also, like, their style of hair and stuff. And she's still a redhead. That's still there. Like, whining about the fucking redhead shit. If you're complaining that it's not a white chick with that bright red hair from the cartoon, you don't seem to understand that, like... That level of bright red hair cannot be achieved without hair dye. And a fucking mermaid does not have access to hair dye. Anyway, you know, also you live under the ocean in salt water. If it was even that red when you were, at some point in your life when you were born, it's not going to be for long. That shit's going to fade. But yeah, more importantly, she's a fine actor. She's not great or bad. She's fine. She's serviceable. Her voice, man. Dude. Tingles. Goosebumps. This is why they hired, what's her name? Hale Bailey? I think her name's Hale Bailey. I might be pronouncing it wrong. When she sings Part of Your World and nails that huge note at the end, in the, like, the final stretch of the song, like, fucking, like, hair standing up on arms kind of shit. She's good. She could sing. And that's what you need. That is the important part. That's what I was confused about when people were complaining about her casting on the internet and were doing the like, oh, she's black, they're just doing the woke thing. It's like, that stuff doesn't matter for Ariel. What matters for Ariel in a Disney live action movie is the pipes. it doesn't matter if she's fucking if she's like a Rastafarian dude. Like, she needs to be able to nail the songs and like blow the brains out the back of your head when she hits her notes. And she does. Like, she is so good. And that's it. That's the line there. The second she hits that note, it's like, great. Ariel. Got it. Love it. Perfect. Can't complain. The actress that plays the evil version of her, you know when Ursula steals her voice and shows up as a hot brunette to steal Eric from her? Very sexy. There's something about evil, sexy Ursula. I can't remember who the actress's name is, but holy shit is she hot. And completely believable that she'd be able to steal Eric. They changed her entire ethnicity though. It does kind of sound weird to me. Well, because her ethnicity wasn't really ever a defining aspect of the character. If you're casting for a character like that, like if I'm the casting director, I'm listening to voice and that's it. You got to be a young girl and you got to be able to blast it. You got to be able to hit those notes. And Halle Bailey's the one that, you know, destroyed her audition. I remember watching an interview with the director, Marshall. Something Marshall, I forget his full name. I'm a fan of his because I'm a fan of musicals, and he did Chicago. And Chicago is one of like the best TV musicals we've got. Sorry, movie musicals we've got. And I remember him saying, like, when she auditioned and sang, it was like nobody else could win that role anymore. Like, she completely closed that shit down. And I'm like, that's how you cast a musical. You wait until someone comes in and sings that note that basically shuts the building down. And then you've got it. Visually, people are used to their cartoon icons being a certain color. I mean, that's the problem with fandom and nostalgia. You're used to all kinds of things. Color hair, style of jacket, what type of shoes they're wearing, what's the ethnicity, what's the gender. Like, fans and people rely on nostalgia for things they remember from their childhood. They want everything to be identical. They want it to be the exact same thing. And that's the problem with remakes and reboots and what have you, is that the exact same thing is boring. They've already made that movie. No one needs an exact replica of the same thing remade again. Like, you need to kind of make it different. How would you feel if they made Peter Griffin and Family Guy black? Oh, they did. They had the, they did the spin-off show with what's his name? What's the black character in his friends group? So if you wanted black Peter Griffin, then basically that became that show. It would just be weird. Don't care what you say. Yeah, but the thing is, like, having actually seen the new Little Mermaid, it's like, she's kind of a better Ariel than the original was anyway. She seems like a more realistic mermaid. She looks more like what I imagine a real-life mermaid would look like. And she fucking elevates those songs in a way that's like, I think she might be singing this better than the original. The Cleveland show, yeah. I've seen bits from it, I haven't really watched it. Cleveland's funny though. But he is basically just another Peter Griffin. All those shows are just like variants on Peter Griffin. What's his cop friend show? Oh, Joe. Voiced by Putty from Seinfeld. What's that guy's name? He was also Kronk in Emperor's New Groove. Absolute legend of an actor. Fuck, what is his name? I remember all his characters' names, not the actor's name. Weird. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Ursula. What's her name? Such a good goddamn Ursula. Hang on. Melissa McCarthy. A lot of people hate Melissa McCarthy because she's got some pretty bad comedy films. Like, some of her comedy vehicles are really lame. They're all just like obvious fat joke kind of humor that she basically like, it's her own star vehicle as well. So she kind of like does fat jokes about herself constantly in her own movies. And it's a little bit of a downer, but holy shit, she's a good Ursula. if that's not perfect Ursula casting, I don't know what is. And she's kind of a bad bitch, man. I don't know, like, there's something about Ursula's attitude that's kind of sexy. She's just kind of a bitch in a really hilarious way. You just can't like not enjoy Ursula's antics. She's the modern day Eddie Murphy. Yeah, Eddie Murphy had a strong start and then kind of fell off when he started just doing lame family comedies. Her comedies weren't family comedies, they were just like obvious slapstick, lazy humor comedies. The thing is though, Melissa McCarthy's a really good actress. Like shockingly good. Like Oscar-worthy good. Have you ever seen any of her dramas? Anytime Melissa McCarthy shows up in a dramatic role, in like a real normal movie, like not a comedy, she's amazing. She's great. She was in this movie not long ago, that's based on a true story, where she plays this this author that plagiarizes something out of desperation, and then becomes famous for it, and basically has to deal with the ongoing downfall of being caught for becoming famous for something that was plagiarized. And she basically destroys her own life by trying to live the lie for too long. The dangers of copping out and doing the wrong thing and then just trying to ride it till the wheels come off. Like a modern day what's the word? What do they call those kind of movies? Warning films? No, there's a different term for it. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, she's a very good actress. So I want to see her in more stuff that's not just Melissa McCarthy, like slapstick comedies. Because that makes everybody, like, hate her. Because comedies can be so lame. And then you end up feeling bad for her because it's like, you know she can do so much more than that. But, you know, I digress. She is a insanely good Ursula. I can't imagine anyone playing that role as good as she did. And her songs are great too. She can sing. Wouldn't you know it? Have you seen Joe Skellington's Ursula makeup? Joe Skellington? I don't think I know who that is. So no. Stop being woke and let's move on. There ain't no wokeness here. It's just a good movie. The problem is that there's just some people that can't just watch a movie for what it is. They gotta add that kind of shit to it. You know, like, they gotta make political bullshit out of stuff. They gotta find things to complain about being woke, and it's like, dude, if you just watch the movie, like, you'd realize it's actually, like, a pretty good job. It's actually a pretty decent take on this. And it's just different enough to make it worth making a new version and watching it again. Which is the problem with Lion King. It's what Elizabeth was saying before about people getting weirded out when you change things. The Lion King was bad because they didn't change enough. The only thing that's different about the new Lion King was that the visual effects were of a level that they looked like real lions. That's the only difference. But the rest of the movie is so identical that it's a worse movie. Because it's the same movie, but with real lions that can't emote and act. So they just look like a bunch of bored cats staring at each other. And it's like, you need to do something more different with this to like make it worthwhile, because it's super lame. We need to learn how to change things for the better when we remake and reboot, and not just like don't be scared of the fanboys and the nostalgia freaks, because they're going to try and force you to make the same identical thing again because they don't want you to touch the thing they love. And that's going to make a bad movie or a pointless movie. Like, have a concept. If you're going to reboot something or bring something back, have an idea for what you're going to do to it to make it worthwhile being done again. It's what I'm looking forward to the new Snow White for. Like, all the controversy surrounding Snow White tells me one thing and one thing only. They're changing a lot of stuff. And that interests me more than if it's just like, we're just carbon copying and printing out the same bullshit again. Here you go. Eat your slop. It's like, no, I want directors and writers with ideas to take things in a new direction and make it better or exciting in a new way. You're excited for live action Toy Story? How the fuck would that even work? That'd be nightmare fuel. Can you imagine like porcelain humans like Woody and stuff with those freaky faces? That'd be more mortifying to look at than that live-action Cats movie. Look it up. It's amazing. Wait. Is it... What? Jew Skellington? How do you pronounce that? Jew? Because that sounds like a slur. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's disgusting. I'm guessing this must be him. Wait, I'm waiting for the res to kick in. It's not kicking in. Gotta click on it. That's fucking gross, man. What? He definitely did the scariest Ursula. Yeah, that's horrifying. Jesus. That's like Ursula if you were making a horror movie at Little Mermaid. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's do... What was that? 10, 9, 8, 7. Let's do number 6. That's not it. No, fucker. Number 6. The Whale. Bloop. Put at the top. As in The Whale, the Darren Aronofsky art film starring Brendan Fraser that all takes place in one little house with a very, very fat man. I refuse to watch this. I was gonna bawl my eyes out. I did tear up a little bit. Not gonna lie. Sham is in whispers telling me he wants me to... I already knew that. I already knew that about Sham and Jay. And Elizabeth, but not mine, just dicks in general. Just as a general concept. Liz is just kidding. I don't believe you. I believe Liz. Anyway, yeah, The Whale is very good. I really like The Whale. I thought The Whale was going to be higher on my list at the start of the movie when I first saw it, but as the year went on, things I like better came out. So, Jay just wants to look. Keeping it simple. It's hard to separate how you feel about the quality of the movie and the story from how enjoyable it is to see Brendan Fraser back in a serious, powerful role like this. I feel like there is a bit of a crossover, a mix of those two things that might taint your opinion a little bit. Like, I feel like some people wouldn't have liked this movie as much if it wasn't for the Brendan Fraser factor. Because it is a very simple film. It's essentially a stage play. Like the whole movie essentially takes place in one room. With this obese guy that's just dealing with some serious like life issues. And his estranged daughter. And the fact that he's gay, but his lover died. And left him alone with nothing. And nobody. And his family hates him. Etc, etc. It's very tragic. But yeah, it's a bit tragedy porn, to be fair. I mean, that's why Sham was saying he doesn't want to watch it, because it's the kind of movie, it's the kind of story that you watch to feel sorry for this character and hope that they can at least get some semblance of happiness back by the end. But you just genuinely have this feeling that it's not really going to end well. And hopefully at least he can get something back, like maybe just speak to his daughter one last time and get some closure before something really horrible happens to him, because he's so obese that it's shutting his heart down and he only has so much time left. But Brendan is a beast in this movie. I don't know what it was like to work under all those prosthetics, but oh boy, like he deserved awards for that. I walked out super impressed and rubbing away tears from my face, which is always a good hallmark of a good experience. There's a film out at the moment I'm interested in called One Life. Sham's showing me drawings. He's not a minute. Sham hasn't seen my genitals. What is he, just trying to invoke them? Let me just see what One Life is. British humanitarian Nicholas Winton helped save hundreds of European children from the Nazis in the evil World War II. Ooh. Warner Brothers came out Boxing Day in Australia a couple of days ago. This is very recent. I think we watched the trailer for this on my stream on one Sunday. I kind of recognize the thumbnails. Looks like Oscar bait for sure. And just in time for the Oscars in the next few months as well. Saved nearly 700 Czech Jewish children from the Nazis. Yeah, there was a moment in the trailer, I think, where a bunch of adults are standing up and applauding for him, and they were all like the grown-up kids that he saved all come together. So the trailer kind of gives away the movie's ending a little bit, but you know, whatever. It's a biopic. It's very easy to look up biopics, what the actual events were, and then the whole thing's spoiled for you. And if you know your history, it's just automatically spoiled anyway. But yes, if you don't mind feeling very sad, in pursuit of being very impressed by Brendan Fraser's acting, highly recommend The Whale. He's got number 6. Okay. Number 5. You saw The Boy and the Heron a fortnight ago? Quite cryptic. Yeah, Japanese storytelling, especially the type that Studio Ghibli likes, can be very artistically cryptic like that. But it's more about the wholesome vibes, if anything. I haven't seen it yet, though. I'd like to. Number 6. See if it comes up. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Mutant Mayhem. Don't know why there's no thumbnail for it. That's rude. Still got to go see it. They only show anime films for a week. Yeah, it's hard to find cinemas that show anime films. I've tried to see Ghibli in theaters before. In Canberra, there was a good one. It was a good dandy where I went to go see things like Ponyo, and they made it pretty easy to get tickets to. That was really good. Yeah. I was very impressed by Mutant Mayhem. What's the music right now? I don't know. It's a 10-hour long New Year's royalty-free medley. So I actually have no idea what the individual songs are. It's just kind of like background noise, essentially. Hang on. You want me to turn it up slightly? Oh shit, wait, I just fucked something up. Crap. Where is the audio for the... Oh, there it is. These are New Year's Eve songs. I mean, they're royalty-free. It's a royalty-free collection that someone put together seemingly as a New Year's theme, but this is just someone put into some bullshit together. I don't think it really matters. Royalty-free stuff generally always sounds the same. It sounds like stock music. What's the timestamp? You know what? I don't actually have a way of looking up a timestamp. I can tell you what the video is. But it's kind of auto-playing through OBS, through the stream. So there's no like tracking bar or video for it. It's just an MP3 file that I downloaded from the YouTube video. That's just running through an audio mixer on the thing. So I don't actually even have timestamp. I will tell you the video though. It's easy. History. That's it there. 12 hours of royalty-free music. New Year's January edition. Music for streamers and creators. By the Relaxed Movement channel. Just a 10-hour video of songs. Yeah, I just ripped it from this page into an MP3 file. And it's just running through OBS. So, you know, I don't know where the timestamp... Oh, it's actually 12 hours, not 10 hours. I don't know where the timestamp would be, but if you randomly click through it, you might be able to figure it out. Ripped it like a good... Then... No. Ripped it like good music. Anyway. You're a Brendan Mulligan fanboy? Oh, you mean Brendan Lee Mulligan? From College Humor? Yeah, he's funny. I was recently eating some migraine, and a couple of related stuff came up from Dropout of him and the others doing that that game show that they do. And I find that whenever they put Zach, Brendan, and what's the third guy's name? Shit, I forgot his name. Whenever they put the three of them together for the sound effect episodes, I find those really funny. Sounded nice and nostalgic. Oh, this? It's pretty groovy. It is a bit lo-fi beatsy, which is not necessarily a New Year's vibe. Like, New Year's is more about dubstep and partying. They make funny sounds. Yeah, those are really good episodes when those three are put together. Brendan and Zach work really well together as like straight man goofball. There's one really good bit from Dropout where the prompt is a lawyer that's trying to get his client off who's really bad at not looking guilty. And Brendan Lee Mulligan does like this long ass monologue doing the most perfect like lawyer closing speech. It's like, it's exactly, you would think he's a real lawyer. Like, I don't know how he's so good at that shit. He does the whole spiel, and then Zach has just like one-liner at the end where he's just like, yeah, no, I did it. I killed him. And he just like, that one punchline just like is the perfect cap to the whole bit. And I think that's what's great about their combo. Like, Brendan Lee Mulligan can like make up 10 minutes worth of perfect monologue, and then Zach will just say one dumb thing, and we'll just like punchline the entire thing, cap it off perfectly. And so many of their best bits are that exact. I also like straight men. Jay likes them on from both sides of the fence. You know when you got to investigate. Wait, what? What are you saying, Elizabeth? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Obviously, we have Into the Spider-Verse to blame for this new era of animated films with incredibly creative and artistically interesting styles that are now like, you know, just coming out of the woodwork. And I think Mutant Mayhem is like the first, aside from Into the Spider-Verse itself, Mutant Mayhem is like the first wave of this shit. But it's really is its own thing. Like, they found their own style. They didn't just copy Spider-Verse, and they really found their own way of doing it, and it's just great. I should have seen this over The Protector. Oh, did you go see The Protector instead of Mutant Mayhem? Mutant Mayhem was great. I loved it. It is a pretty straightforward, you know, kid-friendly, just fun movie in a similar way to what I was saying about Mario Brothers. But there's just something extra about Mutant Mayhem where it's like, it generally is the best we've seen the Turtles in a long time. Like, they're actually kids. They actually talk over each other and banter like a bunch of 12, 13-year-old brothers would. You know, they're constantly talking over each other like chaotically in like references and memes and shit as well. And it's like, it just sounds real. It just sounds right. Like, it's so endearing to hear them just be brothers. And it's just, this is what it's been missing for the longest time. And the art style just, it kills. It looks like some combination between cel-shaded claymation and graffiti. There's something very raw and twisted about it in a way that fits the theme of being mutants, because the movie isn't just about them being mutants and wanting to be normal. Like, it's about how they relate to other mutants that they meet, because all the villains in the movie are mutants that want them to join them, and they have to pick a side. So that whole theme about mutants not fitting in with the human race, like the entire graphical style, everything feels mutated. Like, the human beings' character models, they look like freaks. Like, the human beings don't even look normal. Like a street lamp, a normal, like, green red light street light above the road is like weirdly twisted and angled, like a fucking Tim Burton movie. Like, it just has this weirdly twisted mutant graffiti edge to everything that, like, it just makes sense. Oh, you meant the creator. Yeah, I was wondering what you meant. Like, I didn't know what you meant by the Protector, because I thought that was like an old Tony Jaa martial arts film. I was like, what? Same with Puss in Boots. Yes, see, Puss in Boots is another... It's not as gratuitous an example as Mutant Mayhem, but the way they took Puss in Boots and they went, okay, Shrek 3D, but let's give it like this fast-paced, almost anime edge to how like the characters can move and emote. And they only just pushed that little bit, and look at how much of a difference it made. Like, everyone loves the art style and the animation style of Puss in Boots. It really, like, elevated it. Imagine playing the worst Resident Evil. Uh-oh. There's gonna be a new argument here. Elizabeth loves RE5. Nothing matches the one-shot scene. Oh, the Protector. Yeah, the hotel, where he one-shots all the way up fighting all those dudes. It's a great scene. Someone tried to share it on stream once to watch on YouTube, but I had to pull the plug on it because I was like, it's pretty dangerous to sit and watch like an entire movie scene unedited on stream, because that's very copyright. Like, we can't just sit here and like watch actual copyright films. And that's like, how long is that scene? That's like a 10-minute scene, one unbroken take. That's a good chunk of that movie. I feel like we'd get our stream shut down for sure. But yeah, show Mutant Mayhem some love, because it's a new movement animation that we need to see more of. Like, none of that boring old safe shit anymore. We need more Into the Spider-Verse. We need more Mutant Mayhem. We need more Puss in Boots. Give it some money. I saw it at the cinema, so I've given it my paycheck. She loves the slug. Now you're just, like, teasing. You're like Tony Stark in Avengers, like, poking Bruce Banner with a little shock stick. Trying to get the Hulk to come out. You were right about Sham that one time, Elizabeth. He does like to get piled on. When he's not being made fun of or roasted by women, he pokes and prods and teases until he can get himself... he can get yelled at. And that's when Sham gets erect. That's what gets him off. She doesn't make fun of me anymore. Well, she can't make fun of you 24/7. Like, there's a on the one hand, there's roasting, but on the other hand, you don't want to actually hurt someone's feelings by that's the only way you ever talk to them. They might actually start to take you seriously at some point. Okay. What time is it? Ooh, it's 11:10 p.m. We're getting there. Da-ba-da-ba-da. We need to do my... What are we up to? We need to do my number 5. My number 5 movie. There we go. The Menu. Boom. Slide it to the top. I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with The Menu. It's such a good movie. It's that A24 type shit. Is it actually by A24? I can't remember. Definitely feels like it. Did The Menu come out this year? I think it came out last year. But this is the year that I watched it. Just a few months ago. Very recently. I loved it. I've seen some... It's mostly loved. It's mostly well reviewed. But I have seen a couple of stragglers that found it a bit too on the nose with its critiquing of, you know, that kind of environment. Almost like a more serious A24 version of Ratatouille. But yeah. So good. I loved every second of that. If you don't know what The Menu is, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's a movie about a young prostitute that gets hired by a snooty white kid to go with him as a date to a secluded island to a very fancy, exclusive restaurant. Where it turns out the chef is a crazy motherfucker that locks down all the snooty rich people that attend his restaurant in the building and starts serving them progressively more bizarre dishes that are thematic to how much he hates them all. And basically letting them know that no one's leaving there alive that night. It's going to escalate until, you know, like, he brings the, like, he basically gets rid of everybody. It's kind of a critique, it's an arty critique kind of film, but it's so funny and it's so interesting. Like, it's fascinating all the way through. And oh, what's his name? What's the lead actor's name? The chef? God, I'm not remembering all the most important names. Ralph Fiennes. Yeah, Ralph Wiggum. That dude. Ralph Fiennes, this is one of the best things I've ever seen him do. His snooty, stuck-up, high-end, psychotic chef character is incredible. I love everything about this man. It's just, he's so enjoyable to watch in this movie. And Anya Taylor-Joy has been having a hell of a couple of years. She's like in so many good movies, it's crazy. She must have one of the best agents in Hollywood. The cheeseburger scene is iconic. Yes. There's so many iconic scenes in the movie. You know what else is an iconic scene? Nicholas Holt's final scene in the movie. You know when Ralph Fiennes finally calls him out and gets him to cook that piece of shit meal? And then it shows the final, like, splash screen of it, like it does with all his meals. And it's like Tyler's terrible bullshit or something is what the meal's called. Holy shit, did I laugh hard at that. And then you never see him again after that. They lead him out of that room and you don't really... Do they hang him? Or does he hang himself? Something like that. I don't know. He's dead after that, basically, but... Such a good fucking scene. There's so many good scenes like that, though. Like, the film is wall-to-wall black comedy. He was a pretentious fanboy that didn't give a toss about cooking. Yeah, and he was playing himself up like he did know what he was talking about, and he was part of the scene. But yeah, he was the poser of the... Everyone that was in that group was there for a reason. There was a reason for a man like that chef to hate them. And he was the pretentious wannabe fanboy stereotype. He hangs himself. Yeah, I remember he's seeing his legs, but it's kind of like... It's suggested that he probably hung himself after his embarrassment, but, you know, you don't see him do it, so it's like, you're not really sure if they did it to him or if he did it to himself. But the himself thing makes more sense. Very good movie. So that's my number 5. I have seen some people hating on it, but I don't really know what their problem is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Wait. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? No, that's my number 4. Oh shit, sorry, I'm a little off. That's my number 4. Oh, hey Kieran. Happy New Year. You're a little early. You're about 42 minutes early. But yeah, Happy New Year. I'm just trying to get through my top 10 movies of 2023. People expected it to be more scary or violent. Yeah, it's not really a horror movie. It's more of a black comedy art film thriller. It's kind of fucked up, but it's more funny and interesting than it. Like, it's never actually scary. Yeah, I don't know why you go in thinking that, but yeah. Sorry, that's number 4. I don't know why I thought that was 5. I was reading this list all wrong. Okay, we're down to the top 3. These top 3 were hard to figure out. Like, I wasn't sure which order to put my top 3 in. Because they're all very interchangeable, the top 3. Your brother Brendan wishes me a Happy New Year too. Are you online with him right now? Are you, like, hanging out on, like, voice chat with him or something? Tell him Happy New Year from me as well. Are you having a GTA 5 New Year's? Are you hanging out in GTA? Say hello. Hey, Brendan. Happy New Year. Best wishes. And also Merry Christmas. And also Hanukkah, or whatever the fuck. Oh, PUBG. Wonder how many people are going to be on PUBG servers on New Year's night. I'm sure there's still plenty on Fortnite. That game's always popping. What am I up to? Okay, yeah, 3. Top 3. Here we go. Alright, my number 3 movie is gonna be Babylon. Probably no one, because PUBG is trash. Yo, PUBG is better than Fortnite. What are you talking about? PUBG is great. There's another movie that came out in 2023, technically, like towards the end, but I saw it in 2022, but I saw it in 2023. Babylon, Damien Chazelle, the director of La La Land and Whiplash. This movie is divisive as fuck. There are some pretty bad reviews for this, but there was also some pretty good ones. This is a very 50-50 movie. Some people really hate it, and some people really, really enjoyed it. And I fall into that camp enough that it's my number 3 of the year. It's a bit long, but I was enjoying the movie so much, I didn't really care. I was kind of like just chill, just watching it all play out. I could have watched that go for another 4 hours. It was interesting. I did see the ending, which is quite sad. The ending is a downer, but you're kind of prepared for it because throughout the entire film, a lot of the movie is like Golden Age Hollywood, but a bunch of Golden Age Hollywood characters that are kind of slowly deconstructing. Like it's a self-destructive movie. It's people seeking fame and fortune, but they're kind of blowing themselves up slowly in the process. And so a lot of characters don't end up well at the end, except for like maybe one. But it's a bit of a journey to get there. A lot happens in this movie. But it's kind of insane as well. Like the way it depicts Golden Age Hollywood, it's a little over the top. Like it's a little crazy. Like some of the scenes where you see them filming some of those old movies are so like exaggerations of what it probably actually was. Like it's more animated, it's faster paced, it's more intense. The characters, the actors, the directors, they're like a bit more cartoonish in how they're depicted. But it makes it really fast paced and really entertaining. Like there's not a single second in that movie that I was bored. And it's also kind of funny because it's a Margot Robbie vehicle as well, and that means that Margot Robbie is in 2 different films in my top 3. It's in 2 different films in my top 3 films in my top 10. Margot Robbie's had a good year. Good 2 years, really. And she's great in this movie. I don't know how to even explain her. She's like a fucking hurricane of a person. Like, she's a wannabe actress in Babylon, but she's like such a self-destructive, like, force of nature in that movie. Like, she just barrels from scene to scene, just doing drugs, like, smoking, being a sex pot, ending up on set, doing the best acting you've ever seen, and being able to shut it off on a dime. At one point, the director's like, actually, can you do 2 tears, but slower? And she does it exactly as the director says. Like, you see the tear come out, perfect timing, and it's like, wow, that's actually really amazing. What if Margot Robbie actually was able to do that for real? Like a character. You're just a Margot Robbie stan? Well, the thing is, none of these movies are here because of Margot Robbie. She just happens to be a central character in 2 of my top 10 movies. In the top 3 even. Just by pure chance. And it's very different movies to boot as well. So, I don't know, that's just kind of cool for her. That she's doing that well. I mean, she's kind of rich now, right? Because a few of the last few movies she was in, she even produced them. Executive produced them. So she's making bank of some of her last couple of successes. Where's Poor Things gonna go? Oh, Elizabeth knew it was coming. Alright, here we go. Number 2. Poor Things. Does it have it? Yep, there it is. I don't like how few of these movies have thumbnails to go with them. Bam. The most recent movie on this list that I saw, What's Poor Things? It came out on Boxing Day here in Australia. I saw it the day before at a advanced screening because I'm a fan of the director. Yorgos Lanthimos. Yorgos Lanthimos is the director of The Lobster, The Favourite, and Killing of a Sacred Deer. All very, very good movies that I love. Especially The Lobster. The Lobster is my favourite movie of his still, even above Poor Things. If I had to make a top 10 of my favourite movies right now that I've ever seen, I feel like The Lobster would end up on that list somewhere. with Colin Farrell. That one. I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about. It's a weird movie. Yorgos Lanthimos is a weird director. He's Greek. But I really gel with his weirdness. The artistry of his movies, from a filmmaking standpoint, are amazing, but also he has a very dry sense of humor. The driest I've ever seen. Like The Lobster is the driest comedy that's ever been made, to the point where some people that I've talked to have seen the movie, or that are even in the movie that I saw in the theater with me, they didn't know it was a comedy. It was so dry, they didn't understand why other people were laughing. Is it like a Jordan Peterson documentary? No. I don't know, like, if I told you the plot, you'd be like, what the fuck? It's about a dystopian future where being single is outlawed, it's illegal. So if you get dumped by a significant other, you basically get picked up by a paddy wagon and taken to this, like, huge facility. You're essentially a captive, and you've got about 3 months to hit it off with one of the other single captives at the facility and become a couple, at which point they let you out. And if you don't, you get thrown into a machine that turns you into an animal. But you get to choose what animal you turn into. So Colin Farrell picks a lobster. If he fails to find a mate in 3 months while he's in there, they will turn him into a lobster. A great world, a world without Sham. Technically, Sham would still exist in the world. He would just be an animal of his choosing, which means he'd probably be a budgie. Somewhere out there, there'd be a little budgie Sham flying around. But yeah, it's a very weird movie. It's a very, very funny movie, but you have to like dry humor. It's not a punchline comedy. It's a very black comedy, and it's dry as hell. Like, if you don't find that stuff funny, you will not find the movie funny at all. You'd be a little burb. You wouldn't have a very good, you wouldn't have much of a life expectancy, Sham. The thing with lobsters is they live for about 200 years. Lobsters have a very long life expectancy. That's why Colin Farrell picks it. There's some sea creatures that live for like hundreds of years, I think. Like thousands. If you pick correctly. I think turtles can live for hundreds of years. Like those really large sea turtles. I think there's some that are like very, very old. If nothing's eaten them yet. Or human pollution hasn't fucked them up. What was I talking about? Yeah, poor things. I was talking to Elizabeth about this last night on stream. I saw this very recently. I'm a big fan of the director, and I loved this movie. It's not my favorite movie of his, but it was very interesting. Like most of his movies, I was fascinated all the way through about where he was going with this shit. It's got Emma Stone in it. Some creatures really live mundane lives and live in the same spot forever. Yeah, you gotta be careful what you pick, but yeah, burb is good for just having freedom, but your life expectancy is gonna be a little shitty. There's not much I can say about the movie, about the arty stuff that I think would sell it for you. Specifically you, Sham. But I do have one thing that'll sell this movie to you. It's very R-rated for lots of sex scenes, all involving Emma Stone, and she's very, very naked throughout the whole movie. There's probably like 65 separate topless scenes of her just like with her titties out, just lying in bed there, just with them hanging. And there is also full frontal nudity, as in like legit starkers down to bush, which is not something I was expecting at all. My bingo card for 2023 was not to see Emma Stone completely butt naked down to the merkin. So if you're not into art films, there is a pretty big draw there for you. You sold me on the film. The only downside, I guess, is that if that's the only thing you're into the movie for, it's kind of a long movie, and it is a pretty arty movie, so if you don't like that kind of stuff, then, you know, it's a bit of a long sit. But on the plus side, it's going to regularly throw, you know, starkers nudity at you, and straight up raw as hell sex scenes. You know, people just going at it. Hammer and tongs. just people getting pounded. Pounded as grounded can be. What time are we on? 11:29. We're about half an hour away. I'll have to do my my 2023 games that I've played after the New Year's countdown. We'll do that afterwards. Anyway, that's Poor Things. In case you wanted a quick summary of what the plot actually is, a crazy mad scientist Frankenstein, a Victor Frankenstein-like dude played by Willem Dafoe, perfect casting, finds the corpse of Emma Stone having jumped off a bridge and killed herself. But she has a she was pregnant when she died and she has a baby in her belly. So he decides to do a crazy experiment where he cuts the baby out, takes the baby's brain out of its body, and puts the baby's brain in the corpse of Emma Stone. So it's basically like a new human being, starting with baby brain, in a fully grown adult woman body. And the whole movie is her, like, her progression from, like, baby to adulthood in record time of her, like, learning about the world and about, you know, sex and all this other stuff. And it does it pretty realistically. Like, a baby in an adult body is very destructive. She walks around just smashing shit and, like, stabbing people in the eyes with scalpels and stuff. And the great thing about a toddler brain in an adult body is that she gets put in adult situations where she has opinions or reacts to things the way a really basic child would. So at one point she's in a restaurant and there's an actual baby at a table nearby crying and she finds it annoying. And she basically just goes, hang on a second, I'm just going to go over there and punch that baby. And she gets up and starts running over there to punch the baby in the face. Which is probably one of the funniest things I've seen in a movie all year. Very relatable. Speaking of R, it must be time to get up and drink by now. I mean, go for it. It is New Year's. I don't think you're allowed to do that shit on streams, though, right? Isn't that TOS? Don't they frown on that shit? I wonder if you can look up that scene. If you can, try to find that scene on YouTube of Emma Stone saying she's going to punch the baby. Because I fucking love that scene. Also, Mark Ruffalo's in it, and he plays a lecherous cad. And I've never seen Mark Ruffalo play a lecherous cad before, but he nails it. He's very funny. You're just drinking maple sodas? I've never even heard of a maple soda. That actually sounds delicious. Alright, we got a number one it. You've probably already guessed what this is going to be, considering that I mentioned that 2 of my top 10s are going to involve Margot Robbie. So that's a bit of a spoiler. But I'm going to give my number one to Barbie. Oh, it's got a thumbnail. Great. One of the only 3 movies on my list that they bothered to give thumbnails. Weird. Boom. There she is. That's my full list. Barbie took my number 1. Now, just a quick explanation. Like I mentioned before, my top 3 are very interchangeable. I struggled a bit with how to orient 1, 2, and 3. Because technically Barbie, Poor Things, and Babylon for me are all worthy of the number 1 spot. I just had to figure out a way to align them, to put them in order. And it was very difficult. But the reason why I'm going to give Barbie number 1 is because when it comes to all my criteria for the enjoyment of a film, like the technical aspect as a filmmaker myself, my enjoyment of like the technical aspect of how a film was made, my enjoyment of a film for how like funny I find it, how much it keeps me laughing, or the drama aspect of whether it actually gets me emotional. Barbie did all of them. It's the only movie on this list that I think managed all 3 of those points. I think only 2 movies on this list I cried. The Whale and Barbie. They're the only 2 movies that actually got a tear, like, down my cheek. Like, I saw Barbie the first time in the... Oh, that's the other thing. Barbie's the only movie I've seen more than once. All these movies I've seen and liked, but Barbie's the only one that I liked enough that I saw it again. Because of the fact that dramatically, it's good enough that it actually made me cry. And on a comedic level, it was the funniest out of everything on this list. Like, I laughed probably the most during that movie out of any of the other movies I saw. So that's a good yardstick, I think, for what deserves number 1. If I laughed the most and I cried the most in the same movie, I feel like that's worthy of a number 1 spot. And I also bothered to see it a second time, which is also something I didn't do with any of those other movies. So that's great. That helped me arrange my 1, 2, 3 list a little bit. I just had to figure out whether Poor Things or Babylon got 2 or 3 at that point. But yeah, I still struggle with the Billie Eilish scene. That Billie Eilish scene at the end of Barbie is fucking brutal, man. Like, it gets me every time. I've seen the movie twice. I cried both times in that scene. Since then, I've actually, while I was bored and eating, I've clicked on a couple of reactor reactions to Barbie on YouTube. And every single time I've seen a reactor react to the Billie Eilish scene on YouTube, my eyes started watering again. It fucked me up. Just watching the scene out of context through some like YouTuber, it still fucked me up. One of your favorite films is Lion. Made you cry a lot. I never saw Lion. I remember the year that was big though. I remember people talking about that. It got Oscar noms, didn't it? Fuck, I totally forgot that existed. I never got around to seeing that. That was a long time ago too. But yeah, genuinely killed me. I don't know if everyone I cried in the D&D movie, really? Was it because of Hugh Grant? Did you cry because Hugh Grant is so charming? Even as a villain? What was I going to say? In case anyone in the chat hasn't seen Barbie, the thing that I'm talking about is a scene towards the end where Barbie gets to meet her creator, Ruth. It's an actress playing the old lady that created Barbie, because she's dead now, so she can't actually be in the movie. She meets her and she gives her the chance to be a real human being, but she wants her to understand what it means to be human first, like the good and the bad. So she takes her hand and the movie goes into a montage to a really sad Billie Eilish song that was made just for the movie, where you basically see a montage of a bunch of female-centric home video clips of mothers, daughters, like women throughout the eras, like the 60s, the 70s, basically being mothers, being friends, laughing, just living their lives, essentially, just living their best lives. And it's footage that they gathered from all the cast and crew on the movie. They basically gathered together all their home videos of their mums and their grandmothers from different points in their lives, of them just like living and being with family and stuff. And it's such a heartbreaking scene, because it's like, it basically just ties the entire theme together of like, you know, what it means to be a real woman. This is what Barbie needs to see to understand, like, this is the entire emotional tapestry. There's going to be good things, there's going to be sad things, there's going to be tragic things. You're going to die. There's going to be an end to everything, and you have to accept that. And she experiences that Billie Eilish montage just like the audiences does, and then she has one line after she sees that with like tears in her eyes. She just says yes, and then it fades to white, and you're like, ugh, fucking spear through my heart right there. Such a well-made scene. You cry very easily at many things. I am prone to getting emotional in movies. I don't do it to many things in real life. I can be a bit of a robot to real life stuff, but when it comes to well-made movies with lots of emotion, like, I can cry easily as well at things if they're designed to make you cry. Like, I cry at Moulin Rouge every time. Moulin Rouge is one of my favorite musicals of all time, and I've watched that movie like 25 times or something, and I've not once ever managed to get through the ending when Christian's holding Satine in his arms after she dies, and he's just fucking, Ewan McGregor is bawling, like snot hanging off his face, like putting his all into it, and it kills me every time. There's something about a male actor having no self-consciousness about playing emotion and just crying, like ugly crying, that hurts me. It gets me good, and I've never seen anyone do it better than Ewan McGregor in Moulin Rouge. Like, I can't get through it. You cried and saw X, but there were wholesome tears. This is a lie. This is definitely a lie. Sham is telling fibs. I didn't even bring my water out. Holy shit. I forgot to bring my water out. I need to get my water. I should probably make a fresh coffee as well to take us into the new year. That might be a good idea. There's my list. Number 10, Avatar 2. Number 9, Evil Dead Rise. Number 8, Super Mario Brothers the movie. Number 7, Little Mermaid. Number 6, The Whale. Number 5, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Number 4, The Menu. Number 3, Babylon. Number 2, Poor Things. Number 1, Barbie. Otherwise known as the Kenergy movie. Can someone send me a Kenergy hoodie and I'll wear it on stream? I really want a Kenergy hoodie. Oh, no, wait. No. I want a multicolored hoodie that Ryan Gosling wears at the end of the movie. The one that says, I am Knuff. I want that rainbow hoodie that he wears. And I also want a tight black V-neck shirt with the pink words Kenergy across the front. Does that exist? Wait a minute. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah. It does exist. Can we get this in like tight black sexy V-neck style? It needs to be like, yes, this. This is something that Ken would wear. Stretch your legs. Everyone's still trying to get that dick. Get the water, get the coffee. I gotta be careful how quickly I stand up. I don't want to damage this glass desk by flopping across it too hard. Sleeper hit for me was Gran Turismo. There's a lot of things on your list, Sham, that I do need to see. A lot of things on your list I just haven't seen. But that's the problem. Like, when I was... prior to film school, I used to watch like every movie that came out in the cinema because I had an office job with the government and I made a lot of money. I was rich. So I went to see every movie that came out. Like 4 or 5 movies a week. And I just can't do that anymore. Like I'm at home all the time editing and streaming and I just don't get to go to the movies like I used to. So I almost see nothing. I struggle to see like 10 movies by the end of the year so I can make a top 10 list. Boo. And I do want to see more than half of the things on your list too. Things like what was it? Let Me In. The Raka Raka movie. Gran Turismo. Not so much Saw X. I could do without that one. Skinamarink. I would like to catch up on Skinamarink actually. It's not on your list, but you did mention it. Oh, Megan. I'd like to catch Megan. I'd like to see Megan and Skinamarink more than I want to see VHS and Saw. If I had to revise my list, I would probably put it higher. Also Guardians 3. Yeah, I've fallen off. I've struggled. When my partner left, we used to watch all the Marvel stuff together and we loved it. And I've just kind of like struggled to get back into the flow of watching Marvel stuff. And the only reason that I keep missing Marvel things is because I want to catch up from the beginning. I like to watch them chronologically as they come out. So if I want to watch Guardians 3, I need to go back and catch up on so many Marvel shows and movies that I have missed between them. Like, because that's just how I used to do it. Marvel reminds you of your ex. It does, kinda. It wouldn't stop me because I'm really big into Marvel. I never really I hated the Zack Snyder DC stuff, so that kind of was killing DC for me a bit, but I've always been a Marvel kid when I was younger. Like, I was more into Marvel cartoons and trading cards and comics than I was the DC stuff. So I've always been an easy sell with the Marvel movies and shows. Like, when people are roasting them online, I'm usually just like, y'all can hate them as much as you want. Even the most mid-Marvel movie, I tend to really enjoy. I just need to do a massive catch-up on them. I've just fallen off them so hard. There was a long period where I couldn't justify just going to a Marvel movie because the vibe was off, because that was a thing we did together. And, like, if she wasn't going to be there, I was like, well, I can't go without her. Because when we were together, I would never think of doing that. Like, if she found out I went to a Marvel movie without her, like, she'd kill me. So I was trained to always do that as a pair. And then once she was gone, it was like, that same thing got stuck in my head of like, well, I can't go see the movie because I'm not allowed to see it by myself. Like, it's weird how that stays stuck in your head. Like, I feel like there's a way I'm supposed to see these movies, and now I can't anymore. So it's like, I just kind of stopped for a bit. and I want to go back and catch up and do it, like actually do it, because I love them so much, but I just haven't managed it yet. I'm gonna actually bookmark this page because I legit want this Kenergy shirt. This is fucking hot. Oh, look at that, man. No, the V-neck. Where's the V-neck? Yeah, dude. I can bleach my tips and go hang out down the beach in my Kenergy shirt. I do have pink sneakers already. I can wear my pink sneakers with this. Oh, I've got black jeans. Okay, picture it. This V-neck Kenergy shirt, black with pink writing, fully black jeans, skinny jeans, with pink sneakers to match the logo, the Kenergy logo. How are we feeling about that? Does that look like a... Do we envision the look? I'm feeling it. I feel like I'm onto something with this. I don't know what circumstance I need to wear this outfit in, but I like it. Okay. What do I do? I'm done. Lock it in. Lock it in, Chief. How do I export this? Share other. Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, email, Pinterest. No, there's a way to print this. How do we do it again? Oh, did we just print screen it? Yeah, just print screen it. Whatever. This is the first time I haven't had a number 11 as my honorable mention. But whatevs. Top 10 films 2023. I need a JPEG of it for Discord and for Instagram later. How much time have we got? 14 minutes. Look very nice in that t-shirt. I agree. I know it sounds egotistical to so vehemently agree with something like that, but I'm like... I do think I look good in black tops. Got a top 10 songs list. I don't even have Spotify, Sham. I don't even... When everyone was doing the Spotify, the rap stuff, I couldn't even do that. I'm just not music focused enough to know what's going on with music. Like, I hear music and I know stuff about music, but I don't... No part of my life has the room to just sit and listen to music. Like, I'm always working. I'm always streaming or sleeping or, like, working on edits where I have to actually listen to sound in the edit to, like, you know, voices and stuff. So, there's not much room for just listening to shit. I look good naked. We all look good naked to somebody. Actually, I think I could look better naked, to be honest. I'm not fat or particularly unfit or anything, but I'm not really chiseled in any way either. I'm kind of just a little bit average. I'm a little bland. I'm a little bit unsculpted clay right now. At least I don't have a belly, but it would be nice to have some abs or something. I used to go to the gym when I was in the public service, because with a 9-to-5 job, you've got the room to do stuff like that. And I feel like I had the beginnings of some pretty decent definition. And then after that, it all just went back to basic boy. You want Elizabeth to prove it? If only she could just drop a JPEG in the chat. Unfortunately, that's not a feature on Twitch. For some reason, I find it hilarious that she would just acquiesce to the request. Sham's just like, oh, you look good naked, huh? Prove it. And she's just like, all right, bet. Selfie. Full frontal naked. Drops it in chat. Makes Sham eat his words. Bluff called. Sham goes silent for the next 15 minutes. Comes back sweaty and with a lot less electrolytes in his body than he had before. Oh, you shared a link. What's the deal here? What is? I'm gonna have to set up for the countdown actually in a second. Hang on. Be like, prove it again. No, what would be an even better outcome is if everyone got like the wrong message and they thought you were talking to Jay and not Elizabeth, and then the next thing Jay drops his nude. And Sham's like, go! And then realizes that he's kind of into it. And it changes his entire life. Like, Sham's moment of sexual awakening on stream. Wait a minute, I'm bi. Oh, shit. Gladly accept J-nude. Hey, any nude is a good nude. I may be straight, but if some random was like, you want to see my nude, it doesn't really matter who they are. I'd probably say yes, just out of curiosity. Like, yo, if you're willing to share it, I'm willing to check it out. This fucking Danny DeVito motherfucker walking up to me in Coles. You want to see my nude? I'm like, I don't, but I'm going to say yes anyway. Because fuck it, you only live once. I need to know what's going on with you. I hope you look like Sasquatch. Good nude from a good dude. Jay is a good dude. Very positive. Is this... What is this? Okay, well, let's not spoil it then. Where's my sound? Hang on, let me switch screens so we're not hearing the New Year's music.
Oh, well, it looks like our little gamer's finally decided to leave his room. We thought you might have gone extinct.
Yeah, welcome back to the real world, kiddo. Hey, don't worry. No zombies or creepers out here, are there?
What does Dad know about creepers?
Gremlin finally decides to emerge from his cave.
Why is this so accurate?
Yeah, the big ugly gremlin.
Yeah, the fat, putrid ogre who will amount to nothing in his life.
Why don't you do something with your life for once?
You're a loser, you know that? You'll never amount to
Wow, this escalated quickly.
do anything in your life.
You are nothing! Get out! Get out of my house!
Get out! Get out of my house! Get out of my house! Forever!
Get out now!
Such a nice boy.
He's such a nice boy. I just wish he'd socialise more. You deserve nothing.
Alright, that
Get
was
out!
good.
Get out of my house now! No, I don't.
Alright, that was good. We'll give Sham a point for that one. Well, when I say we, I mean I don't care what anyone else says. I'll give him a point for that one. It is so the first half was legit. Was so real. The second half was basically just the punchline. Like, that was the joke. But yeah, legit, the first part. Nailed it. Flashbacks to my stepdad. I'm gonna keep that link, actually. I can think of one or two people I want to show that to later. That will also, agree wholeheartedly. Alright. Oh shit, 11:52, huh? We need to get this set up. Boom. Let's see. Where'd it go? What the fuck? Is numlock off? Let's sort this out. Okay. As soon as it hits 11:53, I'm going to start a 7-minute countdown. I was going to do this from 10 minutes, but we missed it slightly. There it is. We are T-minus 6 minutes and 50 seconds till New Year's for at least Sham and Jay and I, because we're the Aussies. We're the Aussie boys. Is that what what was our name? What we decided in the other stream? Sham? The Aussie boys? VOIS? Oh yeah, because you're up a little norther of Australia, so you're a little different. So Jay's down the bottom, I'm in the middle, Sham's at the top. Just in case Elizabeth wanted a better idea of our geography. I don't know if you know Australian cities at all, Elizabeth. But Jay's in Melbourne, that's down there. Sydney, which is me, that's like in the middle. And Sham is up in Queensland, so he's like up the top of the map. So we're nicely spread out across the Oz map. Don't even care about New Year. When is the French? What time is it with you right now, Elizabeth? Like, how far is your region off midnight? Because you're about to get a glimpse into the future. 150. Oh, you're heaps far away. Oh, that's exciting. In about 5 minutes, Elizabeth gets a glimpse into what the future's going to be like. If anyone wants to send some lottery numbers back to her so she can get rich. Usually a bottom by and large. By and large. I got it. You dad joke. You snuck a dad joke in there. We have a lot of subs. I've noticed in the regulars that come by my chat. Sham is admitted to being a sub. Jay is admitted to being a sub. Genie's admitted to being a sub. I'm guessing Spatula Lemmy is a sub, considering his obsession with Plants vs. Zombies. Don't ask. I mean, I'm not, but maybe that's why there's so many subs in my chat. Is that a thing? We're all just a bunch of subs. You're all just a bunch of Jareds. That's what I'm going to call you. I'm also a subscriber. You did that like an infomercial. I'm not just the CEO of the company. I'm also a customer. Smiles cheesily while holding up the product. Only submissive sexually. Emotionally dominant. Oh, that's what I was referring to, essentially. Most of the time when people talk about sub-dom related issues, they're speaking purely about sexuality. A lot of people that are extreme subs, like BDS level subs in real life, are actually the opposite. For example, like, every guy you see going to a dominatrix tends to be like an older, fat, balding dude that's like the CEO of a major corporation that earns hundreds of $1,000s a year and is used to being the boss. And so when he gets his kicks, he goes to like some dominatrix mistress who puts a ball gag in his mouth and calls him a worm and steps on him with her high heels. And he can only respond to her with yes, mistress. Because sexually, we like to experience the opposite of what we're used to in life, I guess. We're so used to being in charge, the pressure of being the one, the alpha, that it's nice to let your hair down in a sexual context and just be the sub, you know what I mean? I think that's why that always happens. There's a lot of sub women that are the same. They're super submissive, like, in the bedroom. They like to be... they like to be called degraded things, slapped around, like, used, thrown about. Like, all those, like, you know, sexy sub things. But then in the real world, like, you know, they're a boss-ass bitch. They run their own business. They don't take bullshit from nobody. You never cross those things. Sex is a role play. You can be anything you want when you're in that environment. It's all just about the vibes, man. It's not reflective of who you are in the real world. Maybe I'm actually Dom. You're probably just Switch, Sham. I mean, like you said before, like you've spoken about your inexperience in the past. And one of the things about inexperience is that you might not entirely be sure about which side you lean. So for the meantime, you may as well consider yourself Switch. You're Dom from Gears of War? Didn't he die? We're in 2 minutes. We're almost there. You're a little bitch, Sham. Sham, if you get hard from Elizabeth calling you a little bitch, then you probably are sub. In reality, Jay is chaste. Just looking. He's well behaved. He's a well behaved Jay. Oh, by the way, in the adults only section of my Discord, there is now a new thread called Hi-Fi Sus. I was really proud of that name. And there's a couple of fan service art that I put in there. In case you find the characters from Hi-Fi Rush sexy. Just giving a warning that exists in case you want to go look at it, Sham. There's a couple of good Corsicas, a couple of good Peppermint, and a couple of good Wreckers in there. And if you come across something something naughty that's Hi-Fi Rush related, feel free to throw it in there. 45 seconds. 45 seconds, boys. You know what I realized I should have done? I should have queued up something that, like, some kind of music we can play as a celebratory midnight thing. Boo. Boo to me. I didn't do this. Oh shit, that was the ding! The sonic rings just went off. I forgot I had that set as a sound effect. I can hear fireworks out the window as well. Happy New Year's. Especially to Elizabeth, who is still stuck in 2023 like a peasant. Welcome from the future. It's quite a utopia here. We now have immortality. We've cured all disease. We miss you. From the social elite among us that gets to be in the future. We miss you guys back there in the past. 2023 is pretty disgusting. Yeah, there's a lot of explosions going out my window. You probably can't hear it because I've got a noise dampener on the mic. Do you want to go back to 2011? That's a big jump back. That's a huge... 2011? Holy shit. That's like over a decade back. Was that the sweet spot for you? Was that when things were at their best? It's nice to know the Earth still exists. Barely. Unfortunately, climate change got worse. The polar bears are extinct. The right-wingers still won't believe it's happening, even though half of them have already burned to death from the scorching, blazing intensity of the UV rays of the sun that are now cutting through the ozone, like a giant magnifying glass being held by a child over an anthill. Yeah, spooky. It's a crazy time to be alive, 2024. I know something I can... Where is it? It's on my computer somewhere. Wait. Let me just check something. There is... I just realized there's a little clip on my computer desktop. Oh, there it is. Oh, hell yeah. I found a clip I can play to celebrate the coming of the new year. Where is... okay. Blip. No, wait, blip. Do it this one. You ready? This is my 2024 celebration video.
I'm jacked to the tats!
That's it. Let's play it again.
I'm jacked to the tats!
Don't ask me why I have that on my desktop. The coming of the new year? Oh, you think I should have had like a graphic pop up on screen that said that with little explosions and stuff? I can make that. I'll remember that for next year. I'll make a little graphic in After Effects that I can play, a little special effect. Oh, that's right, Sham. You've got another hour, right? So you hit midnight closer to when I get to 1 a.m. Let's run Ryan Gosling one more time.
I'm jacked to the tats!
English must be so difficult to learn. Yeah, imagine a non-English speaker trying to, like, still learning what words mean, having to figure out what the hell jack to the tits means. Such a meme. Should I make that a channel point redeem at some point? Minx pointed me to some app software that I can use to make little channel point redeems for video clips. You know how people can make video clips or sound bites pop up on their stream? I know the software now that I need to use that if I want to put some of those in. I can make this one of my channel point redeems if anyone feels particularly jacked to the tits.
I'm jacked to the tats!
It's honestly the best Ryan Gosling line reading of all time. Bar none. Oh my god, you know what I should have done? Remember I don't know, you've got my Instagram, Sham. You probably noticed the other night I did a bunch of story posts of some of the best line readings in movies ever. Like really funny ones. I should have posted this one. How did I leave this behind?
I'm jacked. I'm jacked to the tits.
He's jacked to the tits. Those fireworks are going to keep going outside the window. They're not going to stop. You got your platinum for Resident Evil 5 at exactly 2 p.m., which was your new year. Did you just platinum like a moment ago? Wow. That is a fun coincidence. I'm going to take credit for that. I'm going to say that the joyous nature of our New Year celebration through my stream is what pushed you through and got you your platinum. I was the motivation to get you there. Which is it's a common W for me. I'm not averse for when it comes to providing the motivation women need to get themselves there, if you know what I'm saying. Heyo! Where's my rave horn? Wah wah wah. No, that's what we need. I need the what's it called? Air horn. I need an air horn channel point redeem. This. You. Whenever you make a bad sexual or egotistical joke, you gotta run the air horn. Yeah, boy. You know who's gonna channel point redeem that a lot? Guess who? Champ. The Birdman. Why aren't there more air horns in your raps, Sham? In your instrumentals? You need to put an air horn between like every bit of punctuation. Anytime there'd be a full stop or a comma between your verses, there needs to be an air horn sound effect for punctuation, for extra punctuation. God, I'm good at rap. I have such great ideas. Dope. Should I close this or keep... I'm going to keep that open. Because why not? My air horn. Are we doing rap? Are you doing rap? Aren't you rapping still? Or have you like... You run out of time to write and do raps because of how you used to do it in your car between shifts at McDonald's. But now you have like a 9-to-5 job. And when you get home from your job, you're probably exhausted. You're going to compile rap videos? What do you mean compile? Oh, okay, wait, that's right. Got my year in review for Xbox. Games played. Why does it say 93? I thought it was 92. What the hell? Interesting. Maybe I need to look into that. It seems to know about games that I don't. Anyway. I think it's time to do my 2023 tier list of every game I've played. Every single game I've played in 2023 on stream. Tier listed. S rank through D. Xbox gay, PlayStation better. You fangirling. Boo. I like them both. They're both awesome. Okay. I got the final number, by the way, if you're interested in knowing. Last year, 2022, I played 104 games on stream from January through December. This year, my 2023 number officially comes to a count of 92. So it's a little bit less than I pulled off in 2022. But 92 is still a pretty decent number. There they are. You know how long it takes to prepare this? I have to actually make all these images and put them in the system. And they all have to be like square like this. It's a little tiring to set this up. Game Pass is the best deal in gaming. It is that. It is. But you baited. Elizabeth is trying to bait you. I assume she was parroting because I don't think she gives a shit about consoles in general. All right. I'm gonna go pour a fresh coffee and do a quick wee break, and then we're gonna sift through this list. Look what's in here at the top: amnesia, 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 amnesia. There's 5 amnesias on this year's list. Guess what else is in this list, Sham? And I was actually kind of surprised because I didn't realize we played this all this year. All 3 Danganronpas are in this year's list. Which was shocking to me because it feels like I played Danganronpa 1 like 4 years ago. It feels like we did that so long ago. But apparently that was only January this year. So, to my surprise, all 3 Danganronpas were this year games. I didn't see that coming. If S tier is great, Dark Descent can't end up anywhere else. Yeah, it's a pretty sure bet. Tis a classic. Danganronpa 1 you think is B. Danganronpa 2 is A. And Danganronpa 3 is D. Wow, you really came down hard on Danganronpa 3. But you do have stronger feelings about Danganronpa in general than I do. Ghost Song should also be great, just for the music and then visuals, and then the dope enigmatic setting. I think that would place fairly high. Not sure if S or A. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna do that quick wee break and just refresh the coffee. I'll just be a couple of minutes, and then I'll get into this. Back soon. Why the hell is that still on screen? Go away, timer. We know it's 2024. We ain't stupid there. I think I might open my my New Year's 2024 bag of Twisties cheese flavor. Oh, that's the scent right there. Oh, you gotta scent the bag like a fine glass of wine. I'm getting notes of cheddar. Oh, this is traditional Twisties. Just straight up cheese. These are good. They're super cheesy. The problem with the cinnamon donut one are they smell like churros, which is a good flavor. We like churros. They don't really taste that much like churros. It's like 10% of a churro flavor. The rest is bland. If they were super churro, like intensely flavored, like these are cheesy, maybe that'd be different. Liz has figured out you're racist. It took her this long? Sham don't care enough for no black man. Stay off my farm. Okay. I just wanted a little bit of cheese there. I should probably also celebrate 2024 by taking another big bite out of the house. We're getting close to finishing the Kit Kat house. Dope. That's mixing in a very unfortunate way with the cheese. Twisties cheese does not go with white Kit Kat. This was a mistake. Okay. Do you like my New Year's vibe, by the way? I've got purple lighting with gold trim for the video frame. I felt like gold trim with a bit of purple lighting is a very nice decadent New Year's feel. I'm interior decorating. By interior, I mean the little box that I live in. Okay. It is time. I need more. I need the princess juice. What was my expression? One of disgust? Because I just had some cheese twisties, and a cheese biscuit does not mix well with white chocolate. It's two very competing flavors. It was kind of a mistake. Alright. That'll keep me buzzed so I can make decisions. Look at this list. Look at all this shit. Why'd you do it? Well, because there's a fucking Kit Kat house behind me. How can I not eat that? Look at it. Look at all that chocolate. Look at all that decadent chocolate. I gotta chew on that shit. You're flawless. You're immune to the allure of the chocolate house. The witch from Hansel and Gretel has got nothing on you. You will officially survive that fable. Okay, let's see. Where do we even start with this shit? There's so many. I suppose let's get Elizabeth down off the ledge and get the amnesias done first. So she knows whether to block me or not. Start with Lapid? You want to start with Lapid? Interesting choice. Okay, I'll start with Lapid, then I'll go to amnesia. It's between B and C. I know that you are calling for barely a game. That's a bit harsh. It is actually quite a good game in terms of its actual gameplay. Like the challenge level of those platforming puzzles was not Celeste quality, but it was in the wheelhouse. You either care for or do not care for the visual novel aspect, the story. I mean, that comes down to subjective. It was a bit much. It was a bit heavy on the visual novel side for a game that is mainly supposed to be about platforming. You were feeling B or C as well. The thing is, I'm more inclined to give it a B, which is the alright, because the game is alright. Like, I wouldn't say like good or great, but it's alright. Like, for a small indie game that was made by a passionate solo developer kind of team, and what they actually achieved with the gameplay itself, it's pretty good. It's decent. There's just some detracting elements. Like, there's nothing wrong with the story, it's just the visual novel stuff is very heavy for a game that is actually quite gameplay oriented. We were roasting it quite a bit, but because that's just how you make your own fun sometimes when, you know, you're dealing with some negatives. But yeah, like, I don't feel like it's easy to roast in the moment, but I don't think in retrospect it's worthy of hating for any reason. It's fine. For now I'm gonna give it a B for alright, because the word alright I think really does fit the game perfectly. I enjoyed the actual gameplay part of it more than a game that I would call meh, which is the C grade. One of the things that might knock it down to meh is some of the difficulty I had with some of the collectible and completionist stuff towards the end. Some of it was a bit jank and was broken, and it caused me some frustration with some of the things I wanted to actually do before I stopped playing it. But I'm just going to ignore that for now and not hold it against the game. Okay. Lapine, you got to be first. Not something I expected. Amnesia. Okay, let's do them in order. Obviously, Dark Descent is going to get an S rank because it's iconic. And even playing it today, for my first time ever, despite how dated it might be, it holds up. The boss fight that made you almost pass out from sweating so hard you could probably... yeah. But that's the kind of thing that causes me pain in the moment, but I actually... In retrospect, my memories of stuff like that is more positive. I do respect games that don't hold back from stepping on your balls a little bit. It's kind of that Dark Souls-y kind of thing, I guess. It's like, I might seem like I'm having a really bad time in the moment, but afterwards I'm like, I accept the fact that this game felt the need to beat me around the head a little bit. I deserved it. Little pussy boy gamer needs to get his ass kicked sometimes to stay on the straight and narrow. Me and you might diverge on our opinions on some of these other amnesias, though. Okay. Here's one that might be controversial from some other people, but I'm gonna S rank Rebirth. From a critical standpoint, there are plenty of people that won't agree with me on that. But from a personal bias, subjective standpoint, it might be the one that I enjoyed the most out of all of them. The Dark Descent was the most impressive for like what it means as a game for its era and what it achieved, and how well it holds together. But from me just enjoying a game standpoint, and being a more story and immersion focused person, the heavier emphasis on character and story in a kind of a cinematic way, which was more of a thing in Rebirth than any of the other games, and I think I just really enjoyed that aspect of it. I know there are some very specific things that you didn't like about Rebirth, like the main character and her chattiness really pulls you out of it. I remember you talking about that. But yeah, it's one of the only amnesias that tried to make it feel more movie-like in terms of the progression of its narrative and its moment-to-moment adventure. It's more of an adventure than the other games. Like, for example, Amnesia Dark Descent is quite adventurous, but it's adventure constrained within the walls of the castle, which is fair enough for the time and place the game, you know, comes from. But like, the fact that you start in that plane wreck and get to explore the desert a bit, caves, and you really go places in Rebirth, which we don't do in almost any other Amnesia. Salem is a bitch. Yeah, we love... Well, that's the thing. It's like, Salem is a bitch, but it kind of made the game better that we were able to roast on Salem all the time. Like, it's just enjoyable. Okay, it's gonna get tricky now. Those are the only two Amnesias that I'm gonna allow in the S rank. We gotta go down from here. I'm struggling with Justine a little bit. Because Justine is kind of the weakest offering here. Because it's kind of like basically DLC for the first game. And it's very small. But it was gameplay-wise, it was trying to do something very simple and specific. And it did do it. It's just there's not much to it. And there's not much to really, like, harp on about, really. See, that's the thing. Like, Justine does seem like it belongs in Meh. But I have a little bit of respect for the concept. The idea of you being put in a situation where you have to make decisions for other characters moralistically that affects the ending. It feels like a really tiny hour-long experiment. Like game design experiment. Do you allow all these three characters and these three different set pieces to die to make your escape easier? Or do you do extra puzzle stuff to ensure their survival because you're a good person, but make your life harder? That's kind of cool. It's just that the amount of game Justine is attempting to give you is very meh. It's just the concept, I think, is slightly better than the meh. And that's why I'm struggling. They were too hard? Oh, okay. I mean, I handled it just fine, but I guess that comes down to the individual person. Like, there's not much else to the game, so if the puzzles fucked you around a bit and made it not fun, then there's nothing else in the game to actually salvage it. And that's unfortunate. You know what? I'm gonna concede to you on this one. I'm gonna give it a meh. Because I feel like the only thing keeping it out of trash, like a completely pointless 40-minute exercise, is the fact that the concept is cool, and they did achieve it. So, I'll give them a C just for that alone. The story confused me. Oh, I thought this, I mean, just like with the concept, I thought the story was a cool idea. It just doesn't amount to much. And it does have connections to characters from the other games, if you read the notes. And if you get the Easter egg in the final cutscene. So there's interesting stuff there. But it is also easy to miss in a game that's like 30 to 40 minutes long, which is kind of crazy. Okay. So we've got a meh. I'm gonna go to the bunker, and I'm gonna give the bunker an A. I'm gonna put that in good. The mechanics of the bunker are good. The graphics are good. Concept is cool. I don't particularly like the procedural, almost roguelike-y nature of the game's design compared to something like Rebirth of Dark Descent. It's... If they make more Amnesia games, I don't really want them to do more games in the style of the bunker. I think the bunker is a cool experiment, and they did succeed at it. It was one of the scarier ones, also. Just behind Dark Descent, maybe. In fact, bunker is probably scarier than Rebirth. It's just scary is not one of my criteria for quality. I don't really care whether I'm scared or not. You suspect you put it in alright, personally? Yeah, see, I was almost struggling with the A and B. It was either good or alright. But the thing is, like... Personally, I don't really vibe with the game structure or the style of game they were making with that one. The experiment, as it were. It's not really what I want from further Amnesia games. But I do really respect what they pulled off with it. Because it works, and it's cool, and it looks great, and it actually is really scary, and it, like I said, it's actually scarier than my S rank option, my choice, my Rebirth. It's just that I really like constructed experiences. I like it when a developer creates an exact experience for you to experience in one specific way, and then you do, and it's like, okay, I get you. I get what you were trying to achieve, and I felt it. The Bunker isn't really that. The Bunker is more of an open-ended procedural thing where it's a game you're supposed to replay multiple times because the order that you do things and the behavior of the creature changes completely because it's all AI driven. And that's cool, but I don't like that more than the traditional linear designed narrative stuff. But some people are going to rate the Bunker higher than me because I think a lot of gamers, they like the idea of procedural. You can play it many times and it's always different because that adds value for money. The longevity of the Bunker benefits from that greatly. But it's not one of my criteria, so I can't really do better than that. But I'm gonna give it an A for just what they achieved. It's just not really my thing. If I were to choose what I want. Didn't need to be Amnesia. Yeah, it definitely didn't. It is very onto its own. There are references to... there's a couple of references to the events and the characters of Dark Descent. If you're one of those people like me that reads all the notes. Which is cute, but... And the country it takes place in is like on the border of that place. I think that was a thing. But yeah. It's actually kind of hard. Machine for Pigs. Obviously, it's not getting S rank. Machine for Pigs... This is a tricky one. I really liked it. But how much did I like it? Because I have to concede a little bit to the fans who didn't like the fact that it stripped away gameplay from Amnesia Dark Descent. A lot of the features of Dark Descent that made it interesting were excised just for a completely linear story-driven approach. Like the lantern is immortal, essentially. Like there's no batteries for the flashlight, there's no oil for the lantern. There's a lot less Amnesia in Machine for Pigs. It's like, Machine for Pigs feels like the game that would have come before Dark Descent. And then a game like Dark Descent would have added more ideas and features on top of it. But for some reason it went backwards. Alright, the general consensus. C grade. No, I mean B grade. I mean, that sounds about right. I'm leaning there at the moment. I feel like I do like it better than the fan base just because, like I said before, I'm so much more leaning towards games that are about linear story and immersion that the lack of features that were ripped out of Dark Descent and Machine for Pigs didn't really annoy me. I was happy just to follow along with the plot and have like less gameplay. But I'm also the kind of person who plays walking simulators and likes them. Even though some people think those games have no gameplay at all. You just move from one room to another and just see story happen. But I'm cool with that if the story's good. But like, I'm going to concede with the general consensus again though, because I think maybe the B grade, the alright, is probably a nice medium for Machine for Pigs. It is interesting how much of a wide margin we've got of Amnesia games, from all the way from C to S. Dark Descent and Rebirth at the top, Bunker in A, Machine for Pigs in B, and then Justine in C. And they've never made a bad one, as far as I'm concerned. Like, C is meh, but like, they've never made a game that's bad, or just like straight trash. Have it good if you enjoyed it with less features. No, I think alright's fine. Because I think it's got one of the more chilling themes. Like, what the story's about, and the brutality, the nihilistic ickiness of what it's saying about humanity, I think was pretty solid. It's just that they achieved the telling of that story in the most bare bones way possible when they already had a template with the previous Amnesia to have more gameplay in there. So I don't want to give them too much kudos for essentially like phoning it in a bit, but it does actually, the story and its vibe does save it greatly for me. London theme do be a vibe. That particular period of London is gross. Like, isn't it the same kind of time period that you'd normally see like Jack the Ripper and stuff depicted in? I don't remember what the year was. 1800 something? It's got this, yeah, it's got this very poorly, it's got this very sickly old London vibe that is just, it's a hell of a vibe. Setting horror games in 18th century London is just an instant win, really. Okay. I'm gonna thin the herd. Amnesia, it was turn of the century, 1899, New Year's Eve. Yeah, all the games seem to take place just before the 1800s or just after it. Just into the new year. Because wasn't Rebirth... One of them was before. I think Rebirth was before Machine for Pigs, if you look at the timeline. I don't know, I'm actually confused now. Can you imagine walking down the street in London and having the contents of someone's chamber pot spilled on your head? Yeah, see, it's fucked up. See, that's why, beyond a certain point in history, that's why they used to have to deal with plagues and shit. It's because people would just, like, throw their poo-poo in the street. There's no way to, like, flush your business. It's just nothing but, like, piss, shit, and people's semen just thrown onto the asphalt. It was in the middle of the two? Okay, fair enough. I can thin the herd here by doing a couple of obvious ones, alright? Like, ones where there is no argument to be made. There's only one place that I can put them. Where was it? Okay. Where was it? Oh, this bullshit. Okay. Semen I wouldn't mind so much. I mean, until you're slipping around in it and then you crack your skull on the cobblestone and then you have to have someone actually chisel died from slipping on cum on your tombstone, which is really embarrassing. At least dying from choking on it is kind of cool. Like, if you saw that tombstone, you'd be like, damn, they were living their lives to the fullest. Yeah, you go. You go, good thing. Yeah, here it is. The Kid Leroy event in Fortnite is something that I attended. And I'm going to put that in barely a game. Right down the bottom. I wanted to get that out of the way. Just so we can talk about it less. 1800s London is dope. Heart of industry, dirty machines, hot steam, sex in the coal room. What erotic adult, 18th century erotic adult novels have you been reading? Is this one of those ones where Flavia with the long blonde hair as a woman, like in a long flowing white dress, like bent over some London machinery? Fresh off a pirate ship. Hey Sham, what'd you miss? We started the list. Let me catch you up real quick. We've got Amnesia the Dark Descent and Amnesia Rebirth, both in S rank. Great. We've got Amnesia the Bunker in A rank. Good. We've got Amnesia Machine for Pigs and Lapin, the bunny game that's like Celeste, in B grade. Alright. And we've got Amnesia Justine in the C grade. Meh. And right down the bottom in the barely a game category, I've got the Kid Leroy event in Fortnite. Why is Bunker only A? Bias. I'm a big fan of linear, story-driven, more adventurous games. And the Bunker was subjected to one map with a procedurally generated creature, which is not really the style of Amnesia game that I like. I really like Dark Descent and Rebirth's more story-focused linear design. But what they did with the Bunker was really good. Like, I was impressed. It's probably the scariest one out of all of them, if I had to rank them by scariness. But in terms of, like, the type of games I like, I couldn't put that one in S rank because it's just not what I prefer from an Amnesia experience. I want a more constructed, story-driven kind of thing. Do you like Isolation or Bunker more? Isolation, because Isolation is a more linear, story-driven experience where there just happens to be an AI-driven alien that can pop up anytime. The Bunker's entire game design is almost like a roguelike. You've only got one map where you can go almost anywhere from the beginning, and you have a set number of objectives to complete. And the way things, the order that you do things, and the trouble you run into is completely procedurally randomized. So it does add a lot of replay value for people who like that, but I'm not a big fan of that. I just think it's cool that they pulled it off as well as they did, and it's worthy of a high rank. It's just not my favorite kind of thing. Like, I want a fully developer-driven experience. I want it all laid out in a specific way. You missed my 1800 Steam erotica? Now that you've said that, he's going to scroll back. So yeah, in case anyone is wondering about the Balia game, you know how they have collab concerts in Fortnite that are like these cool little art pieces they sometimes do? They did one for Kid Laroi, which is a young hip-hop artist that I don't even know anything about. I barely know who the fuck this is. And I went and checked it out, and it was okay, but it was pretty lame compared to Ariana Grande's and the first one they did. Whatever that rapper's name was that I always forget. And it really is just you wandering around watching a art piece concert. So I put that in barely a game. Are you gonna write your own erotica? Awesome. I'll read it out on stream. We'll do a whole night of it. I'll do like a reading. I'll put all my best voices and everything. Alright, what next? Okay. I'm gonna drop one more title in the barely a game category, but I don't want you to take this negatively. Because I don't actually think poorly of this, but I kind of need to put it in barely a game because it is kind of just a toy. There is no real purpose to it. And that's Townscaper. I feel bad having that next to the Kid Laroi Fortnite concert, but Townscaper is a cool little gimmick. It's fun to poke around at, but it is an interactive toy, like fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. There's nothing really to do. There's no objective or purpose. So I'm putting that as a positive barely a game. I don't even know what it is. I don't think you were there for that one. I did place a bunch of buildings so that when you look at my city top down, it spelt out send nudes. That was probably the highlight of that stream. But yeah, it's kind of a procedural city builder interactive toy. Like, you place down architecture, and the relation of things in conjunction with each other automatically creates structures. So depending on what you put next to what, and how high you make it, and what patterns you place them in, it'll automatically generate different styles of buildings or architecture that make sense for your placement. So it's kind of fascinating, but I feel like it's barely a game. But let's just say Townscaper is my positive barely a game, and Kid Laroi's Wild Dreams is my negative barely a game. And that's that whole category now. I don't think anything else is going to end up in that category. Do Ghost Song? I thought that would be about a C tier for Sham. Sham's actually the reason I played Ghost Song. He started playing it. He said he recommended it to me, but then shortly after he fell off the game and kind of stopped enjoying it. He didn't get through like maybe 1/3 of it. I think it was about a third. I liked it though. I liked it a lot better than Sham did. But I don't think I like it quite as much as Elizabeth did. Only maybe just slightly below. So I'm going to give Ghost Song an A next to Bunker. It just falls short of S tier for me. There are, like Sham said, there are some slight imperfections and annoyances and things with the game design that I would have done differently as a Metroidvania, but none of it that's detrimental to me enjoying it. Like, I did find it a very interesting and very fun game. It had great music. I loved the visual style of it. All mostly positive things, but not quite like my best of the year level stuff, I think. I tend to treat S rank a little bit like my personal bias choices. Like, it has to be stuff that's like I'm crazy about, whereas anything that's just not like I'm just straight nuts for as on a personal level is usually straight to A. Hey Roy Regis, someone explain what's going on. I'm tier listing every single game I played in 2023, of which there are 92. So we're going through a few. What did we just place? Ghost Song. Hey, okay. Wait, let me see if I can make this bigger for y'all. I think if I... Oh, I can. Cool. Is that better? I know my screen's going to cover some stuff, but I can't really do much about that. I'll try to favor putting stuff at the top of the screen so I don't cover things too much. Didn't see the problem with the controls. Not really sure what either of you mean. I don't really have that much of a control issue. Not like what Sham's saying. It didn't really bother me that much. There are some ways the game's structured that I would have maybe done a bit differently. Just for... Like, it's not quite as clean and solid as something like Hollow Knight when it comes to Metroidvania design, but it's pretty close. I'd put it pretty high up there. It just falls short of my S tier. Where's another easy one I can grab? Hang on. Oh, here's an easy one I can grab. Where is it? Hi-Fi Rush, that we just played this week. Fucking easy S tier. Hell yes. Like I said, S rank is gonna have a bunch of bias games for me. That you might not agree with all of them, but if I'm crazy enough about it, I can't really put it anywhere else. S tier for Peppermint's Thighs? Yeah, sure, okay. I do like the torn stocking look. Very punk. It's kind of funny looking at the tier list right now and just seeing two Amnesia games next to Hi-Fi Rush. Those are very different experiences. Super weird. Would be A for me. Yeah, you seem to come around on it a little bit. Like, you weren't too into it at first, but from sticking around and seeing the ending, you warmed up a little bit. Yeah, Chai brought it down a little bit for you. Also, it could have used a larger harem. I think my team could have used more females. Like, maybe if we didn't murder Mimosa, she could have joined the team. That would have been cool. She comes around frequently. Hey-oh! Wait, wait, Sham's gonna get an air horn for that. There you go. Jay's going to bed. Good night, Jay. I'll have to catch you up on the Pornhub statistics we're going to look at later. At some point after I'm done with this tier list, I'm going to look at the yearly 2023 stats from Pornhub and see what the world was into this year. It's a very robust list. It's very long and has lots of information in it. It's super interesting. And to argue about the porn genres again. Yeah, there were some weird arguments that was generated by looking at that. I'm not really sure why. I can't remember, but yeah, whatever. Okay. Hi-Fi Rush was an easy one. Let's see another easy one. Let me see if I can grab an S rank out of here. I assume it'll just be incest again. Oh, it'll be in there somewhere because the stepbro stepsis thing is an ongoing meme. I feel like the meme keeps that alive though. I don't know if people are really into the porn as much as they say. I think it's just memeing. We'll see. We'll get there. Ah, okay. I've spotted an S rank that I can rip out. You ready? Amori. S rank. Boom. Splish. It's too bad Brax isn't here, because Brax would back me up on that. Also, what was her name? Peaches? She's in our Discord. Brax and Peaches. I hope I got the right name. Hang on. I think it's Brax, Peaches, and Bumdeck. No, not Peaches, Pearl. Pearl, Brax, and Bumdeck joined us on the Amori stream, and they've been around ever since. We haven't seen them on in the chat for a little bit, but they're still kicking around Discord and stuff. You were saying creep eyes were vanilla and boring. I do remember saying that, and yes, I agree. I don't give a shit about cream pies. I don't know why people think those are so hot. It's basically the most default sex thing you can do. It's what you do to make a baby, and nobody wants children. Fuck a child. No, wait. Phrasing. Fuck having children. Load up any porn website and that's all you see. Yeah, I feel like it's being furthered by the meme though. Like, I don't know if people would be into it as much if it wasn't such a hot meme. Like, and people are just thinking they're more into it than they really are. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Become a woman, you'll understand why cream pies are glorious. I'm sure Jay could also tell us, but he went to bed. Liz is team cream pie. I think most people were team cream pie, weren't they? I think I was one of the outliers. I'm just really not. Like, you know what I noticed about, what do you call hentai mangas on the internet? Is it called doujinshi? The last couple of times I looked at a few of those, I noticed that, like, manga hentai artists that, like, draw those little black and white mangas, erotic mangas, they love cream pies, man, a lot. It constantly happens. And in the most unrealistic ways. Like, everyone's getting cream pied and no one's getting pregnant. And yet no one's on birth control or using it. Like, it's in a magical realm where that stuff doesn't even, like, happen. And it just annoys me. Like, I hate it. It really takes me out of it. Like, there's so many faces and titties and mouths and bums you could be using. Gotta go for the boring one. This got really edgy a bit too early. We need to focus on the tier list, I think. The fact that the dude, it's so enjoyable that the dude can't stop himself from nutting. No, but that's not hot. That's a nightmare in real life. I mean, I know you can't relate to that, Sham, but it's a really scary moment where you're like, oh shit, I'm so close and I can't stop. And I don't want to go, I don't want to, you know, do the thing and possibly, like, knock somebody up. Like, I don't find that moment hot at all. It's mortifying. You gotta start pinching your thigh or thinking about baseball and trying to, like, save yourself from it. It's extremely concerning. You've noticed it from 2015? That early? I couldn't remember when it started, to be honest. Most ends of the dude nutting on their face, and I don't like that. I like that. I'm happy with just like a montage of that stuff. That gets me there. It's messy, and I can't imagine getting that in your eye. You're not supposed to. You're not on the wrong side of that equation, Sham. I think you are, Sub. Because the Dom mentality doesn't worry about what the other person has to deal with and feel bad for them. That's not how you Dom. You have empathy? Yeah, you're definitely a Sub. Not allowed to have empathy when you're Domming, Sham. You're you're meant to use them. You're meant to use them like a sex toy. Throw them around. This is what's happening to you, and you don't have a say in it. Backhand. No, maybe not the backhand. It depends on who you're with. That's optional. Elizabeth's into it. You get to have a sexy bloodshot eye. You get to walk around the grocery store and wonder if anybody knows what you've been up to. You root for the mattress actresses. A lot of mattress actresses do do like a facial though. They do get very turned on by it. It seems like a very dude thing, but like a much larger contingent of women are also very into the facial thing than you'd think. I don't even know if I've ever hooked up with a girl that hated it. Like, a lot of the time I'm not even trying to do that, and they'll suggest it first. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm there. I am into that. Thank you for offering. Here I come. Literally. Sham does like the incest stuff. Get your sexist when you're heavily sleep deprived. Hey, it can be a look. It really depends on the person, though. You only prefer it because no birth control. Not worrying about being preggers. Same with anal. And all the above. Yeah, we need to get back to the list. We're getting too distracted. This is a conversation for later. What did I put in? Amori. Easy and automatic S rank. Amori cannot be anywhere else in the list. That is a game that rips your heart out in its very surprising and very tragic and very dark ending, which takes you very by surprise considering how wholesome the rest of the package is. So Amori was never going to get anything less than an S rank. So that's solid. That's locked in. I'll give that a C as well. Amori, blasphemy. Fucking blasphemy. Needed more action? Needed less action. Oh, actually, speaking of, you've given me an idea for a ranking, Sham. I didn't see that one. I had cum in my eyes. That was way before your time, Elizabeth. Speaking of Sham saying needed more action. Let me just get one out of the way that we're going to disagree on, that I know me and Sham are going to disagree on right now. Hellblade. Senua's Sacrifice. I initially thought this was going to be an S rank, but I'm actually going to only just barely bump it down to an A. And it's for the opposite reason of what Sham just said. I don't think Hellblade needed action. I feel like when the action scenes kicked in and I had to sword fight dudes, it felt like moments when the game felt like it needed to pretend to be a game for a bit before it went back to telling its story. Those must have been the days. There've been a lot of interesting days. The environment on Twitch changes drastically over the months. Some people disappear, new people appear, different what's the word? Different vibes occur, you know. It's interesting. I agree with Sean on this one. Yeah, like, I feel like Hellblade is all the makings of an S-rank game. But in its simplicity, which is a plus, generally, I feel like there are elements of it that are a little stretched. It's not even a very long game, but to be honest, like, I feel like there were parts of it that were purposely trying to be more gamey where it didn't need to be. I agree too. A is fair. I feel like we all agree on A, but I feel like you and I, Sham, would have our reasonings flipped. I remember you saying that you weren't really feeling the puzzle stuff much. Like, I think you fell off the game initially because of the puzzle stuff, and you would have preferred it if it was more about the sword fighting the demons. So I'm like the reverse on that. Like, the sword fighting the demon stuff is fine. Like, the mechanic is solid. I just felt after a couple of those, I was like, well, it's not a mechanic that evolves. The sword fighting is the same from the start to the very end. There's no different weapons. There's no different tactics, really. And it just feels like, because of the style of the game and the topic, you know, with the barbarian, Celtic Viking chick, whatever she's meant to be, a pick, I think they're called. I think they felt the need to create some combat gameplay and then excuse it with the whole she's fighting her demons thing. I just, like, it felt too much like a video game in the second half anytime I had to get into a fight, because it was always the same thing. Like, it was just there to drag it out a bit. Oh, you were gonna knock it to B tier because of the puzzles. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so that is a very close S though. Like Hellblade is like right on the line of S. It's the closest to S that any A rank is going to get, I feel. It's just that there's definite room for improvement in the sequel there. I feel like the new one that's coming out soon, there's a good chance that that one might be able to pull an S. You reckon it'll... Yeah, see, I feel the same way. From what I've seen of the trailers for that game, and with how much time they've had to refine their formula since the first one came out, because it was like, what, 2015 or something crazy? There's a lot of room for improvement there, but it's already so good. Okay, let's do one that I know we're gonna agree on 100%. In fact, this is not one, this is a couple. Paw Patrol Saves Adventure Bay, the Paw Patrol superhero game. D. Trash. Paw Patrol Adventure City Calls. D. Fresh. Paw Patrol Grand Prix, the Mario Kart knockoff. D. Trash. So there we go. I knew you would agree with that one, Chef. You were not a fan of Paw Patrol Week. Although a couple of people were. In fact, Brax was a big fan of Paw Patrol Week. He was there for like the whole thing. Alright. Paw Patrols are locked in. I got another one for you. The League of Super Pets. DC's The League of Super Pets. The Adventures of Crypto and Ace. D. Brax has been misguided. Drax likes watching people play bad games on Twitch. It's common. I mean, I like doing the same thing. S. Okay, no. Don't you fuck with me on this. You know what's funny as well? Same company. It's something called like OG Softworks, but their logo appears on the front of every one of these kids' games. The DC Super Pets game, all the Paw Patrols, that Race with Ryan game I played last year, same company. There was another kids game I played last year as well, and that was also them. I forget what the other one was. Amari S tier is absolutely perfect. Yes, agreed. That was an easy one. If someone tried to argue with me that had to be lower than S, I just wouldn't even listen. In fact, Sham tried. What did Sham say? C? You motherfucker. Bannable offense. Do potion craft? Oh, okay. Fuck. The thing that's tricky about games like Potion Craft is that I have biases that I have to account for. You think it's meh? Yeah, see, Potion Craft is a meh Twitch game. It's not a very lively game to watch someone play on Twitch. That's 100% fair. I would give it a meh for the experience of streaming. But from my personal, like, OCD, strangely satisfying gaming compulsions, I'm gonna give this a B in alright. Because I was really engaged by experimenting and creating alchemic recipes. It's the kind of thing that I can get obsessive over and really enjoy the process. Kind of in the same way that you enjoyed something like Power Wash Simulator. So there's a slight bias there. So you might feel free to consider Potion Craft a C, a meh, unless you share my bias for certain things like this being like strangely satisfying, in which case it's a B for me. You were too busy, wasn't there for it? Yeah, that's fair. Like I said, that's an easy one to miss when it comes to streaming because it's not very engaging to watch someone play a game like that. It's better for the person playing it that likes to tinker with things like that. You've got another S tier, probably A. I'd like to hear it. Midnight Fight Express. Oh. Oh, fuck. I don't know, Sham. I'm close. I'm somewhere between A and S. I don't know if I can go S on Midnight Fight. I can totally see someone considering it an S rank. It is quality, and it is very fun and very stylish. It's not perfect though. There's some things about it that annoyed me, but I generally got over it and enjoyed it for the stuff that it was fun for. Yeah, it's not really a game about story, so I wouldn't dock it for that. And it was made by one dude, which is super impressive. I might come back to this one, but for the meantime, let me slot Midnight Fight into an A. It's a definite good. Because I can see, with how good Hellblade was, but just falling short of S, I can see Hellblade and Midnight Fight being like in a similar range for me. Because it really is on the cusp of being S, but that's just like... It needs to like give you a little bit more of that oomph in a more biased, you know, Sean obsession way. Like being able to pick up a gun and one-tap enemies. Yeah, my favorite thing to do was to go John Wick on people by getting a pistol. You give them a one-tap, just to basically stun them, and then you do the gun close range takedown, where he does like the full, like, John Wick takedown animation. So it's always one-tap, fatality, one-tap, fatality. I think it always takes just a single bullet to stumble them into fatality mode, and then you just go in for the close range animation. Perfect. If you go quickly from dude to dude, just like tap, do, tap, fatality, like it just looks and feels so sick. So yeah, I'm happy to have that really high, but I'm struggling between the S and the A, so I'm gonna leave it an A for now. What were you saying? Gungrave Gore? Yeah, Gungrave Gore. You know what? Gungrave Gore is gonna be a pretty low on the list contender, because it's not very good. But I'm going to be kind today. I'm going to give Gungrave Gore a C. I'm going to give it a meh. Gungrave Gore, you know how I was saying that Midnight Fight Express and Hellblade are literally on the line, on the cusp of being S rank? Gungrave Gore is the same, but it's on the line, on the cusp of being trash. It's right above D. It's so fucking, it's like, if I was in a fouler mood tonight, I would have D'd this for sure. I'm gonna be a little kind. I'm gonna say meh. C tier. Yeah, I'll land on C. So, I think the way I'm gonna justify the C tier, the meh tier instead of the trash tier, is it's not a very good game, but if you get over the basic bullshit of what it isn't unfun to just walk it around in a straight line holding down a button and just watching a whole bunch of people explode. There is at least a little bit to be said for the cathartic thrill of just playing a hold down a button and watch yourself win in the most gory fashion. That's a very 12-year-old kind of impulse to have about something, but I feel like that should at least give it a meh as opposed to a trash. Because the games in trash are fairly devoid of any enjoyment, whereas there's a tiny bit of enjoyment to be had in just being a walking, unstoppable tank, even if there's like barely any gameplay to that. So that's going to be one of the kinder ones I dole out tonight. Because that could have easily been a trash. Oh, I've spotted another trash, by the way. Here's an easy trash. Last Kids on Earth. That's going in D. Trash. What's the full name of this shit? The something of Doom? Okay, wait. The Last Kids on Earth. And the Staff of Doom. That's what it's called. Sorry, the thumbnail's too small to read it. I hated that experience in a different way. Actually, you know what? I'm going to actually put this up front. Right at the beginning. Because out of every game on this list, I think The Last Kids on Earth and The Staff of Doom was the worst one I played. I liked the look of it for a kid's game. It looked like it was open world isometric zombie action with crafting weapons or whatever. It was so dull. Like, I was aggressively getting pissed off while playing it and wishing it would end. So if I had to put a number 1D, a number 1 trash game, it's going to Last Kids on Earth. Nothing on this list is going to beat that. Trash. Trust the Avengers in D tier while you're at it. Oh. You're gonna hate me, Sham. Let's take care of this now so we get out of the way, because I'm gonna get roasted for this. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna put... Ah, fuck. I'm gonna put this in alright. I'm gonna put this in B. I feel bad. I feel embarrassed. But I kind of just enjoyed playing it. I can see all the reasons why it's not good and why it got trashed and what people roast it for. But there wasn't many points during that experience where I wasn't having a good time. You've lost your gamer license. Yeah, I accept that. I'm not going to fight that one. If people want to call my taste trash for giving that game as much leeway as I'm giving it, that's fair. It is. I am very embarrassed by that choice, but I have to be fair. Like, a B rank is an alright rank, and I was like, as far as my enjoyment of what I played of that, I was having an alright time. It was almost a good time. Like, playing as like Captain America and doing like fist-to-fist takedowns and wanging the shield off people, like, it's pretty fun. Flying around as Iron Man, it's pretty fun. The gunplay of Bucky and Black Widow, pretty fun. I don't like the whole looter-shooter gameplay system with the more procedural maps. I like the parts where we were like sticking to the story missions, but whatever. It is what it is. Should I redeem myself real quick? Where is it? Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm giving that an S rank. That was a very enjoyable experience. I loved every second of that. I think a lot of people would put that in A, but I'm bumping it to S because there wasn't a single second of that where I wasn't just having a really good time. Like, that was one of those grinning ear to ear kind of games. And it keeps on evolving. Like, every level is like a different place with a different look, with a different objective, with constant banter between the Guardians, evolving character arcs, constantly funny. Open areas where you get to wander around and like engage in Marvel Easter eggs. Like when you're on the Nowhere Head planet. Liz is judging me for liking Stepsis porn. Really? I sure am. I wouldn't say I like it, I'm fine with it, because my thing with porn is that even the more edgy concepts like the weird incest stuff, at the end of the day, it's just porn. It like means nothing. They're all pretending. It's not real. They're all fucking actors. So it's not like I'm buying it anyway. They're just doing some stupid roleplay where they're pretending they're step siblings. So I'm just like, whatever, I don't care. As long as someone's sucking on something, like, I'm down. I'm not going to seek it out. Like, I don't care what they're roleplaying. Just like, give me some story context and then someone do somebody. The psychology of it, liking it is weird. No, that's fair. Like, I get that the psychology, but that's the thing. There's a lot of things in sex that have weird psychology. For example, the obsession with youth in male sexual attraction. Like, schoolgirl outfits and cheerleaders are a very sexy thing to do. But there's something very pedophilic about it, because it's like, why are so many feminine sexual styles designed around extreme youth? What is with the schoolgirl thing? Like, I agree, like, the schoolgirl aesthetic is hot. When you see, like, the skirt and the little button top and the pigtails, I get turned on, but, like, at the same time, when I try to intellectualize it, I feel awkward about it, because I'm like, it doesn't feel like I should be into that, because it, like, what is that promoting? Like, why are we being told that we're supposed to find this sexy? He was messaging me in whispers talking about... Oh, that's fine. I know. I assumed. I'm just saying, like, I'm more easygoing about stuff like porn categories, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter why they're fucking or what they're pretending the psychology is. it's still all a bunch of bullshit just to get people to rub their pissers together. Sorry for describing it in such a low-grade way. I do still prefer to have story context, though. Like, when I click on a clip and 2 people are just going for it, I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, fine. But if they got a little story context at the start, like someone comes over to someone's house and they're having a little bit of dialogue to lead into it, I'm like, hell yeah, that's hot. I want context, man. I want to see how they actually got to doing this. You offended that Liz called me retarded? Oh, the R word. I shouldn't be saying that on... I shouldn't be reading that out loud on stream. That's a cancelable word. What were we doing? I got confused. Yeah, I'm biasing Guardians right at the top, S rank. That's what we're talking about. Okay, good. Same page. Same page. All right. What are we doing? Oh, wait. Liz mentioned something a moment ago. You played Cluster Truck. Yes, I did. Let's do Cluster Truck. Cluster Truck is getting an A rank. That's getting a good. That is a very fun game. What did Sham say? B. Were you there for my Cluster Truck playthrough, Sham? Can we get a porn genre tier list? Well, not today. There's no time for that, but that's a pretty fun idea for another day, for another stream. You got frustrated playing it? Yes, I did. There were bits in Cluster Truck where I was losing my goddamn mind. Especially towards the end. The boss battle, where you had to, like, Cluster Truck your way up some giant fucking construction. I was going insane. I thought I was going to actually fold inside out and disappear from existence. I was about to, like, Shadow Realm myself. You felt awkward? You know what's funny, though? Everyone else that was in the stream that day, I think that was their favorite part. I think the more insane I was going with anger at the game, the more other people in the chat were enjoying it. I'm pretty sure Tenna was there and was, like, egging it on. Tenna was enjoying every single second of my pain. 100%. But I have to give Cluster Truck an A. Like, I respect its moxie for making me want to kill myself, but it is a very cool concept and it is very fun. There were moments early in the game, around the mid-tier levels, where the stuff you can pull off, the high-speed Cluster Truck parkour, gets very thrilling. Like, sometimes you nail, like, a whole sequence in, like, a perfect, like, rhythmic sprint, and it just, you watch the replay, and it's just the dopest thing ever. Sam messaged me, you won't pretend to be my sister. Uh-oh. I'll pretend to be your sister, Sham. So that's Cluster Truck. What else we got? Let's... Let's think. Any easy bottom or top of the lists? S ranks and D ranks are pretty easy. Oh. One of the only games I didn't actually play on stream this year, but I did try playing it for a bit. Marvel Snap. I've got that on my tier list. I gotta put that in C. That's a meh for me. A lot of people seem to really like that Marvel Snap game, but the more I tried to get into it, the more that genre was just boring me. I really appreciated the art, the really fancy, high-end, A-tier production value art of the Marvel characters they were putting on those cards and the way they animate were really cool. But that's the only thing I liked. I didn't enjoy playing that game at all. So that's a big meh. The art is enough to keep it out of trash. But yeah. Oh, Genie is here. I didn't even realize. Did you get my Pirates of the Caribbean reference, Sham? Oh, even I didn't. Oh, the spend eternity on this ship. That's the one. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we got Marvel Snap out of the way. Cool. Any others I can get out of the way? Any easy S ranks or easy D ranks? Yes. Cocoon. I loved Cocoon. That was an experience. That's getting an S rank. Very short game. That was a fairly short stream getting through that. What was that, like 4 hours? 4 to 5 hours? Really dug it. Very clever game. Impressed. You get to be S rank. Na 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 na. Cocoon looks fun. It is. Even though I'm giving it S rank, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to you, Sham, just because, like, the main draw card of Cocoon is how convoluted the style of puzzle solving is. The way that it's recursive puzzle solving. You have to embed universes within inside universes to, like, create this Rube Goldberg machine of puzzle solving, and I feel like it would annoy you. But it is very cool if you like that kind of stuff. I don't even know how you design a game like that. Are you assuming I can't solve puzzles? Yes. I mean, you've pretty much told me that. You've mentioned time and time again how much you hate puzzles in games. I don't have to assume anything. You've told me what I need to know. So yeah, Cocoon's an easy S rank. For me, personally. ADHD mind, that's fair. You do have to... puzzle solving generally requires you to focus on a very specific thing. Which is hard for ADHD people. Don't feel comfortable live stream. While I've been doing my tier list, that's been like a random convo that's been going on in the background for a while, actually. Okay. I'm gonna give Texas Chainsaw Massacre a meh. I'm gonna drop that in C. To be fair, I'm not a really big fan of the genre of these asymmetrical multiplayer horror games like the Evil Dead game and Dead by Daylight and all this shit. Texas Chainsaw is a pretty decent attempt at it. When I tried it, I was like, this is well made. This I get this. I can see how people would like it, but I wasn't really feeling it. I was only willing to play it for like that one night on stream just to test it out. Oh, someone's got a streak going on. Oh, do you have to spend channel points to... oh no, do you get channel points for getting a streak? I didn't even realize that. Okay. Well made in one note. Evil Dead the game. I didn't play it, but same thing as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game and the Friday the 13th game and Dead by Daylight. I feel like that entire genre for me is a big meh. Even if I haven't played it, I feel like I'd put it in C just automatically. I've never played anything of that asymmetric multiplayer horror genre that has really done anything for me. Hi-Fi top of the... I've got Hi-Fi Rush already in S rank. I really did enjoy that. Just to catch you up, Evil Dead is a single-player story. Oh, does it? That's pretty good. I like the idea of that. I would try it just to see what that's like, actually. That might actually rejuvenate it a bit for me, the concept. The current recap. My S ranks are Amnesia Dark Descent, Amnesia Rebirth, Hi-Fi Rush, Amori, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Cocoon. My A ranks, the good games, are Amnesia the Bunker, Ghost Song, Hellblade, Sewena's Sacrifice, Midnight Fight Express, and Cluster Truck. My B ranks, which are just alright, are Lapin, Amnesia A Machine for Pigs, Potioncraft, and Marvel's Avengers. My C ranks, which are meh, are Amnesia Justine, Gungrave Gore, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Marvel Snap. My D ranks, the trash bottom of the barrel bunch, are Last Kids on Earth and the Staff of Doom, Paw Patrol Save Adventure Bay, Paw Patrol Adventure City Calls, Paw Patrol Grand Prix, and the League of Super Pets Adventures of Crypto and Ace. And the barely a game category is Kid Leroy's Wild Dreams and Townscaper, which is not a good or a bad thing, they're just barely games. Liz thinks anyone who watches porn is evil? No, Liz watches porn. Pretty sure everyone here does. We just all have different opinions of different categories. Sham likes a little incest. Liz doesn't. Sham loves cream pies and hates facials. I hate cream pies and love facials. Liz loves cream pies and facials in equal measure. So we really are covering quite a large swath of interests. I'm impressed with us. I think we all have quite an interesting dynamic of different interests. It'd be boring if everyone just liked the same shit. Imagine if we were all just into feet. Like we were just a big echo chamber of foot lovers. Gross. Bunch of Quentin Tarantinos up in this piece. We know what Jeannie likes already. Jeannie likes lesbian porn with muscle mommies. Preferably. Big-titted muscle mommies. Nothing with a dick. If there's even a dick in the same postal code as where the porn's being filmed, then she's already out of, like, she's already off the thing. Okay, where are we at? What was the last one we put in? It was, Texas Chainsaw, I think. Oh, I found another S rank. Check it. Metal Hellsinger. S rank. That's another big bias, Seankichu one. You can't talk me down from S rank on Metal Hellsinger. That was just too cool a game. I had so much fun playing that. It's too bad it only lasted one stream before it ended. You guys watch Evolved Fights? What the hell does that mean? I remember Tenor actually was really disappointed he missed that stream. When he saw in my YouTube archive that I'd already played Hellsinger for one whole stream, he was like, God damn it. He was into that one. It's sex UFC? Oh, really? Oh, so it's like pretend MMA fights in a cage, but it's actually like just porn. That's kind of cool. I don't need it to be that elaborate a setup for porn, but I mean, that sounds kind of funny, actually. I'd watch it. Oh, Jusant. Where is Jusant? There it is. Jusant is going to get an A. That's good. It's a little bit one note, so I don't feel comfortable going to S rank, despite the fact that I did enjoy the entire experience, beginning to end. But I'm comfortable giving that an A rank. I'm pretty positive on Jusant in a big way. It was close to S. It's one too high for me. You would go B. That's fair. I feel like B is a good section to put Jusant in when it comes to a viewing experience. When it comes to like a streaming game, I feel like the fun of watching it is more of a B. But I feel like the fun of playing it was more of an A. Why only A? It's a decent attempt at a one-note idea, and it's fairly well realized, and there's some really arty stuff that happens in the end that was actually pretty cool. But there's just not enough to it to really push it up to S with some of the stuff that really got me off. Where's Shadow Warrior 3? Ooh. Can you remember where I put the previous Shadow Warriors at all? Does anyone remember what I did last year? Wait, let's check Discord. I do have a screenshot in there somewhere. Solid B. B's a good... that's a good spot for Shadow Warrior. Like all of them, essentially. Let's just... where's my tier lists? There they are. Oh, I said good. I put Shadow Warrior 1 and 2 in the A tier last year. I don't actually agree with my old opinion anymore. I gotta say. Huh. Interesting. My mind has evolved on Shadow Warrior. Okay. This is what I'm going to say. Last year, I gave A rank to Shadow Warrior 1 and 2. I put them both in the good. This year, I am going to put Shadow Warrior 3 also in A rank for good. And I will leave Shadow Warrior 1 in the A rank for good with Shadow Warrior 3. But I gotta be honest, thinking back now at my past choices, I would bust down Shadow Warrior 2 to B in Sham's area. You hate them now? No. Just Shadow. I don't hate any of them, but I feel like Shadow Warrior 2 was kind of a dip in the series for me. I wasn't vibing with what they were doing with the game's structure. That procedurally open map reconfigured thing they were doing with the open hubs and stuff. It's interesting, it's a cool experiment, but I wasn't enjoying that facet of it. And the more looter shooter, like getting all these different weapons in different styles, my OCD wasn't vibing with that. I like collecting all the weapons and just having them, like old school shooters. So I feel like 1 and 3, I'm still gonna leave it in A rank. It's good, but I gotta change my mind on 2. I gotta knock 2 back down to B. You like looter shooters? I don't mind looter shooters, but Shadow Warrior is not that for me. Like, Shadow Warrior 1 is the best example of what I expect from a Shadow Warrior game. I want an old school 90s style shooter where there's 12 levels, where you just go from beginning to end of the level, kill everything, get to the exit, cutscene, new level, occasionally find new weapons, end up with like all 12 weapons in your inventory, just like Duke Nukem or Doom does. Just straightforward shit. That's what I want from Shadow Warrior. And number 3 kind of goes back to that simplicity a little bit, but with its own like tweaks to the formula that were kind of interesting. But I still think I like Shadow Warrior 1 the best, because it was just such a traditional shooter. It really took me back to like my childhood, playing 90s shooters and stuff. You got annoyed by the commentary. Lo Wang does have the never shuts up issue, and he's not funny enough on a regular enough basis to warrant the amount that he speaks. But I don't mind it too much. It's kind of like an everything in the kitchen sink approach. Like, some of the stuff he says is cringe, but then sometimes it's funny, so it's kind of a 50-50. Excited for Suicide Squad? Looks like the best looter shooter from since Borderlands. I don't know how to feel about Suicide Squad. I think it looks like it could be both good or bad. That's one that I'm stepping back from having any prior opinions of. I don't mind the trailers. They don't turn me off the game. But there's something about it where I'm like, I can see this going pear-shaped. But I don't want to make any prior opinions. I'm just going to wait and see what happens with that. But yeah, that can really go either way, I think. Like, I really don't know how to feel about Suicide Squad. There's some things about it that look really cool, but there's other things where I'm just like, I don't know. Okay, then we got Shadow Warrior out of the way. That was a tricky one. It is interesting looking back at your prior choices and realizing that you actually disagree with your past self. It's a weird feeling. What can we do here? Oh! I got an S rank for you. I just spotted a sweet S rank. Ready? Bug Snacks. S rank. Cannot be talked down on that one. I disagree with my past self vehemently most of the time. Well, it's healthy. We're supposed to evolve as human beings and change, so if you're finding yourself disagreeing or cringing at your past self, that's usually a good sign that you've moved on and you've gone on to bigger and better things. I enjoyed Anthem and Saints Row, so I can enjoy anything. Yeah, I'm pretty easy like that. Did you see Saints Row is the freebie for the Epic Store? I mean, you've already played it, so it doesn't matter, but I grabbed that. I now have a copy of it. Golden moment when the voice... Oh, yeah, that's right. I almost forgot about that. That's right, you were there for that, Sham. Was it an actor or an actress? I can't remember who... I actually can't remember who it was. If it was even male or female. I just remember that a voice actor or actress showed up on the stream and said hi to us. That was cool. That was cute. Adorbs. And then we looked up their resume. Casey Mongolo is non-binary. Oh, okay. It was Casey. Yeah, okay. I needed to be reminded because I couldn't remember who it was. My memory wasn't that good. Have a complicated history. I do remember us looking up their Wikipedia page and having a look at like past work, like voice acting work. And there was a bunch of anime in there, wasn't there? Anyway, yeah. Bug Snacks, easy S rank. I can't believe that was this year. That feels so long ago. Oh, okay. I see one that I can do immediately. Shinji and Evangelion. Yeah, the newer Shinjis. That's right. That was impressive. Back for Blood. I'm going to drop Back for Blood in meh. I'm dropping that in the C rank. I don't mind Left 4 Dead style games. I used to play Left 4 Dead with some friends when I was younger. Like the actual Left 4 Dead games, 1 and 2. And Back for Blood is essentially just that. More of that. And it's okay, but it's kind of too late. It's a little bit too late to recapture that flame, that fire. Shinji came on his hand. Yes, iconic scene. Also very weird because he was basically nutting over a clone of his mother. So what was going on there, scriptwriters? What are you trying to say? Voice a character in Nikke as well. Oh wow. Getting them jobs. We need another tier. What do we got? Tunic. Tunic is S rank. We're filling up our S ranks a little bit. There's no way I can put Tunic any lower than S, so that's an easy one. What a game. What a brain game. What an anti-sham game. Very brain. Much smarting. So enjoy. Ba-ma-ma-ma. Mustang, the muscular homosexual sounding Tetris CEO. Wasn't Mustang a character in Full Metal Alchemist? What's the anti-sham game? Tunic. Probably the most brain-teasing, cleverest puzzle game out of this... I said cleverest, by the way. Out of this entire collection. If you don't like puzzle games, that's one that's designed to fuck your brain sideways. There were moments when, there were moments in Tunic where the moment I figured out what the puzzle was and what I was supposed to do, I literally felt like my brain was about to turn inside out. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe that's the solution. That is fucking genius. It's actually pretty rare to play a game that actually blows your mind like that, when you realize just what they've done. And that you've just caught up with it. It's such a cool moment when you get to feel that way. Trek to Yomi. Oh, that's a difficult one. I feel like Trek to Yomi was a better game in theory until I played it, and then I started to realize what all the janky parts were that caused it to get lower reviews than what I thought it deserved. If you want to do puzzles, you'd sit down and try to figure out my life. Yeah, you and me both. But I like both anyway. I do game puzzles and I sit around trying to figure out my life. I'm gonna give Trek to Yomi a B. That's going into the alright category. There's a lot about it that's pretty cool. But there's a lot of things I realized about the game about 3/4 of the way through that was a bit disappointing. I could think of a handful of ways that game could have been a lot better, and that I kind of wish that it was instead. But yeah. What's the one above Trek? Oh shit, I've moved it. Now I don't know which one you were referring to. Where's it gone now? What's it now above? I've made the screen as big as I can without breaking the table. We're on, what zoom are we on? We're 150% zoom. Last full row, 4 from the... Wait, last full row, 4 from the right. Up 1. We talk about Quantum Break? Is it this white one with the dude standing in the middle? Just above Turnip Boy. Commits tax evasion. That's it? Okay. I was a very positive... I was very positive on Quantum Break, unlike most gamers, it seems. Quantum Break is the least liked game of is it Remedy? What's the Max Payne Control Alan Wake company called again? Is it Remedy? Is that correct? Quantum Mistake. It's actually a pretty good one. That's worthy of a review headline. If you're one of those reviewers that gave it a bad review. I liked it though. Like I accept that it's the bottom of the barrel when it comes to Remedy's output. If I had to, out of all the Remedy games I've played, if I had to tier list them, well, not tier list, but if I had to put them in order of best to worst, obviously Quantum Break comes last because Max Payne's better, Alan Wake's better. From the looks of it, Control's better, but I haven't played that one yet. But everyone says it's great. But I still think Quantum Break's great. I don't think Remedy's made a bad game. It's just one of the lesser greats. It didn't really hit the way it was supposed to. And I liked their little multimedia experiment, how we were watching a live-action TV show at the same time as playing a game. That was neat. I'm gonna give that an A. Quantum Break's getting an A. That's getting a good. I feel like everybody else is gonna put that either on B or C, depending on how aggressively you roast it. But I'm gonna give it a personal A. I was really feeling a good on that. I had a good time. The final boss battle did fuck me around a bit. I don't know why, but for some reason I got stuck for a bit, and it was getting frustrating, but I'm not gonna hold that against it. C tier for you? That's a meh? Okay. Yeah, I understand that there are a lot of people that will say B and C. I will definitely disagree with anyone that says D, trash. That's a bit too far. But that's a bias A from me. From a darker time in Xbox's past. That's a little dramatic. Headbangers, Rhythm Royale. Another bias review. I'm gonna give that an A, next to Quantum Break. I really like rhythm games, and as an experiment in PUBG-style rhythm battle royale games, but for music, that was pretty cool. I had fun with that the night we played that. At least worthy of an A. I do feel content-wise, by the time we'd finished that one stream, we'd pretty much seen the entire game, and I don't really need to ever play it again, which is a shame. That's what's holding it back from S. But yeah, I'm happy giving that an A. Blah, 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 blah. What are we thinking? Huh. What do I feel about strongly? What can I... It's getting a bit harder now. What do people feel about Lawn Mowing Simulator? Because I feel like out of everybody here, I'm definitely the one that's going to enjoy that game the most. I feel like I'm going to be on my own island with that one, but I don't really know where to put it. Don't say barely a game, because it definitely is a game. Fuck you. I can imagine people putting that in trash, because a lot of people do not want to mow lawns in a video game. Fair. How do I feel about Lawn Mowing Simulator? How do I feel? I'm vibing a B. I'm gonna say it's alright. As far as job and hobby simulators go, I've played many weird job simulators that I would consider good. I can think of ways that Lawn Mowing Simulator as an experience could be better to get it an A rank. So I'm going to give it an alright. I'm going to give it a B rank. There is a slight aimlessness to it once you've got a good company set up. There's no definable or decent end goal. You end up just playing it for playing its sake and like repeating the same yards over and over again just to make money. I feel like it kind of runs out of steam too quickly to get any better than B. Okay, that's good. That's good. Fuck, this is getting hard. What can I make a call on? Overwhelm. Overwhelm is getting a meh. A C. Decent attempt. Cool idea to make a micro Metroidvania where you can go to either of the 5 bosses in any order you want and the rest get harder. It's just... It's such a browser game. It's so brief and it's too simple. And it actually did kind of piss me off a little bit, so that's getting a solid C. Sorry, Overwhelm. Trash tier. Power Wash is way better. Oh, Power Wash is definitely an S rank, but if Power Wash is an S rank, then Lawn Mowing Simulator definitely is good enough for a B. I wouldn't go all the way down to a trash. May as well get the rompers out of the way. Oh, yeah, true. Danganronpa. You were more specific about your Danganronpa feelings than I think I'm going to be. Because I kind of just really enjoyed playing all of them. I don't really know how to separate them. Because you felt very strongly that number 3 was not that good. And you really liked number 2 to the point where you put it way above 1 and 3. Which makes your feelings very strong on the matter. And I just don't think I feel that strongly. I could almost A rank every single Danganronpa, including 3. I didn't have the issues that a lot of people hated number 3 for. There are things about it where I'm like, okay, it's some of the retconning does change things in a way that is not as interesting as it was before, but whatever. Like, it didn't really make the experience, it didn't lower the experience for me. They jumped the shark with it. I could definitely see it being a shark jump, but I don't see it being a worse game than the other 2, though. Like, I still enjoyed it fairly equally. Both as a game, as a story, and the characters and everything. The stuff they did with the start of the game, with the bait and switch with the main character, was clever. I did not see that coming. That was probably one of the bigger plot twists the game's ever managed to pull on me. Like any of the 3 of them. Move your butt cheeks. Should move my butt cheeks. I think you said something. Didn't you say B for number 3, A for number 1, and S for number 2? I think that's what you said, Sham. I'm going to break it down the middle. I think I'm going to A rank all of them. I just had a good time in general with Danganronpa. All around the board. All the way through. I don't feel strongly enough about the issues with 3 to drop that out of to a lower rank than 1 and 2. Cool. How about Ravenlock? We played that just the other day. Ravenlock was... I almost gave it an alright. I kind of have to give it a meh. I gotta be honest, it feels like the first draft of a game that needs more game. There's a shop where you can buy stuff for money, and it doesn't ever give you equipment or weapons or anything. It just exists. There's so many things that feel like they didn't put the rest of the game in. Or it was a Kickstarter where they ran out of time. I don't think I can really do better than a C. I feel bad though, because the aesthetic is really cool. I love the visuals are the best part. I love those chunky pixels. Okay, cool. Alright. Anything I could put low? What about Disc Room? I played that pretty recently. The one where you just dodge buzzsaws. Oh, that might be a meh. It's kind of cool at first, but it really is just square rooms where all you do is dodge buzzsaws. I don't really know if I can do better than a C on that either. Maneater is S tier? Maneater is cool. I did enjoy Maneater greatly, but I don't know if I can give it an S. It was more of an S tier idea. Like, it was an S tier trailer. And then after playing the game and seeing the cumulative, like what the entire game was about, what all the gameplay was, I feel more comfortable giving that a solid A. It's good. It's not great, it's good. It's a good one. Blah, 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 blah. Unsold. Unsold. This game is almost a meh. It's so on the C, but it's like an isometric action Dark Souls in a way. The combat was challenging in a way that I was actually interesting. I'm going to give that an alright. That's going to get a B. But that is very close to a C. That only just scraped by. Unsold, you're lucky. Law of Averages says C tier for Lawnmower. No, Lawnmower's alright. I'm not feeling meh on Lawnmower. I've played worse job simulators that were more meh. There is something very satisfying about slicing like your path through grass. The grass effects were cool. I just think the game structure of how you run the business and the way you complete levels could have been better. So I can't give it a good either. It's broken even in B. Why'd you ask for our opinions? Because I'm curious. I mean, what's the point? Otherwise. Rift Breaker. I really liked Rift Breaker. How much did I like Rift Breaker? You know what? Rift Breaker just broke out of an A, and it just made it to S. I was really impressed by Rift Breaker. I was not expecting what kind of game that was going to be, and I kind of dug it. It was actually better than I was expecting from what I read about it. Cool female protagonist as well. He was a badass. How do I feel about the gunk? I like the gunk in theory. There wasn't enough gunk cleaning. I was into the gunk for the sucking up of the gunk with your vacuum glove. And I feel like that wasn't as prevalent in the second half of the game. There was more platforming and other stuff going on. Gunk is getting demoted down to A. That could have been an S if it stuck to the gunk hoovering, but yeah. Sorry, Gunk. We got to drop you to just good, not great. Moonglow Bay. The fishing simulator. You live in that small town and you fish for fish and then cook people food with the voxel graphics. That was a cozy game, but I think the game balance is a bit fucked. You spend way too much time playing cooking in the kitchen, doing those repetitive mini games to actually cook with your ingredients rather than actually out on the ocean collecting the ingredients. So I think that docks it a fair bit. That's only alright. That's getting a B. I appreciate the coziness, but they need to do something about that cooking minigame because I spent way too much time in that kitchen. That was getting dull. Any really bad ones we have left? Can I put anything left in D? Any more trash games? I don't think so. We might be done with the trash. Yeah, nothing here is looking trash worthy. Eastwood? I mean, Eastwood, no. No. Eastwood was cool. It wasn't perfect. There was a few things that were a little annoying about it, but no, I wouldn't never say trash for Eastwood. What was Eastwood? Where would I put that? That's an alright. That's B. I really want to give it an A for good, but there's a few too many things that there's too long a list of things that I would give to the developer of things that could have been fixed or made better about it. So I'm only gonna say alright. It's an alright. Tinykin. I really liked Tinykin. I don't think I like it enough to give it a straight up S rank, but I'm gonna give Tinykin an A. That's good. I feel like Pikmin is a good example of an S rank when it comes to this genre. So Tinykin fell just short of Pikmin quality. Maneater is only A. Yeah, I liked Maneater a lot. That's a good game. But when I saw the trailer, I thought it was an S rank level trailer. It was a great trailer. I love the concept. I couldn't wait to play it. And then once I'd played it, I was like, this is still good. I still like it. But in practice, I felt like they only really pulled off a good, not a great. So I'm happy with Maneater to sit in A. That was a lot of fun. I feel like one of the biggest problems with Maneater is that it's a cheesy game. There isn't really a challenge or any strategy to it. Like, at a certain point, once I knew what I was doing, I kind of cheesed the rest of the game. I just kind of, like, blitzed through it. Arguing about porn in the background. Whisper conversations. Okay. What about Paradise Killer? That's an interesting one. That's a very interesting game. Oh, how do we feel about Paradise Killer? I find that game fascinating. Something about Paradise Killer I just can't get out of my head. I don't know. I don't think it's an S rank game. It's not like best of, but I'm happy to put this in A rank. Paradise Killer was a good game. Where do you put all the FMV games? Are you talking about what's his name's games? Forget the name of the director. Her Story, Immortality, and Telling Lies. Good question. Let's do Infernax first, and then I'll do those three. Where's Infernax? What do I think about Infernax? I can't put it S. It's good. I'm gonna go A. I think Infernax is a nice little A. It's definitely better than alright. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. Okay, the FMV games. Her Story, Telling Lies, Immortality. This might involve a bit of bias. I don't know if a lot of gamers aren't into this kind of thing, but I did get a lot out of these. Her Story was a really great little plot twisty. There's no real revelation to it, but The more you dig into it, the more you realize what's going on with this woman, and it's fascinating. The revelation of like your own personal revelation of what she's probably doing is super interesting. Telling Lies has some awesome plot twists and some amazing acting. Wish.com Tom Hardy, the woman that plays his wife, she had at least 2 scenes that were like acting nomination worthy. And Immortality was amazing. There were some mind-blowing bits in that. There's some parts in that when you realize what's going on and you're like, holy shit. Okay, here's what I'll do. His first 2 games, Her Story and Telling Lies, I'm gonna give them an A. That's good. Because they accomplished exactly what they set out to achieve, and their stories are fascinating. They're quite good games. Immortality, I'm gonna bump to an S. I think he finally realized the best possible version of these FMV games with that game. Both in storytelling, mechanics, and acting. I still can't believe the lead female in Immortality didn't win the acting award, the best actor at the Game Awards that year. I voted for her. When I did my votes for the Game Awards, I voted for her for the win. For that. I think it was... Who was she up against? Was it the guy... Was it Kratos? Was it... What's his name that plays Kratos? I think that's why she lost, because everyone was into him so much. But she was my number 1. Because she nailed that. And she had to play so many different versions of that character. Yes, Christopher Fudge, that guy. The delicious chocolate man. Okay, what did Sham say? Young Souls. Young Souls was cool, but I feel like that's also a game that about by the halfway mark, I started to be able to cheese the whole game. It stops really being challenging, and you basically just go through the motions. And then from then on, it's all just the fun of the mechanics and the story. So I can't put that too high. Fuck, where would I put this, though? Is she ugly, though? Need to separate men and women. I would agree with that. I think it would be pretty cool to have a separate male and female Best Acting and Actress award. There's always at least one woman in the selection, but it always seems to be one. There's always one chick and like 4 dudes. It was the same this year. The black actress from Alan Wake 2 was the only female nominated for the acting award. Where am I going to put Young Souls? It's either A or B. The visuals are great. The mechanics are good. It's a little bit too cheesy once you understand how to beat it. Danielle Busuti. I've never even heard that name before. Ah, shit. Let's give it an A for now. It's alright. I mean, sorry, it's good. Oh, is it alright? She plays Freya? Oh, that chick. Okay. Yeah, she was in both games. God of War Reboot and Reboot 2. 4 and 5. Maybe alright? Yeah, B. Let's give it an alright. Okay. I can spot 2 very easy bias games that I can put in S rank right now. That is probably only going to be me. I don't think anyone else is going to really agree with me on this. I'm going to put Far Lone Sales and its sequel, Far Changing Tides, in S rank. I really enjoyed those experiences. I feel like those are indie games that you can chalk up as like experience games. There was something very, very comfy about those games mechanically. I just loved playing them. That sailing that steampunk machine across the desert and then the submarine in the sequel. I just really loved doing that. That's a personal S rank. What you consider S makes no logical sense. Oh, it actually does. S ranks are the games that I enjoyed the most. Those are like Seankichu's personal biased favorites, basically. Anything that's not technically an I enjoyed the most or a personal bias favorite that is still very, very good gets to go A rank, just below it. Midnight Fight Express is almost an S rank. That's probably the one that's the closest to clearing into S rank out of the entire A section. Also, don't forget, this is a very subjective experience. There's no such thing as logical sense. Because your list will be very different from mine, will be very different from Sham or Elizabeth or Tenna or Jeremy Renner or Tucker Carlson or Denzel Washington or the entire One Direction group. Every single one of them probably has a very different list. Okay. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. That is an A rank. That is a good. That just got upgraded to S rank because of the song in the credits being fucking fire. Is Jeremy Renner still in hospital? No, he's out. I don't know if he's made a full physical recovery, but he's not in hospital anymore. Hey, Turnip Boy. No, I think he's fine currently. Signalis. Let's do Signalis. The internet would suggest that Signalis is a B. Alright. From what I've heard everybody else say about their opinions of Signalis, people seem to just think it's alright. Also the critic reviews. I'm going to upgrade Signalis to an A. I think my personal bias around Signalis and my interest in its story and its style, that is deserving of a good. That is A, for sure. S for lesbians? I mean, sure, like, if this was a genie list, just like how Turnip Boy and my list got a S rank upgrade for having an amazing credit song, Genie would S rank this for having an amazing central lesbian relationship dynamic that basically fuels the entire plot. Very good use of a lesbian relationship as an actual plot driving element, as opposed to just something that exists for no reason. Impressive. Good writing. I couldn't play Young Souls. It was awful on Switch. Yeah, you did mention that it had some frame rate bullshit. It's an alright game. I just feel like it's the kind of game that isn't as well realized as they think it is. The budget's well enough to have an amazing mechanics, amazing graphics, but once you figure out how it works, it's too easy to cheese the rest of the game, and it's not really as interesting as a game anymore. You might do a tier list once the dust settles on Grand Blue. What dust is settling on Grand Blue? You mean once it comes out and everything? Legend of Tian Ding. That was alright. It's a solid B. It's a pretty cool game. It's just not all that interesting. But, you know, it does what it does. It's solid. Let's say that's at least worthy of a B. La 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 la. Dreamscaper. Very interesting concept for a roguelike. I appreciated the concept. Not really as fun as I'd like it to be. I'm giving that a C. Dreamscaper is getting a meh. It's okay, it's just... It is quite forgettable, unfortunately. No online co-op? Oh, Young Souls. I called it Youngblood. Once it comes out, you've done the story and the hype of the post-game. Oh yeah, it's going to be a while still, though. It'd be a long game, wouldn't it? Umarangi Generation. Umurangi Generation is a dystopian Korean, I think Korean, photography simulator that's like 4 hours long. It's very weird. It's kind of interesting, but there's not much going on with it. So I'm going to give that a C. That is a meh. I don't dislike it. It's just, I can't really recommend that game to anybody. It's just, it's too bizarre and uneventful. Just 20 hours for the story? Oh, okay, I thought it would be a longer game. Okay, it's fair. Okay. Recompile. The linear action game that apparently takes place in a computer. Interesting ending. Cool idea for a plot of what's actually going on outside the computer world that you're like trotting around in. But I feel like the game is a bit of a meh. I'm gonna give Recompile a C. How much will be required for platinum? Oh, like 100 plus hours for platinum him, that kind of thing. It's fair enough. Vermintide A tier? No, it's not. I own a copy because a friend of mine gave me a copy a long time ago, so we could use it as a catch-up game to play with the crew. For everyone who lives in different cities. I don't know if I'm an A or a B on this. Let me put it in A real quick. What did I say last year for Vermintide 1? I gave it a B, alright. 2's pretty much the same though, it's just more pretty. It's graphics, man. My enjoyment was mainly coming from the fact that we were just like chopping up orcs while just chatting amongst ourselves as a co-op group. This game would be very meh if you were playing it by yourself. Okay, if it's single player, it's a meh, it's C. If it's co-op, it's a B, it's alright. I'm gonna B that. I'm gonna go just one rung below you, Sham. I don't get too engaged by this style of game, but it's a pretty solid game for just hanging out with friends. Like, the gameplay is good enough to keep you amused while you're chatting. Yay, Vermintide. What else? We're almost 2 rows left. Reckon you'd like World War Z? What did I say about World War Z last year? That's a B. It's in my B rank. Alright. Same rank as Vermintide 1 and 2 and Outriders. I basically gave them all Bs. No, actually, I like World War Z better than I like, I'd say at least Vermintide 1 and things like Texas Chainsaw and all that. It is pretty satisfying mowing down those crowds of zombies. There's just not much game to it. You do that for a couple of levels and it's over. Not much story to really tie it together either. How do I feel about Double Dragon Neon? I don't know. It's got a good sense of humor. It's got way too grindy objectives if you're a completionist. That kind of sucks. And it's not anywhere near the best Double Dragon they've ever made in terms of mechanics. I don't know, man. It's kind of meh. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a meh. I'm giving it a meh solely for being a functional brawler with a occasionally decent sense of humor. There were some things in it that made me laugh. Some like fourth wall meta things that were pretty clever. But it's not all that. Like, compared to something like Streets of Rage 4. What did I give Streets of Rage 4? That was last year. Streets of Rage, where are you? Can anyone spot it? It's so tiny on the screen. What the fuck, man? Am I blind? Am I blind, bitch? What the fuck? I can't see it. I'm gonna go crazy. Blaze Blue, Lost Words, The Tourist, blah, 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 blah. I didn't miss it, did I? Does anyone remembering me tier listing Streets of Rage 4? Because I'm pretty sure I played that last year. What the deuce? Definitely not an S rank. I'm just, maybe it's a graphic that I'm not picking. I might just move on from this because it's freaking me out. Maybe I didn't add it. Maybe I forgot that I played it. Reckon you'd like... Well, oh wait, I've already read that. Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage 4 is S tier. Which Blaze Blue? Was Blaze Blue on there? What tier was that in? I don't see Blaze Blue. I see Lethal League down the bottom. Isn't that Lethal League? You know, the one where you're basically hitting a ball back and forth trying to annihilate each other with a fucking hacky sack? I don't think there's any Blaze Blue here. I don't recall playing a Blaze Blue either. Also, that for some reason Discord lower reses the photo when you put it in there. League. Lethal League Blaze. That's the game you saw. It's not Blaze Blue. Yeah, it's that like weird one-on-one fighting game / sports game where you knock a ball back and forth until someone takes it to the face. Where did you saying Blaze Blue come from then? I don't know. You said which Blaze Blue and I got confused because I don't recall saying it. Anyway. I was searching for Streets of Rage for ages, so I don't know. I might have said something that sounded like Blaze Blue. Let's move on. Venba. Venba was a touching experience, but I wouldn't S rank it. I'm gonna say good. That was a nice little indie game. I felt some feelings for what they were trying to say about familial connection at the end. The developer's connection with his mother through food and cooking. That was nice. I'm gonna give that an A. You're moving the mouse and called it Blaze Blue? Oh, when I was looking at last year's... When I was reading out last year's names, trying to find Rage, I might have said something that sounded like that. Maybe I saw the Lethal League Blaze and I accidentally called it Blaze Blue. There's a possibility I did that. Memoir Blue. Okay. I'm pulling rank again. Memoir Blue's getting an S. Because I cried on stream to that. Just a little bit. I had to wipe away tears from my face once the ending impacted me. That's a short game though. That's like barely over 2 hours, but if it made me feel strong emotion, I'm S-tiering it. I don't care. Chinatown Detective Agency. That's pretty close to Tunic in terms of really clever puzzle-solving design, but in the sense that you have to actually Google stuff. Like, it's not... the answer's not found in the game. You have to know real-world shit. But it's not as good as something like Tunic. It's just... I'm gonna give that an A. Chinatown Detective Agency gets a good. Would your game of the year be Amnesia Dark Descent? My game of the year? No. I don't know what I'd say. If I had to pick one from the S ranks, I'm not really sure which one I'd pick. Some of these I was more blown away by than others, but they were all very exciting, impacting experiences. Depends on whether me being stoked while playing is more important than me crying from emotional impact. Like, which one wins out? Olesia. Very short side-scroller. Very much focused on harpoon throwing gameplay. Very forgettable. I'm gonna have to drop that in C. That's a meh. It's got some cool mechanics, but didn't really leave an impression. Death's Door. The Mary Poppins crow game. Oh my god. The Grim Reaper crow. Oh, he's a boy. What am I... oh, what is this game? Death's Door. I like this game a lot. But how much do I like it? How much are we feeling? If you only played Party Animals? Where do you think I'd put Party Animals on this list? A, because no female main character. How do you know the gender of the crow, though? Do they ever gender the crow? It's a solid A, but I enjoyed it on a level that might even make it an S. For this type of game. Let me put it... I'm going to leave it an A for now, but I'm a little sus on that one. I feel like I could almost shift that up to an S. No tits equals not a lady. I mean, I know some ladies in real life that are pretty titless. I don't think they would appreciate that. Skull the Hero Slayer. Pretty good roguelike. Not huge on too many roguelikes myself. But this was a solidly satisfying example of a roguelike. It's alright. Give it B. I liked it a lot. But probably wouldn't be in the tier of the best roguelikes I've ever played. It's cool. Genie wants tits in every game? That's exactly what Genie wants. That's 100% correct. Proteus was good. Let's give a solid good to Proteus. As far as boomer shooters go, that's pretty high up there. I'd put that in the upper echelons of boomer shooter. Of all the ones I've played anyway. Solid A. I don't know what it would require to be an S rank. Like a boomer shooter, but I don't know. That's to think about for another day. Chorvs. Sorry, Chorus. I don't care. I'm going to call it Chorvs. Just because they chose that font. This is the game that the internet kept saying is a C or a B. People are weirdly harsh on this game, but I kind of dug it. It's got some pretty solid production values for a game in its production bracket. Its budget bracket. I'm going to give Chorves an A. It almost gets knocked down to a B for some problematic story stuff. It's a little bit awkward how her character arc basically like slides into a redemption arc almost in a way that's not quite earned. Because she does go from super space Nazi to redeemed savior in a way that's a little bit unrealistic, but I don't know, that game was actually pretty fun, pretty well made. It was very slick. And there's something about drifting a spaceship that is a game breaker. I've never played a spaceship game where you could drift. That was sick. You could drift a full 180 and shoot someone behind you. That was, yeah, okay, that's worthy of an A for sure. Hell yeah. I love Casey has a South Park avatar on their stream. Oh, as in Bug Snacks Casey. Spatula Lemmy just showed up and took 300 milligrams of cough medicine pills. Are you about to die on stream, Lemmy? Type nothing if you died. Lemmy high as fuck. Lemmy dead as fuck. Exo 1. I think the internet would say this is a B, this is an alright, but I kind of vibed with this. Not enough to say great, but I'm going to give that a good as well. I liked Exo 1. That was a chill experience. That was a vibe for sure. He'll be fine. Disc Room and C, Heresy. Yeah, that was I wasn't sure how to feel about that. I was stuck between a B and a C on Disc Room. But I wasn't sure if the simplicity of the game was warranted more than a C. I mean, it really is just dodge buzzsaw. The game. There's nothing else to it. When is midnight? 2.5 hours ago. Countdown was ages ago, Genie. Australia has been in the future for the last 2.5 hours. I'll get you the lotto numbers later. It's a utopia out here, by the way. I recommend 2024 greatly. All the water has turned to vanilla Coke. A raise here. Game is really good at dodge buzzsaw. It is. It was satisfying when you're pulling it off. Do we think Disc Room deserves an upgrade from C to B? Because it's only about dodging buzzsaws, but it does do it well. Okay. I've been convinced. Disc Room gets an upgrade, because I don't feel like it deserves to be in the same category as Gungrave Gore. Mainly. That's what saved it. At least an A. No, let's not go crazy. Let's see. What do I think about Despot's game? That was kind of a cool game. In the same way that Disc Room is kind of a cool game for what it does. I'm going to give that a B. That's alright. That's an alright category. I don't mind Despot's game. Windjammers 2. I gotta kind of give it a meh. I played Windjammers 2 because I was a big fan of Windjammers in the arcade when I was a kid. And Windjammers 2 just wasn't really recapturing the shit for me. It did have a really cool frisbee minigame where you throw the frisbee down the beach for the dog. That it would progressively never give me a perfect score for, and I hate it for that. Frisbee boy is best boy. So I'm gonna give that a C rank. But the original Windjammers in the arcade, that gets an S. That is an S rank for sure. You love Vermintide, but microtransactions are not the flavor. I'm okay with the Vermintide games, which is why I gave it an alright. It's just at a nice middle B rank. It's a good game to play with friends and just, like, shoot the shit while chopping up orcs and rats. I keep saying orcs, it's mostly rats. Nobody Saves the World was made by the same people as Guacamelee. Yeah, that's true. I remember that. Wait, where am I going to put that? Nobody Saved the World was actually pretty cool. I did like that. The visual style was neat. That's a good. That's definitely getting a good. That's an A. I did not like the fact that it wanted me to play the game a second time. To speedrun for a achievement. I hate that shit, but the game is solid. And also very funny. I like the mechanic of changing into the various polymorph styles. It was progressively hilarious. Cocoon in S. Pizza Tower fans will slaughter you. Cocoon was great. What are you talking about? Every single second of puzzle solving in that, like, made me feel like a smart boy. I thought the puzzle design in that was really clever. I felt it. Cocoon was my choice for Indie Game of the Year at the Game Awards, and it actually won. I picked them well. Or was it or did it win Best Debut Indie Game? I can't remember which of the two it won. It's a joke that Cocoon stole the Indie Game Award from Pizza Tower. Okay, fair enough. The thing is, I haven't played Pizza Tower. I can only judge by the games that I've played. Pizza Tower got snubbed. You know what was funny, though? The two guys in the audience, when they cut to them, when they mentioned the Pizza Tower developers, they look exactly like the type of dudes that I would expect made the game Pizza Tower. Which just made me laugh. Oh, wait. I missed something that Ray said. I played Ravenlock and it was fun but kind of weird. Yeah, I kind of liked Ravenlock. It was a cute little game, but there wasn't enough to it. There was not enough Ravenlock. It felt like a game that they started making but never finished. It felt like there needed to be more game in the game. Like it was a proof of concept that they didn't quite get all the way there. I felt like it was a pre-alpha. Yeah, there's a lot of little things about it that are confusing. Like how they reveal there's a store for you to spend your money. And you can buy this one ring from it that makes you immune to poison. And then nothing else. There's never any other pieces of equipment or new weapons that are available in that store. It's just the usual, like, health vial. And that's it. It just seems like there was intended to be more game there, and it never actually eventuated. So it just feels like a very light experience. Like almost like you can treat it like a baby's first RPG. Like if you wanted to get kids into this style of action RPG, it would be perfect. But it doesn't feel like that's what they were going for. It just feels like they fell short of making a full game. And so it just ended up being too simple, simple in the end. And you can basically just like cheese your way through the whole game. Like it never gets challenging or difficult or tactical enough to really be like a game. You're kind of just button mashing your way through the thing. How do I feel about the Ascent? That's a tricky one. There were some things about the Ascent that disappointed me, but I don't feel like I can hold that against it. Because I had a different idea of what the Ascent was before I played it. I had a different... I got a different... I watched video reviews and I saw the trailers, and yet somehow I still had a different understanding of what kind of experience I was going to get. But I wouldn't dock it for that, so I'm going to give Ascent a good. It was a good experience. I think it was A rank worthy at least. I can't give it an S, but what it does do, it is pretty good at it. The gore and the violence is satisfying as far as twin stick shooting goes. Just the RPG elements were way lighter than I expected. It was more of a twin stick action game than it was an RPG, with RPG elements overlaid into it and some open world quest giving stuff. I guess I was expecting something more like Cyberpunk, but isometric twin sticky, like a combination of the two. I thought you were going to be able to choose character class and actually play the game differently depending on what kind of character you would RPG lean into. But the entire game is basically just, you are just dude with gun, basically gunning things. And then the stats just make the gunning more gunnable. That's a bunch of English words that I just said. Started playing Death's Door, it's so fun. Yeah, Death's Door is one of the games that is currently clinging on the line to S. I actually kind of want to give that an S. But it's at least a good, so I'm letting it hover there for now. Blah, 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 blah. Evil Genius 2. Let's drop a strategy game in here. Evil Genius 2 is alright. That's a B. It's kind of cool. I like playing it as an OCD likes to build things and manage shit person. It's just... it's too cheesable. It's not really that challenging. It's just kind of fun to just build like a little casino with a minion layer hiding at the back, and then just filling the vault with gold. It's a neat pastime, but I don't think there's enough meat to the bone to make it good or great. So I'm just gonna say it's all right. Another strategy game, Empire of Sin. Gangster strategy game with XCOM style tactics fights. That falls below Evil Genius, I think, into meh. That's a C. I like the idea of playing a Mafia game with XCOM combat, and that part was kind of neat, but it doesn't feel like the game really works the way it's intended. I feel like the tactical overworld management stuff, you don't really have to play it that strategically. You can basically brute force the game. So really it's a novelty, if anything. I'm gonna give that a C. Your brother played that game a bunch? Yeah, it's okay. It's just... the more I played it, the more I realized that all the layers of strategy were really not that necessary. Like, it's just too easy to brute force the game. And then it just comes down to making sure you win the XCOM style strategy battles and, you know, whatever. It's too much of a novelty, I think. Not enough of a fully realized strategy game. The one board game you played this way you would like to put here and Here to Slay in the S tier. What the fuck? Is the board game called Here to Slay? I haven't played a board game in many, many years. Make a board game tier list, Sham. Oh, more strategy before we leave. Oh, I kind of like this a lot. Okay, if Empire of Sin is a C, is meh, and Evil Genius 2 is B, it's alright, Before We Leave is going to get an A for good. I feel like there's a lot more going on in that. It's more of a pacifist strategy game where it's more about building a community and tying the resource stuff together. But it's got space whales. And that counts for a lot. I think the Space Whales has moved Before We Leave up from B to A rank. It upgraded it. It's got dope character art. What, the board game? With Yu-Gi-Oh style elements. I like how all my D level trash games are just kids games all made by the exact same company. It's kind of funny. Crown Trick. Crown Trick is a roguelike that's grid-based, so it almost plays like it's turn-based. But it's just that the game moves as you move. Every time you move a grid space, the enemy moves a grid space. So it's not real-time and it's not turn-based either. It's somewhere in between. That's an alright. It's an alright game. I'm a little harsh on roguelikes a lot of the time, but I think that was an interesting... That was very original. I've never played a roguelike that quite plays like that before. I'm gonna be nice to them and give them a B. Okay, we're almost done. Kill it with fire. How do I feel about the arachnophobia game? This is a tough one. It almost played like a horror game to me because of my arachnophobia, but there's also a lot of satisfaction in actually like killing the spiders with flamethrowers and 6-shooters and what have you. I just don't know where I'd put this in quality. It does run out of steam a little bit halfway. It kind of plays its hand early, and then it doesn't really evolve much. There's a couple of new different spider types and some new weapons, but... Is that enough to give it a good? Definitely not a meh. It causes me too much stress as an arachnophobe as well. I don't know if I could... It's alright. Okay, let's give it a B. It's alright. Once I got over the arachnophobia thing at the start, like the first 2 levels, I was freaking out a bit. And then it was just going through the motions to finish the rest of the levels. I think that's what brought it down a bit. So I think B is fair. I think if I played the VR version, I think that might kick it up to an A. The VR version of Kill It With Fire, I think, is definitely has the potential of being an A. I linked some of the raps I did this year as something we can all have a good laugh to. Is that the link you shared? How do you feel about the spiders in Skyrim? The same way I feel about the spiders in everything, especially medieval. Like Dark Souls, for example. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. I can deal with it, it's just... The hair on the back of my neck stands up when a giant, realistic, medieval spider comes crawling down from a hole in a volcano or some shit. There's a boss in Dark Souls 2 that's basically a giant spider that made me very uncomfortable. Did not enjoy any second of that. Somerville. This is gonna get a biased... This is gonna get a biased S. I really liked Somerville. I liked it even more when I realized what the theme of the game was. When I realized it was about language and communication, and the true ending of the game was achieved by attempting to communicate with the aliens through their own system of language that you have to learn throughout the course of the game by paying attention to how the aliens communicate with each other. I think that was very clever. I think it could have been better. I think it could have been better. Oh, what's the word? Communicated to the player, I think is the way. But I got lucky with that one. Like, I feel like the game's design in terms of it not communicating the language thing very well would have given this an A rank. But because I actually narrowly dodged that problem by just me naturally taking an interest and keeping notes, because I actually personally just wanted to know what the aliens were saying to each other, and I thought I could figure it out. And then by the end of the game, it turned out to be the whole point of the game. So I accidentally made that an S tier for myself, just by accidentally like being on the right frame of mind for what the game was about. So that was cool. You did hate how the spiders would jump scare you in Skyrim and drop from the ceiling. Yeah, see that? That shit gets me. I'm very easily jump scared by spider shit. I'm weak to that. We have very little left. Planet of Lana. Very cool game. Very much like Inside and Limbo. Not quite as profound as what Playdead has accomplished with those games. But I feel like this is at least an A. Fuck it, Death's Door's getting an S. I'm sorry. I've been I've been hanging on at death's door for a while here between A and S, and I couldn't decide, and I've just decided it's going to get an S. Okay, Planet of Lana is A. It's good. Death's Door is now upgraded to S. Out of all these games, Midnight Fight would be your number one. Midnight Fight is the most S-rank game out of all my A-rank games, for sure. It's right there. I really want a sequel. I'd be really interested to see what a sequel to Midnight Fight Express would be like, and how they would evolve that game. Because it's definitely got the style and the fun down pat. We're almost done. What about... How do you say the name again? Taiko no Tatsujin. The Japanese drum game. Whatever. I dig it. I love rhythm games. You can't talk me down off rhythm games. I didn't get to play it with the actual bongos, which kind of sucks. But I'm going to give it an A. Because it's awesome. In fact, it's a high A if I had the bongos. It's a low A since I had to play it with the controller. Last Call BBS. Sham's Nightmare. Super cerebral, programming-based puzzle game. Fuck, what do I feel about this? This is a tough one. I might be this. It's alright. It really is just a collection of minigames of varying quality. One or two of them are worthy of an A. Like, the one where you're building a machine, a fast food distribution machine. That's worthy of an A. That weird Dungeon Picross game was worthy of an A. Too many of the other games are more B, and there's a couple of C mares in there. So I'm going to even that out and give it a B. Yeah, don't play Last Call BBS, Sham. You will die. Flashbacks to Cave Johnson from Portal 2. We've only got 5 left. Genesis Noir was awesome. I actually kind of love that game. How much do I love it? Is it an S or an A? It was very weird. It was kind of a point-and-click game. But the sense of style was unsurpassed. Okay, the musical sequence... Okay, this is an A-rank game. But the musical sequence at the end, when I was tying the entire universe together to the sound of a jazz beat, that upgrades it to an S. That was fucking dope. I was thrilled. I was thrilled with whimsy. I had whimsy in my pants. Moonscars. Metroidvania. What kind of quality of a game was Moonscars? That was good. That was an A rank. I actually liked Moonscars a lot. Not an S rank level Metroidvania, but it's definitely an A rank Metroidvania. It's good. It's good stuff. J.K. Simmons voices Omni-Man. J.K. Simmons is an interesting actor. He keeps going from iconic role to iconic role. Remember how he was always known for being J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Man? And now a whole new generation of people know him only as Omni-Man. There's something super iconic about J.K. Simmons. I don't know what it is. And Whiplash. He's so fucking iconic for Whiplash. You ever play Lost in Random? That's actually on my list of games to play. That's available for free on Game Pass. I almost played it a couple months ago, actually. But some other game ended up taking priority because of the way the list changed in terms of what was leaving the service that month. But I came very close to playing it. I was going to do it in about 3 streams, I think, was my plan. 2 to 3 streams. Not a very long RPG. Adventure RPG thing. I like the look of it, though. The style looks very cool. It almost looks like a claymation Tim Burton-y kind of thing. I'll get around to it. I'll definitely play it. I won't miss it before it leaves Game Pass. Like, if they announce it's leaving, I'll definitely shoot it to the front of my priority list. You remember looking at Omni-Man and just seeing Jameson? Fair. When you hear the voice, like, you will attach him to some role. Some people just see Omni-Man, some people just see J. Jonah. Some people just see the guy from Whiplash. If you're a film buff, you probably see the psychopath from Whiplash, which is, like, honestly one of my favorite movies of all time. He's an absolute beast in that movie. You see J.K. Simmons' arms in that movie? I didn't even know he can get that ripped. Along with Heisenberg and Lady D, also does State Farm commercials, which he's been doing for decades. I don't think we get those in Australia. I don't think I've even seen one. Road 96. That road trip game with the procedural storytelling. That's worth a good. That was really neat. A bit frustrating that it's very hard to see all the content because of the procedural nature of the stories you run into on the highway. But that comes very close to an S. I respected that experience quite a bit. Beacon Pines. The storybook game where you can change the story by changing the words in the book. Okay. I feel like this one's a bit controversial in my own brain, but I don't think Beacon Pines fully takes advantage of its concept. I don't think the control over the story is enough to make it truly mind-blowing. It's neat how you can shift the story and then with new words that you require later, go back to previous chapters, slot the words in, and then see how the words change the story and take you down whole new story branches. I just don't think the ways the story changes and the amount of branches was impressive enough for how cool the mechanic was. So, that is an A-level idea that I think only has B-level execution. So I'm going to leave him in B. It's alright. But I kind of wanted more. Insurance tends to be country specific. Yeah. I've heard of State Farm because on the internet you do see a lot of American related things. So I know what State Farm is, but it's not a thing here in Australia as far as I know. How did you get the art for all of these? I made them. It took me all day. I had to get larger pictures off Google Images and then cut them into perfect squares. So I had to find images where the name of the game and the central graphic was central enough in the image that when I cut the sides off to make it a 1x1 shape, it doesn't cut off any important information. It took me ages. Anyone can make their own templates in Tier Maker, but it can take a bit of effort. But if you're committed, go for it. Here's the last game. Kraken Academy. Does anyone remember what Kraken Academy was like? Because for some reason it's a little forgettable in my brain. I remember you attend a high school, and the principal is like a kraken. And there's a lot of monster, supernatural, weird shit going on at school. I don't remember what the gameplay was like. Was it a point and click? Walk around the campus and figure out who to give what items to? Or was there combat? I don't remember if there was combat. Wait. My brain is combining it with Dodgeball Academy. Yeah, it was ISO sprites. I remember what it looks like, but I can't remember. I don't think there was any action. I don't think it was any action at all. Because in Dodgeball Academy is a very similar game. Very similar isometric. You're on a university campus. But Dodgeball Academy had combat sequences where you have to actually play the dodgeball game. Like for real. I think this game is all conversations exploration, item gathering, and sort of point and clicky decision making. Like solve the mystery by giving the right item to the right person and finding it first or whatever. I do recall enjoying it. I'm a little bit shocked at how not memorable it was, because out of all the games here, it's one of the ones I'm having the most trouble remembering stuff from it. I do remember that it was kind of funny, though. It had a good sense of humor about its crazy Lovecraftian school thing that it was doing. I'm going to agree with Genie on that. I'm going to give it a B. I feel like that game could almost be a good if it wasn't for the fact that for some reason it just ended up being super forgettable. Yeah, it was probably right towards the beginning of the year. I don't want to be too harsh on it for those reasons. Because there's a few others here that I did forget a few things about, but I know that I enjoyed it a lot, so I gave it like a decent... Well, there's the list. We've done it. We've achieved Nirvana. Interesting. I always end up with more S tiers than I thought I usually think I will. Like, I always think that I'm going to be more critical and not let too many things into S tier unless they're really, really good, but I think I end up just remembering how much I like certain things and I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, great. It's a great for me, dog. I know some of the S tiers don't belong there if you're other people. Some of these are very biased games. Like, I don't think many people would call something like Memoir Blue or Far Changing Tides or Far Lone Sails or even Metal Hellsinger. I don't think many people would consider them S tier greats. I feel like a lot of people would put them between B and A. But they're like my S tiers. In terms of like how much my enjoyment was. And I gotta stick to that. Otherwise, why bother? Look at us. Insert Paul Rudd meme here. Look at us. Actually, even better. Wait. Insert Ryan Gosling meme here.
Jacked! I'm jacked to the tits!
There you go. I'm jacked to the tits. One more time, Ryan. What was that? How you feeling?
Jacked! I'm jacked to the tits!
Same, buddy. Same. I have to make that a stream thing. I need to put that as a button on my stream deck. And maybe even make it a channel point redeem. I love that clip. Do you perhaps have top 5? Oh, Sham. You're hurting me. I don't know how to... Top 5 games, he says. Alright. Let's do it. I'm not gonna number them 1 through 5. I'm just gonna pick 5. They're in no particular order. They're just the 5 that are at the top of the heap. Because that's too hard. Tunic. Up front. That's one of the 5. Metal Hellsinger. Very biased choice, but that game is fucking cool, man. That makes me feel a way. When I'm playing that game, I can feel it in my chest. That's why I like really good music games. I can feel them in my body. You know, you feel the music in your soul. At least you play a lady demon. There you go. And also, the fox is a little effeminate. It is male, but he's a cutie pie. Okay, there's 2. Amori has to be one of the top 5. Because out of everything on this list, that's the one that fucked me up the most. When I realized what was happening at the end, I did go quiet for a bit. And that final cutscene, where Amori forgives himself and plays the violin along with his ghost of his sister playing the piano, and the music comes together, of them playing the song together, fucking died. My heart broke. I struggled not to cry. Spoilers. Man, how old is this game now? Amori was so depressing. Yeah, but it affected me. I rank things very highly when they affect me. Hence my top 10 movie ratings that I did earlier. The movie that made me cry the most got number 1. You were going to play it tomorrow? No, you weren't. Okay, there's 3. Bug Snacks. There's 4. Gotta be Bug Snacks. Always talking about Bug Snacks. Oh, Bug Snacks. Oh, Bug Snacks. Talking about Bug Snacks. You know how I feel about Bug Snacks?
I'm jacked to the tits.
I'm jacked to the tits for Bug Snacks. I can't go by games that affect me because 90% of the time I cry. Oh, that's fair. I mean, I cry easily at movies and games with powerful storytelling, emotional moments, but I wouldn't say it's all the time. You gotta earn it. But it's not too hard to earn it. So Sham thinks that Guardian should be in the top 5. Okay, now I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble here. Because Hi-Fi Rush, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Riftbreaker are all equally worthy of that 5th spot. And I'm not sure which one to give it to. You reckon Hi-Fi Rush? It is pretty fresh in my mind. I was very surprised by Riftbreaker and loved how that game was designed. And Guardians just had a good fucking time. Beginning to end. Shit, man. I want to give... Okay. I'm going to cut out Riftbreaker. It's between Hi-Fi Rush and Guardians. We're a top 7 now. Okay, let's go Hi-Fi Rush. Let's say that's top 5. Honorable mention, but the top 5, Guardians. Or if you want to call it a top 6, you know, go nuts. There you go. Best I can do. Hi-Fi Rush and Guardians are very similar games. They are very musically inclined. Hi-Fi Rush is actually a musical, whereas Guardians just has a very karaoke tone about it. It loves to pull in the perfect music for the moment. Like, I rate the ending very highly. When you go up against the final boss and Final Countdown kicks in, ooh. Good lord. One of the top gaming moments of the year, when Final Countdown kicks in on the boss battle. Right up there with Hi-Fi Rush. Getting... What was that sequence? You get fired from a cannon into the enemy base, through the window into the canteen, and then the Prodigy starts up, as all the robots stand up to fight you. That was a cool build-up. The lead up to the final level with the Prodigy, slowly kicking in, was so sick. And then we got to the final boss battle and 9 Inch Nails dropped on the track. It's like, it just gets better and better. Winning. The rest of S goes in A. Hell no. That's all my S's. That's all the games that I really, really vibed with this year. Death's Door only just made it in to S. Midnight Fight Club is so close. You know what? Fuck it. Here you go, Sham. Midnight Fight Express just made the cut. We have an S rank. I'm not going to put that in my top 5. But, Death's Door and Midnight Fight just made it over the line. Your top 5 is Cyberpunk, Remnant 2, Midnight Fight, Party Animals, Gears 5. I find it so cute that Party Animals is on your list. It really stands out from the others. The others are super violent. And then Party Animals. I keep eating these twisties, dude. What am I doing? Let's unzoom this. Yeah, okay. How do I save? There's a save button somewhere. Save. Okay, hold up. Not this. Tier list, tier list. Ah. What did I call the ones that I did? Seankichu's Games of 2022 tier list. Let's steal that title. 2023 tier list. Oh, shit. Yeah. Download image. Desktop. Thank you. Save. Wild Hearts are super disappointing. Yeah, you had a couple of issues with that. I remember that. RE4 Remake, Wolong, which is still installed on my Xbox and ready to go, actually. That's going to be on my next year's list, I bet you. Honkai. Sham needs to play Wolong again. Yeah, I'll get around to Wolong. It's pre-installed and everything. There we go. Seankichu's list 2023. Yeah. Dope. Dope, dope, dope. Oh, that's right. Jeannie, did you you weren't here before. Did you want to quickly see my my top 10 movies? It's easy to bring up. List maker. Before I go pee. I'm a little bustin'. Bustin' makes me feel good. Watch list. No, that's not the right button. My lists. Quick disclaimer, because people got confused about this before. This is not what I think are the top 10 movies that were released in 2023. These are the only 10 movies I saw in 2023. Ordered by quality. So the best at number 1, down to number 10. Doesn't necessarily mean that all the movies are worthy of being there compared to other movies that came out this year. It's just the only things that I've seen. So all I could do is put those 10 and just put them in order. So, you know, that's important. Monster Hunter Rise. Record of Lodo War Deedlit. Yeah, you almost forgot about that one. You loved that game. That was on my last year's list. I think I put that in the alright section because I found the game a bit too short and easy for a Metroidvania. But I still gave it an alright. It was decent. You saw some more. I doubt Barbie would break your top 3. Are you serious? Because that is the only the movie that I laughed at all the way through and also cried. Of the stuff that I saw. I don't know how you could top that. Monster Hunter Rise is dope. Favorite game. Yeah. I don't know if you could see that, actually. There's no honorable mention this year. Number 10 was Avatar 2. My number 9 was Evil Dead Rise. Number 8 was Super Mario Brothers movie. Number 7 was A Little Mermaid. Number 6 was The Whale. Number 5 was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Number 4 was The Menu. Number 3 was Babylon. Number 2 was Poor Things. And number 1 was Barbie. You got all that from the D&D film? From what I've seen in that movie, it looks like it's going to be funny, and I would like it. I don't imagine crying during D&D. It just looks like a fun popcorn romp. What could possibly happen in that movie that's that touching? That had magic and funny? I don't like magic, though. That's one of my problems with things like Harry Potter, is that when people wave wands, I kind of want to punch them in the face. I never play mages in games. Watch it and you'll know. Oh, I will. I do want to watch it. It looks good. Genie's got John Wick 4, Barbie, Dungeons and Dragons as well. Oppenheimer are all I saw this year. So if you had to put them in order of best to worst, and when I say worst, just mean, you know, not bad, just the order of which you like better. Has a lot of heart. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things. I'm keen. I'll get to it eventually. Somehow. Oh, that is the order? John Wick and Barbie are tied? Hypothetically, if you weren't allowed to tie them, if one of them had to be 1 and the other had to be 2, would you go John Wick or Barbie? John Wick 4 is an absolute technical marvel. I believe it. I've seen a bunch of clips from it on the internet. Like, I've seen the top-down scene with the explosive shotgun. And that was pretty crazy. I was impressed when I saw that. 3-way tie because Michelle Rodriguez? What? You mean with D&D? No. Hypothetically, if you're not allowed to tie anything. Freud would say John Wick because I listed it first. Oh, that was the first thing to come to mind, so psychologically, you would assume that's more important. That's a fair way to call it. Like I was saying to Sham before, out of my entire list, out of my entire list, only 2 movies made me cry. Like, actually got, like, real tear down my cheek. And that was The Whale and Barbie. Barbie's the only one that made me cry, but that I also laughed throughout the whole movie. Like, I found almost all of that movie funny. It was, like, constantly funny. And then it also made me cry. And then it's also the only movie on the list that I saw more than once. So, it kind of took the first spot just because of all those things together. In fact, like, I was saying this before as well. The Billie Eilish scene at the end, both times I saw the movie, and every time I've re-seen that scene after watching YouTubers react to it, it's choked me up every time. Like, it keeps getting me. The same way Moulin Rouge always gets me at the end. D&D had a bunch of euphoria from wanting to do heist-related stuff in a D&D campaign. A lot of people would have been extra positive on D&D just because it's like the first time that the Dungeons and Dragons franchise has ever got like a win in Hollywood. Like, it's actually a decent movie, and they never managed to accomplish that before. Which seems crazy. Like, how can it be that hard? All the material's there. Okay. I got a couple more things to look at. Positive emotions from thinking about applying it to a campaign. I know what you mean when you said euphoria. Just, you know, we have to split hairs. Word choices and that. Grammar police. Well, technically that's not grammar. Grammar is about the structure of a sentence in terms of punctuation. Word choice doesn't really come under grammar per se. If anything, she's the thesaurus police. I like the idea of a thesaurus police, though. That's actually hilarious. Screw the lottery. Yeah, I'm just making it worse. I'm just piling on. I'm just trolling now. After I pee, I'm gonna look at my Twitch recap and my my Xbox year in review. My Xbox stats. We haven't done that yet, and I've got them ready to go. And then the Pornhub stats, and then we'll be caught up. I still have your link in my activity window, Sham. I'm just hanging on to it now so I can catch up a bit on what we need to get to. Incest porn would never nitpick me like this. Are you allying with incest porn as the only thing in your life that understands you? That's horrifying. That's like that Ryan Gosling movie where he's married to the sex doll. What was that called? I forget what it's called. It's a good movie. I'll be back in a second. Hello. It's me. I'm back. Did the audio for the New Year's music just die out? The hell's going on there? Oh no, it's it was a transition between two songs. That's why it went quiet. Fine. Wait, what have I missed? Euphoria was the first day I wore women's underwear and got off on it. I get it's a deeper, more positive emotion, and it's messed up. It's not that messed up. Have you ever worn women's clothing, Sham? It's really nice. Just saying. Not the general clothing. The problem with most women's clothing is it's too tight and constricting because it's designed to make you look your best. Were you talking about underwear, though? That silky shit? That lacy shit? I would recommend trying it someday. Go to a department store. Find the women's section with like the black and red sexy lacy stuff like you'd wear for your husband to seduce him. Buy it under the pretense that you're getting it for your wife or girlfriend for Valentine's Day or something. You know, just run with that narrative. And then when you're at home alone, just slip into some of that shit. You'd be surprised. Feels nice. Repressed trans girl didn't get transition until 32. Yeah, there was a lot of pent up there to be euphoria'd. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I don't think it's messed up just because, like, it literally is incredibly comfortable, silky, lacy shit. Like, it can't not feel good when it's on your body. You feel a bit self-conscious when you're a dude, when you're a straight dude, because it's kind of weird to put it on. But do it anyway, because it's kind of an interesting experience. Also, it's worth learning how to walk in heels, I think, even if you are a straight dude. I'm actually really good at walking in heels. Like, I've got impeccable balance. I, like, nailed it first time. You admit to autogynephilia, which 99% of cis women have. I've never heard that term before. Guys have inspired to find women underwear and crack a fat into it. Hey, you might unlock a new side hustle. By side hustle, I don't mean like a new private side fetish. I mean like literally taking photos of yourself on OnlyFans. Making a bit of scratch. Heels improve posture. Yeah, I believe it. Maybe I already have decent posture. Maybe that's why my balance was so good in heels. But like I very quickly was able to run in them and jump around and stuff without breaking my ankle. So I was pretty proud of myself for that. I don't know if that says anything about you as a person. If you're meant to be a straight dude, but you're a fucking savant in heels. You can't be making scratch, that's hoe behavior. You have it all wrong, Sham. Here's the thing. Liz might not be wrong about doing that being hoe behavior. But there's nothing that says you're not allowed to be a hoe. I am all for us embracing our inner hoes. I don't think we should make excuses for the things we do or don't want to do. I feel like we should just lean into it and go, yeah, that's what I am. And deal with it. Here I come. Literally. I'm gonna nut on one of these twisties. I'm gonna make it interesting tonight. She used it derogatorily? Oh, but that, you know, whatever. That's fine. I think one of the differences between me and you, Jeannie, is that, and this is fair, because we do come from different worlds. I'm not really affected by derogatorily used things against me. It really does kind of just bounce off me. Like, it doesn't even really upset me or anger me or even make me think poorly about the person who did it. It really just kind of means nothing, to be honest. Ow, that is so fucking hot. Ow, ow, ow. What have I done? But like I was saying, the reason that there's a big difference between us is that you're coming from a background and you're a type of person that has had to live through a level of derogatoriness that is often directed at you in a quite aggressive and often violent and threatening way. Which is why I'm, as a white straight guy, am free to like brush that shit off my back because like I dare you to actually take a shot. You can say anything you want to my face, but you know, I'm here and ready if anyone wants to, you know, swing. But you don't really have that luxury. You don't have the luxury of, like, walking down a dark alley at night. I mean, if you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to, like, keep your keys between your knuckles like fucking Wolverine. Because some weirdo at the bar who doesn't like your kind might be following you when you do something real stupid. I'll fight you only if we're both naked. It's not really a fight anymore, is it? That's just a good time. In a mud pit? Can we upgrade that to Jello pit? Jello's cleaner than mud. You also seem to forget that, like, one of the similarities between you and Elizabeth is that you both aggressively speak your minds. So, there's a high percentage chance of butting heads in more aggressive and unnecessarily antagonistic way than you know, needs to happen. It's not like... I don't believe really she was ever trying to insult anyone specifically. But she's the kind of person that has a lot of very specific thoughts and beliefs and things that she herself cares about or doesn't care for. I mean, she knows who she is in a lot of ways like you do. And it can be very easy to try and express how you believe, what you think about a certain thing in terms of what you yourself would not want to do or would want to do. And have it come off as derogatory against an entire system of choices or a lifestyle. She's quite insulting. Well, see, because you were on the receiving end of it. I mean, I wasn't part of it, but, you know. It's quite easy to feel insulted when someone's like, I don't like this thing. I think this thing is this. And then you're like, well, I am that, so I'm insulted. Fuck you. Like, I feel like Elizabeth, a lot of the time, she talks about these things from the point of view of, like, I feel this way about this thing because I wouldn't want to do that because I feel like this about that thing in terms of myself and how I feel about myself. If she is very strong on the romance angle and very opposed to the whoring and the hoishness of things in life, then, you know, that's fine. That's good. That's fair. But I think the problem with the argument you guys had was that it turned into you guys defending an entire lifestyle or a way of doing things or occupation. Whereas I've always pretty much known Elizabeth to talk about those things in terms of herself and her own choices. Because I know people that are fairly conservative with their thoughts of, you know, slutty things. You know, Tinder. I know people that would never be caught dead on Tinder. They think it's disgusting. Hooking up with people through a phone app like it's a human menu. I know people who are disgusted by the existence of OnlyFans. Like, I get along with these people fine. Because I believe the opposite. I don't give a shit about OnlyFans. I would start one myself if I was more confident about, you know, my body or whatever. I have done many hoey thing that Elizabeth would judge me quite harshly for, based on how she feels about the things that she would and wouldn't do, based on her values. And it wouldn't bother me. Like, if she was like, that's gross and you're a hoe, I'd be like, yes. But I don't feel any less about her for thinking that. I'm just like, yeah, that's how I'm rolling, baby. I've done some weird shit. Got any milk chocolate left? Mostly milk chocolate. It's all milk chocolate walls at this point, except for this one chunk of white roof. I get why you guys got riled up as well, but like, you know, try to keep in mind people are just trying to communicate very differing beliefs to each other and kind of, you know, butting heads, and it can be difficult. But, like, we can't all be stuck in echo chambers as well where we're all the same either. Like, that's kind of the point of this entire space. Not just Twitch, but the internet in general. YouTube comments, Twitter. I mean, there's a lot of toxicity in these places, but it's because people can't handle butting heads against each other. And then automatically everyone gets insulted by differing, you know, and the attempts to explain their points of view insult each other more, and then it becomes a domino effect of bullshit. I guess, you know, the best thing you can do, I guess, is to try to take things a little less personally. I mean, I generally don't, but I don't really know how to tell other people not to do that. It is what it is. You're also allowed to get angry about and defend anything you want. I mean, it's a Wild West. It's open season. So, you know, you don't have to feel like you need to cow to something that you don't agree with either. But there's a balance. You triple down by saying I'd fit in a fascist place? Well, the thing is, you guys were super insulted by one thing, but then the counter of going directly to call her things like transphobes was kind of a trigger on her end as well. Like, she got very quickly insulted by that suggestion, which I do think kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. Back wall chocolate? But like I said the other day, like, I have seen you do that more than once. You do make some leaps in logic sometimes, where you connect the dots from like one opinion to like full conservativeness, and there's like this huge leap in between where it's like, holy shit, where did that go? I'm not roasting or anything, I'm just saying, as a completely neutral observer thing. They've already blocked each other. Oh, really? What does that do again? Do you just not see the, Do you just not see the text of people you block in the chat? You were lumped in with that too, by the way. You have been lumped into other genie accusations in the past, though. And you got over it. It is what it is. I have as well. That's what I was saying. You don't see it, but then people like, you have the chat on screen. Oh, that's true. The on-screen chat would get around that. I never even thought of that. Let me get this chocolate real quick. Oh. It's like my example the other day was the Megan Fox thing. Jeannie leapt straight to basically accusing me of being allied with, like, the piece of shit conservative types. Because I didn't like Megan Fox's voice acting in Mortal Kombat. And, like, you know, I kind of laughed it off. Because, like, obviously, I'm far from a conservative person. I am pretty left in, like, most of my opinions. I'm not going to take that seriously. Like, I'm not going to be like, fuck you, Jeannie, how dare you call me... Like, I'm just not. I know I'm not, so it's not going to really bother me. And I know Jeannie just has strong reactions to things. You're a sexist pig, Sean. Only when it is required. If you want me to be aggressively sexist pig-like in the bedroom, I can achieve this. I can roleplay this for you. Oh god, you know what's so good? Kit Kat with coffee. Just straight up milk chocolate, washed down with a hot drink. I basically just ripped... I love the fact that Kit Kats are like slats. So it's actually like logs in the cabin. It actually looks so realistic. So when I'm eating this thing, I'm literally ripping logs off the side of the wall. And just straight up eating slats of it. It's amazing. I think I know why Jeannie does that, though. Why that is like an impulse thing of hers. To make those jumps in logic. When you live a life where the idea of a conservative person is a potential threat to you, it's literally like the people in the world that are out to say that you shouldn't exist. Like, they're kind of a direct threat. There is more of a sensitivity to warning signs and flags as to who might be that kind of conservative that you should probably not deal with. So I think there's more of an impulse with Jeannie to see examples of opinions or outlooks that ally with the people that she's afraid of or threatened by. And then to, almost as a survival instinct, want to connect the dots almost as a potential like red flag. Like if there's any chance of this person being like that kind of person, like I need to see those flags now and single them out. Because of that, you know, underlying life of threat kind of angle. This got deep. I mean, it's a theory. I mean, Jeannie doesn't have to agree, but it makes sense to me that Jeannie would be more inclined to catch evidence or examples of potential threat where there might not be any, if that makes sense. Because, for example, the example with me didn't make sense, but if you look at the evidence, it's like if all the conservatives that are the kind of people that hate Jeannie and would be a threat to her, all unanimously agree that Megan Fox's voice acting is shit and they're all roasting her online. That becomes like a meme for the right wing. The roasting Mortal Kombat for what's her name's voice acting becomes a right wing thing. So when I agree with it, in Jeannie, that's a very quick leap to this person is agreeing with the conservative people that are a threat to me, and that scares me. It's like, you know, obviously it doesn't make logical sense because just because I think Megan Fox isn't doing any good voice acting in Mortal Kombat doesn't make me like a transphobe or a homophobe or something. Like there's no real bridge there. But it's one of those red flag things of like, oh, he agrees with something they said and they are pieces of shit. I'm now worried that you might be a piece of shit for thinking the same thing. It just happens to be the thing that you're thinking is an opinion that's not connected to transphobia or bigotry at all. It's literally just a Mortal Kombat's voice acting. And that's the part where it's kind of funny and weird, where it's like, why would she make that leap? Like, and think that I might be like an asshole for thinking that, because it's just some lady saying stuff as a vampire in the Outworld. Oh, hi, Brett. Sorry, we're just rambling. It's funny how Megan Fox won Best Voice Acting at the 2009 Game Awards, only get Wait, what did she win that for? It's your opinion, I should respect that. I love her, though. I like Megan Fox. I don't love her, but I think she seems like a pretty cool chick. Like, I think in real life, if you were hanging out with her, I think Megan Fox would be pretty dope. I just think that her acting output is very 50-50. I love it when I see something where she's good, because then I can be like, oh yeah, Megan Fox is knocking this out of the park, dope. But I feel like 50% of the time, she comes off as surprisingly wooden and, you know, bland. And I don't really know why. I think she's the type of actress that needs good direction. I don't think she's good enough as an actress to just know how to turn something into gold. Like, you can hand her a script and fail as a director, and they'll still find a way to make the thing that's their responsibility work on camera. I think she's more of a... she can achieve things within her wheelhouse, but I think she needs direction. So sometimes you see a movie where you're like, this is fucking amazing. Like, good for her. And other times she's just like a bland, emotionless, like, mannequin that looks pretty. And it's always like a 50-50. Got a role in a shitty movie licensed Transformers game. Wait, so she won for her voice acting in a Transformers game? I had no idea. I'm shocked she beat Jennifer Hale. That is interesting. I'm sure that not all of her voice acting in Mortal Kombat is bad. It's just when you isolate the worst parts, they can be pretty awful. But I'm sure there's some okay parts too. It's just I've seen mostly the dodgy bits. Have you seen her interview video? Hang on, I'll give it a quick look. But then I'll have to jump over to the Twitch stats thing I need to look at. Hold up. Wait a sec. Oh, it's only 2 minutes. Good. Some actors don't translate to voice acting well. No, that's 100% true. A lot of actors don't. Voice acting is a different acting discipline than being on camera. There's some really good voice actors in Hollywood movies that phone it in when it comes to voice acting. For example, if you watch What If, Marvel's What If on Disney Plus, they've got most of the actors from the actual movies, and some of them aren't very good. Like Sebastian Stan is great as the Winter Soldier in the movies. His voice acting for Bucky kind of sucks in the animated shows. He is just as bland and wooden in his delivery as I was accusing Negan of being in Mortal Kombat. But if you see him in real movies, he's good. Some take to it better than others.
I am Megan Fox, and I'm voicing Natara. She comes from this weird realm.
Look at her lips. I love Megan Fox's lips.
Creature. She's evil, but she's also good. She's trying to save her people. But I really like her. She's a vampire, which obviously resonates for whatever reason.
When she says resonates for whatever reason, does she mean that whole rumor about her and MGK drinking each other's blood? Because her and MGK is my least favorite era of Megan Fox, because he's a smelly looking weirdo, and he was turning her into a smelly looking weirdo.
It's cool to be in the game, you know, because I'm not really just voicing it.
What is she wearing?
Like, she's kind of me.
She's Barbied up for Mortal Kombat.
I'll steal Datusha and kill you with it. You are welcome to try.
You know what? To be fair, that line reading was not bad. I don't actually mind that line she just said. Not like it's Shakespearean acting or anything, but this is okay.
I'll steal Datusha and kill you with it. You are welcome to try.
There's some intensity and venom in that delivery, so that was okay.
You Outworlders believe yourselves so superior. As I've been
That one was not. Okay. We went from like the best line I've heard her do to a pretty bland one. I think it's because sometimes her this is my theory with voice acting, with Megan specifically. I think her normal speaking voice, when she's just trying to be neutral and not like trying to push any kind of aggression, when she's just trying to talk to another character, she has a bit of that bland, flat kind of Valley Girl kind of sound where you can tell they're probably sexy from the sound of their voice, but it's also very monotone. Like she just says stuff, like it's kind of how you expect a Kardashian to sound when they're just speaking about stuff. Some of her delivery sounds like porn acting, but that fits with Mortal Kombat. Like when it comes, like some porn acting does fit with the vibe of Mortal Kombat. I'm not gonna lie.
It does force me to like tap into areas of myself that I'm not comfortable.
You can hear that kind of bland Valley Girlness in just her talking in the background with the interview. And I think when that comes through in the actual voice acting, I think that translates as bad voice acting because it's such a flat sound. But that's kind of her base. That's her default. She has to fight against that because that's what she really speaks like. I like that scream they make her do. That's not really all Negan though. That's like also processed, but her vampire scream is cool.
Me to like be more free with myself.
The shriek.
What did you do with Jen's body?
Poor Kung Lao. You'll never see her again.
That one was a bit of a porny one, like Shan was saying. That was the porn acting one. That's in between the two. That's not good or bad. That's just like that's porn to it.
I think it's just like an opportunity that anybody would want because we did all grow up playing the game, and it is one of the greatest video games of all time.
Yeah, I didn't think that there was too much Megan in the shrieking part because in the fight she keeps doing this vampire shriek, and it does sound very processed. The guts. I like that sound though. I know that's nothing to do with Megan, but that shriek is interesting sounding. It's cool. If you play MK1, the intro lines are pretty flat. In combat, the voice is Megan. It's a prominent voice actress. Oh, they had like a different person do the in combat stuff. She's kind of milfy. Yeah, the character is a little milfy. I wouldn't call real life Megan milfy. More of a bombshell, really. You sent something as well, Sham? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to turn this off in a sec.
This age.
We can skip the raps. I mean, I don't mind getting to it. We just have to do some other stuff first. And we're I'll turn it off for now. Just because we've got plenty to do. And I'll keep your other link just saved in the chat window.
Is so strange.
What is this?
And yet,
oh, Neil.
the May Queen still assumes a new form each year, as do those mistresses.
The Secret World. This is that MMO, right?
Me. Miss June, Miss July, and so forth.
Wait, Neil did the monkey sounds in Planet of the Apes: Last Frontier? What, really? Why didn't he get a Game Award for that? Rob, man. Oh, here we go, Detroit.
Aren't they?
Nice.
Perfect beings with infinite intelligence. And now they have free will. Machines are so superior to us. Confrontation was inevitable.
I really should get around to playing this one day. I've played every single other David Cage game except for this one.
Isn't it ironic?
Didn't see enough Detroit with him.
Never seen an android like you before. Model, are you?
A sexy model?
I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to answer you.
But it is
If
sexy.
you have any questions, please contact your superior.
Hey, bring me a coffee, dipshit.
This guy's mean.
Get a move on! Oh.
Why do people mean to robots in science fiction? People are always mean to robots. I can't imagine myself being mean to a robot. I'd feel too bad.
Top of the fucking morning to you two.
Virgil? Am I hallucinating that
Wow,
you're
We
a
Happy
cat?
Few
Oh, is
was
there
such a
real
disaster of a
rabbit? I'm
release.
hallucinating is my age.
What the fuck?
Why is she here? She's hoping to get the trains running again.
I remember when We
Yeah,
Happy
time to
Few
start
was like
getting dead
in all
weight
the
for it.
previews and people were really
She's
psyched for
unreliable.
it, and then it came out and it got the
Can't
worst
pull the
reviews
trigger when it
ever.
counts. Hey, take it easy.
She'll get you killed.
Fuck, he looks... Can I just say... This is not a... I don't want to be too mean here. This is not a slight on Resident Evil 3 or Resident Evil in general, but there's something about... What's his name? I forget his name. There's something about this dude's character design that I find fucking hilarious. Like, he's too sexy. He's way too sexy for this role, for his part in the story. This dude walked off a runway in Milan. Voice acting saved Neil's life, apparently. Carlos, yeah. I don't even know why we need Carlos. Why can't we just play a game as why can't we just be Jill? Just stick to Jill. Like, we don't need to swap characters. I just don't get Carlos. I think it's kind of a fuck up in terms of character design. I think the character designers went way too far, making him like the most attractive man that's ever existed. The hair is perfectly coiffed like sexy man messy. That's a very slight nitpick.
You have done me
Don't make it.
favor.
I don't want you to think that I'm ripping on Resident Evil 3.
It won't do, Astrid. Won't do at all. This is the
Oh my god. Beyond a Steel Sky. I have some severe nostalgia flashbacks whenever I see Beyond a Steel Sky content. When I was a little kid, we had an old Windows 3.1 computer that I played 3 games on. Dune 2, Battle for Arrakis, Warcraft, Tides of Darkness, and Beneath a Steel Sky. Not Beyond, which is this game. Beneath a Steel Sky, which was an old LucasArts style point and click game. You remember the kind, like the old Scum system pixel graphics games like Monkey Island, the King's Quest, Space Quest, all that type of shit. It was a very, very lesser known point and click game, but it was like a dystopian cyberpunk thing where you're like a detective. I loved that game. And to this day, almost nobody I ever meet has ever played that game or even heard of that game. And then this game was a bunch of fans picking up the license and making a 2 decades later sequel to it. More than 2 decades even. Called Beyond a Steel Sky with 3D graphics. I haven't played it, but every time I hear about this existing or see shots of it, like I literally am transported back to like 12-year-old me on my Windows 3.1 computer playing like the old game. It's kind of magical. I really should probably play this new one and see what I can remember about the world and the characters. It'd be really interesting.
Ghana, after all.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Look up Beneath a Steel
And you
Sky.
said you
Like
believe
Google
the
image that
firework
game.
projector was
You see what I mean.
I'm not entirely sure, but it was working perfectly during the rehearsals.
Regardless, I trust that the issue really is now resolved, and that you'll be keeping a closer eye on things from now on.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you won't have to keep leaving your station unsupervised.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
This
You
guy's
can count
voice
on me.
kills me.
Now, back to work.
He does the snooty thing. That's how you know he's a piece of shit.
Take a seat.
This guy's got range for a voice actor.
Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about?
Like, the Heisenberg voice is so weird. It's so unique. Like, I don't even know what accent this is supposed to be.
Lady, supersized bitch. Ugly ass psycho doll. An embryonic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test. To see if you're strong enough to be a part
He
of
really likes
Miranda's
playing with his
family.
magnet powers.
Be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful a kid is?
I will play this eventually.
Miranda's scared of her.
We'll get there.
Last time, you freak, I swear to
Can't
God.
wait. It's Mid-Atlantic.
I'm sorry we put you through that.
Hoity-toity
Let me
Americans
be
trying to
clear.
sound
We
British.
do not bear
Oh,
any
okay.
ill will toward
Kind of
Colin
makes
Town,
sense.
nor do we...
He's in Xenoblade Chronicles
I
3.
didn't mean as a commander. More as one person to another.
She has a cute voice. Why is his hair like that?
Your friends.
I hate it.
Didn't you want them to be happy? Rather than toiling and struggling in vain?
I hate it. I like her voice. I don't like his head.
And one more thing. The pivotal factor is the soil.
Soil?
Check to make sure that there's earth wormwood growing in your fields. I'll forward the steps you'll need to take to your iris for reference.
I've played Xenoblade Chronicles 1
I think about it.
on
Every day.
the Wii U, I think.
I lost hope of ever seeing you again.
Oh, well, this is recent. I've played Deliver Us the Moon, but I totally forgot that there was a sequel.
I've made so many mistakes in my life.
That was on stream too, I think. Yeah?
But,
I think?
that day, that...
Now I can't remember if I played it on stream or if it was just before I started
Why
streaming.
didn't you choose for Rosa and Homewood?
Hmm.
Why didn't you try to come home to us?
You love how campy his voice is.
It's complicated. You're here. You're here now. I'm never going to let you out of my sight. I'm going to keep you safe. You're here.
He sounds
Safe.
older in this character.
I promise.
He's pretty good at
I
changing his
wasn't going
voice,
to hurt
just
you.
enough.
I just needed, well, blood. I've never killed anyone. Well,
We've reached Baldur's Gate. We've reached the one where he won the award
I
for.
feed on animals. Boars. Deer. Kobolds. Whatever I can get.
Kobolds.
My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me.
Nice outfit.
Of course, it'll turn me into a monster.
I love the leather chest piece.
What else did I expect?
Okay. Good job, Neil. Oh, is this where he explained the accent? Oh my god. Transatlantic dialect, he's British. Envisioned the character to be more posh in a suit and vest. Envisioning a Cary Grant type. Channeled Jimmy Stewart as Jimmy had a way of capturing a whole room. Was surprised when the character model looked the way he did, but thought it was still cool. So that's one of the things that makes it such a weird character, is the character model doesn't really fit with the voice personality description, but that's what makes it interesting. Also, is one of the things that Resident Evil is really good at doing. Very schlocky, unexpected character, personality, and look combinations. Like you'd see in like old exploitation films. The character barely makes sense, but it makes them more interesting. Okay. Zip. Let's get it. Let's do the Xbox year in review first. Boom. Lifetime gamer score, 496,925. Look how close I am to half a milli. If I can push this a little bit more, let's say 3 or 4 more games with mostly all the achievements collected, I'm going to crack 500 grand. Half a mil. What a milestone. 2023 highlights. Total game time, 2,972 hours. Shit. 93 games. Total gamer store earned this year alone, 76,226. Reward points, boring. My top gameplay month was January. Sham, can you guess why my top gameplay month was January? I think you might be able to guess this one. Total achievements 2,550. Jesus. It's kind of unnerving how these games keep moving. Danganronpa, yes. You got it in one. I don't know why, but I felt like you were going to be able to guess that pretty easily. Taiko? Taiko was not January, that was later, but that is actually a good guess because notice how my #1 most played game is Taiko no Tatsujin, the Drum Master, with a time played of 296 hours. Obviously, that's not accurate. 89 achievements, 1,000 gamer score. Thank you for playing. Unlocked it in February. Oh, one of the rare achievements is in February. You're in the top 5% of this game's most active players. So, I did some system clock cheesing to be able to refresh the store so I could buy all the extras. Because the game store refreshes like every 24 hours or something. So I had to do some system clock shenanigans to like get through that in a timely manner. So now now it thinks that I've played this game for 296 hours. I did play it for a little bit, but like we got what, 2 or 3 streams out of that. But yeah, that's crazy. #2 top game I played, Danganronpa 3, which I'm guessing is now the longest Danganronpa game. 173 hours. Holy shit. I did not even know it was that much. That's fucking crazy. Also, top 5% of the game's most active players. So, wait, can I see more? Oh, it only shows the top 3. Taiko, then Danganronpa 3, then Danganronpa 2. So they go up in length. Danganronpa 1 would be the shortest. Then Danganronpa 2 was 146 hours, and then Danganronpa 3 was 173. And I didn't even get all the achievements on these two. I did on the first one, but then they got crazy with the achievement grinding. A little too crazy. You got survival mode and weather mode that amplifies blizzard effects. Skyrim, oh. Going to Winterhell is like entering a frozen landscape. You can't see anything. Random non-sequitur. Where were we? Let me go up a bit. Apparently 51% of the games I played were action-adventure. Then 14% role-playing. 11% music. That was probably mostly Taiko, the drum game. 8% strategy, then 16% other. That don't fit into categories. It'd be cool if music was higher, because I like music games. Here's how you stack up with other players. You're in the top 5% of hours played, top 5% of gamer score, top 5% of achievements unlocked. Cool. I think at least one of these statistics was top 1% last year. I'm pretty sure. Anyway. I feel like there's less stats than there were last year in this. What's this do? Most of what you played on PS5 are RPGs, so you've got probably quite a few long ones on there. Total gamer score over the entirety of Xbox this year was 61 billion. 4.5 billion total achievements. 36,000 games played. Not as interesting stats, really. I should really spend these rewards I've been earning from Game Pass and Gamerscore earning, because like I could actually just buy stuff with that. And I never have, so it's all just built up over time. I really want to see the next in line of this. You know what I mean? Like, I know the next one's going to be Danganronpa 1. Because that's literally my most played game in January. And that's what made January my top gameplay month. It's funny that it's January though, considering the other Danganronpas are longer. Okay. One of the longest because it's live service, Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, those games are a bit much. That's why I try to avoid them a little bit. Okay, let me put this away. XboxAchievements.com, TrueAchievements.com have their own little list. What does this show? Most played game, Drum Master. Bullshit. Technically, it's Danganronpa. 2,476 achievements, 73,000 gamer score, 1,595 rare achievements, 89 games. Which is less than the 93 games that the Xbox website just told me. I don't know why that is. That's weird. Is that all? Okay, this website only gives you that, which we already got from the other one, so that's fine. Cool, cool. Twitch recap. Been keen to look at this. Look, it's me, Seankichu. Your high scores in 2023. Hours watched. Is this... Oh, this is on my channel. 7,770 K hours watched on my channel. I did 289 streams. Not bad. For some reason, there's a goat screaming. Like, I don't really know what that signifies. But thank you. Categories 5. Special events, just chatting. Games? I don't know what that means. Categories 5. That's confusing. 1,000 clips made. Awesome. That seems unrealistic. I didn't even realize that I'd have so many clips. I love it when goats scream. Yeah, but why? Why is the goat there? What are they trying to say about me? My highest stream reached 14 viewers. That's actually much lower than last year. My highest stream last year was Just under 30, I think. It was in the high 20s, maybe. And I think it was because of Enter the Gungeon. I think Enter the Gungeon and the first time I played Hollow Knight during the initial playthrough when I just finished the story. Those two games had a high 20s peak of fans and, you know, niche followers. So it's quite low this year. I'm not sure exactly what... I wish you would tell you what stream that was that got the 14. Maybe it's just Hollow Knight again. When I went back to Hollow Knight to finish off the Pantheons. Because that got pretty popular in some of the streams. So people are always drawn to Hollow Knight for whatever reason. 72,000 chat sent. Fun. There's the goat again. This is now a representation of Sham in the chat. It's your new icon. Top 5 categories. Just chatting is number 1 because of the fact I do it every Sunday. That's kind of unfair. Number 2 is Danganronpa 3. Danganronpa 3 is officially the longest Danganronpa that required the most streams to complete. Followed by Danganronpa 2, then Danganronpa 1. They're all in line. Oh no, wait. Hollow Knight beat Danganronpa 1. So it goes number 5, Danganronpa. 4, Hollow Knight. 3, Danganronpa 2. 2, Danganronpa 3. That's really confusing to say. And then just chatting. Boring. And the worst one? It makes sense. Usually sequels get longer than each other. It's pretty normal. I would have predicted that. Your top 3 tags were English, Australia, and Let's Play. Or, okay, yeah. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. Can I tell you why this one, the Misery head, is up here? 55 uses. I know exactly why this one's here. That's Tenna. Tenna is a pretty consistent user of the Misery Sean face. I don't know how the other ones got here. I think I use the Princess Juice one sometimes. Just for fun. Because it's the only animated one that I've made so far. It's me and Tenna, these two. And the rest, who knows. This clip stole the spotlight. Top featured clip. Drink wine, fuck in the streets, and have a bread party. Should we watch it? Let's watch it. Oh yeah, I almost forgot Elizabeth was French. We drink wine, fuck in the streets, and have bread parties. One of those is more alarming than the other two. Who the fuck has a bread party? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. That was my most popular clip. What the hell? That's funny. I'm gonna have to tell her about that later. For sure. There's me. Oh, your stats? Hang on, let me keep this tab over here. I'll hop over to it in a sec. Let me just finish scrolling this. How many views? Only 15? I guess that's... 15 is the highest. 394,000 channel points spent, mostly on Biscoff. You built community. 191 new followers. Oh, really? Of the 250... Oh, it just went down one. 249, I'm sorry. We started with 250. I guess that makes the New Year's stream a failure then, since we've actually gone down. New followers 191. I guess that means that last year was very, very slow, but then that was like just into my first year. New subscribers 12, 8 gifted subscriptions. That's probably all minks. Played all kinds of co-op. Raids sent 13, raids received 16. It's about neck and neck. Your loudest fans. There's Von. I don't actually know who Mouse Ninja is. That must be a silent lurker. Von, Brax, Minx, however you say that, Sham, Texas Doomer, Genie. I should tell Texas Doomer. He's in the Discord a lot. He's on their top 9 list of most active people. Also, I should tell Brax. Brax is in Discord a lot as well. Brax said he was going to show up for the Peppa Pig streams. Potentially. Was I the #1 viewer? I don't think these are in order. I think these are just like the top 9 just randomly combined in a group. Oh, is that it? Don't forget to stream your recap. Oh, we're doing that right now. Okay. I guess this is the thing you're supposed to share on social media. I don't think I'm going to have... I'll go to the viewer one, but it's probably not going to be interesting. Because I don't really get the time to view much. 99 hours watched. Oh, I have lurked a little bit. Left things on in the background. 218 distinct days visited. Honkai Star Rail, Phasmophobia, Monster Hunter Rise, Nikkei. Oh my god, Genie, that's all you. Honkai, Monster Hunter Rise, and Nikkei are all there because of Genie's channel. And Phasmophobia is Minx's channel. That's every time I think I've gone to Minx, she's mostly played Phasmophobia. These are the ones that I use the most, I guess. I do like the bunny ear one. I've sent 1072 chats. Top Twitcher, category champion, chatty chatter. I don't even know what these achievements mean. Chat badge unlocked. You were a top user. Own it. Show off your super excellent shiny new badge in chat. What? Really? Does it do... Wait, let me try. Ah, there's nothing there. That's all she streams? Oh, she does stream other things. I've seen evidence of her streaming other stuff. It's just, she does come back to Phasmophobia to hang out with her friends a lot. Do you have to activate this somehow? I noticed that you've got it. Yeah, Jeannie's got her Twitch recap badge. There's Jeannie's channel. I didn't realize I'd been there so many times. Feels like I hardly ever get to go to people's channels. The Game Awards. Minx. Hetty J, I'm guessing is a raid that Sham might have suggested. Because this looks exactly like the kind of Twitch streamer that Sham has made me go to a few times in the past when you direct the raid. We told you how to change badges before. Well, I hardly ever do it, so I have to re-figure it out. Haven't watched in a while. Yeah, that's definitely you then. I don't know what Heisenberg is all about, but he's there too. We think you'd like this clip. By Genie. Okay. I'll buy it. Is this Saints Row? It is. Is this going to be a Zelda reference? Yes, it is.
Look what I found.
That's adorable. Why do you think, do you think there's a reason why they thought I would like that clip? Like, what do you think the algorithm was doing to decide that? Or was it just going on number of views? If it's got a lot of views, it's like, hey, maybe you'll like this too. Everyone else seemed to like it. Alright. Let me put this back away. Boom. Heisenberg was a chatter that frequently watches Minx stuff. Oh, okay. That might be how I ended up there in the first place. Maybe Minx raided while I was in her chat. I ended up there as well. Your most viewed clip? Oh, wait, where's your link? Here it is. 1,580k hours watched, 363 streams. Nice. Almost as many streams as there are days in the year, which is a fair effort. 120 new followers, 4 subscribers, chat sent 12,000. Top categories: Resident Evil 4, Honkai, and Wild Hearts. It's a shame your third top played game is one that was a disappointment to you, which means you spent a lot of hours of the game that you ultimately like weren't really feeling. That sucks. But hey, it happens. You make the most of it. Most popular emotes. Little devil cat with love hearts. Wild Hearts is only that long because of how bullshit the difficulty got halfway through and then got harder. Yeah, it sounded pretty unbalanced. Alright. Well, that was fun. I'll save off like the screenshots of a few of those other stats so I can share them later. Social media stuff. I won't worry about that now. That's why I kept the tabs. Turcoiden was way better balanced. That was it. For those two, yeah. There's nothing on my Steam or my PlayStation ones because I only played one Steam game. I didn't play any PlayStation this year. I don't have a Spotify Wrapped, so it was really just the Xbox and that. And obviously this. Pornhub's 2023 year in review. Did you almost forget? That's all you could see of mine. Yeah, it was that that share card. It's the same where if I hit the share button, it gives me the same little JPEG with just the main stats. I think you see the full thing when you're logged in as yourself, but that's why I just screenshot my own JPEGs of the page so I can get more stats off it and share them in other places. I'm watching some right now. What, you're on the hub as we speak? You crazy motherfucker. What do they say? 2023 to the 10th anniversary of Pornhub's Year in Review Insights. Over the last decade, we have brought you trends, terms, searches, and a recap of all the key events of those years and helped to shape the world's porn viewing habits. This year, our statisticians are back with more data and commentary to touch on this year's biggest trends. Take a look around. You'll find plenty of eye-catching infographics laying out a variety of results between the genders, sexual orientations, breakdowns, state-by-state search habits, the time spent on Pornhub, and so much more. Revel in it, share it with your friends, have a toast and laugh, and most of all, enjoy yourself. I have been the world's most interesting man. Thank you very much. He's about to have a Dos Equis. That's why you like Steam. You can see what other users sees. Yeah, it's too bad I don't have many Steam stats because of the fact I only played one game on Steam this year. It was a bit low. Okay. What do we got? Wow, okay. We're kicking this off interestingly. The trends that defined 2023, number 1, the Golden Age. Mature grew by 77% and became the second most popular category among men, led by Mature Cougar. What the fuck are we doing? MILF is the second most searched term, while DILF, including Muscle DILF, grew by 71%. We don't just want dads, we want muscly dads now. That's very specific. Granny gained 132%. And GILF, oh my god, GILF, by 168%. Terms like sexy granny and hot GILF are trending. When did the sexy granny trend start? I don't really share the interest, but I would love to know like how this started and how it took off so hard. Your Steam stat? Oh. Muscly old ladies. It says sexy granny and hot gilf. Muscle dilfs. It's muscly dads. It's just generally sexy grannies, but not specifically muscly grannies. Wait, let me just see what this Steam thing looks like. Only 3 games. Played with a keyboard mouse, 81% with controller. That's cool that they keep that stat. Interesting. 12 sessions of Baldur's Gate. 1 of Blaze Blue. 2 of Lost Ark. So not too much going on your Steam, but it's more than me at least. 70 achievements, 3 games. Best streak was 2 days. Probably playing Baldur's Gate. 67% of playtime in games that were new. Action roguelike is your heaviest category, apparently. According to them. And you wrote 1 review. Genie wrote a Steam review. And this was all in August. You played all of these Steam games in August. Is that when you got your PC? How do you see your Xbox Wrapped? My year on Xbox. Wait, sorry. Year in review. The Xbox.com website has a year in review section. If you just type in year in review in Google, and you're logged into the Xbox website, it'll take you straight to your own. Look, there's all Blaze Blue, August. Lost Ark, August. Fuckload of August. Most of it Baldur's Gate. August was PC month for Genie. Alright, back to this. 2. Supersized. The terms big, bigger, and biggest grew by 177%. Searches for huge tits, huge cock, and huge dildo, 67. Massive searches are up 91%. So the people using the word massive to describe booties and boobs went up by 91%. Big tits and BBW both grew, 31% and 24%. To join this year's top 20 just behind ass and dick. Boobs and BBW are making a comeback. Sex machines. Top trending search Android grew by 1,689%. Including Android cosplay and Android Oh, they mean Android as in robot. I thought they meant as in the phone. Like the opposite of an iPhone. Robot searches grew by 304% and machine grew by... Wait, what? Machine searches like sex machine were up by 88%. What, like fleshlights? NPC grew by 1,541%. So people were looking up NPC porn? Doesn't sound that interesting, to be honest. I wasn't listening. What do I do? Year in review. If you look up the year in review section on the Xbox website, it'll show you your own year in review stats if you're logged in as yourself. Which it automatically did mine because I'm always logged in. 2B was in everything this year. Oh, you think that 2B is driving the Android obsession? I don't know where the NPC obsession's coming from, but okay. Uniforms. Searches for uniform grew by 243. Led by military uniform, cop uniform, and man in uniform. So that's mostly gay guys and women, and straight women. Soldier gained 332%. That's odd. Do you think because of all the military stuff that's going on around the world, like the Ukraine and now the Palestine-Israeli thing, that people are being weirdos and looking up like soldier porn? I mean, it's a possibility. It's a bit strange though. Sexual healing. Worldwide therapy searches are up 344%. That's a bit boring. led by Canada and Australia, which was 566 and 541%. Apparently Australians and Canadians are looking for therapy for their obsessions. Massage therapy, sex, foot therapy are all going up. Massage therapists, sex therapists, and personal trainers went up as well. These are very specific. I've never looked up anything of the sort. Interesting how current events affect porn searches. It really is. But sometimes in kind of disturbing ways. Gilf anal. Oh my god. That's basically just the text version of what we just read. Most search terms for 2023. Hentai 1. Hentai's back, baby. Look at that bar. It's huge. Followed by MILF and lesbian. I feel like those second two are both genie. I think you did that like single-handedly somehow. Japanese. Pine. I learned last year what pine means. Anal, Asian, Latina, big ass, stepmom, anime, threesome, ebony, massage, cream. There's sham in the cream pie section. Big tits, gangbang, BBC, blowjob, public, femboy, POV, amateur, cosplay, trans, Indian, Korean, black, animation, mature. They get kind of generic down here, but I feel like hentai always makes some kind of massive comeback. Never leaves. So many weebs on the internet. Share the same brain cell on the lesbian and MILF. Thank you. Perfect combination for you. Most popular performers are Abella Danger. I don't know who Abella Danger is, so I don't know why she's so popular. I know who Angela White is in the number 2 spot, but I've never really cared. I also know who Lana Rhodes is. Riley Reid. She's gone down since last year. There's Riley. See, I would put Riley and Mia Khalifa higher. Or am I thinking of Mia Malkova? There's too many Mias. Johnny Sins is like the only dude that's this high. It's always Johnny Sins because of the memes. Brandy Love is still there. Where is she? How high is she? Oh, there. She's cruising around the middle. Lena the Plug. Isn't Lena the Plug the girlfriend of that YouTuber, Twitch streamer guy that's a cuck? And then everyone made fun of him for being a cuck because his girlfriend like fucks everybody on her OnlyFans. And he's into it. That was like a whole thing on Twitter for a while. So that's probably increased her popularity. All that meme shit. Alexis Texas is still hanging in there. Old school. And somehow Adriana Chechik, who doesn't even do this stuff anymore. She's a Twitch streamer now. And had all those back problems and stuff. But she's still a popular search. Probably because of her Twitch streaming. She might not do porn anymore, but the fact that she's gaining like new levels of audience of like nerds on Twitch, they're probably going back through her back catalog and like watching her all her old porn. Oh, is this your year in review? Oh no, wait. It has to be. It'll show me mine if I go to that link, Sham. If I log in. Otherwise, it doesn't show anything. Amateur models. We're not going to know any of these people. There's a lot of generic names here. Candy Love, Sweetie Fox, Luna Roulette, Carla Cute, 18 Yo-Yo, Mr. Pussy Looking. Cool name, man. Hansel Gretel? How's that for a name? Hansel Gretel. Banana Coco. Mew Slut. I don't know any of these people. I was hoping I'd recognize at least one viral name, like Miss Banana or something. But no. Nothing. Pam Snoo Snoo? Pam Snoo Snoo. Ooh. Do you think that's a muscle mommy performer? She's got Snoo Snoo in her name. There's a chance. I'd look that one up. Gently Perv. Okay. I don't know any of them. That's unfortunate. She better be. With a name like Pam Snoo Snoo, that is definitely a muscle mommy type name. It would be so disappointing if it wasn't. The top searches for United States. Oh, look, Genie. You took the 2 #1 spots, lesbian and MILF. Specifically when we break it down to the United States. Those 2 suddenly take top billing. Hentai gets 3rd. It just flipped it from the global. And then Latina and Ebony. Then it gets really ethnic. And Asian. Latina, Ebony, Asian. Stepmom is down the middle. Femboy. Sham. I'm finding your searches again. Femboy and Thick Latina. That's probably both sham. Cheating is down the bottom. It's gone up by 9 spots since last year. Cheating is becoming popular for some reason. Ew. She's a thick girl with a boyfriend. Oh, lame. You have 440 hours in Remnant already? Man, I wasn't expecting Remnant to even beat Cyberpunk. That's crazy. Top relative searches. Oh, this is where it gets good. Every American state. Terms searched more often in each state when compared to all others. Hell yeah. What state are you again, Genie? I think I asked you this last year as well, but I've forgotten. Conservative states say what now? Florida just says fantasy, which is kind of boring. Washington, Virginia. Smoking? Oh. I'm sorry, Genie. It's a pretty terrible category. Your state, for some reason's highest search term was smoking. Although in West Virginia, they were all into the nip slip, which is kind of vanilla. Like, nip slips isn't really much of an anything, really. What would you say are the most conservative states aside from Florida? Because fantasy's a bit boring. Texas? Creamy? What the hell does creamy mean? I don't really understand what's implied by the creamy search. Why are they searching creamy on Pornhub? What are they expecting to find? The frothy head of a good beer? Arizona's is car sex. That's so specific. Cream pie? Yeah, but then you type that. Why just creamy? Creamy's weird. Washington is better. Where's Washington? Wait. Why am I getting confused about where Washington is? Help. I'm mental blanking on my top left. Oh, there. Sensual sex. Oh, that's cute. That's really wholesome. That's really wholesome, as opposed to California. Hollywood's top Pornhub search is Asian stepmom. What the fuck? All the lefties are into Asian stepmom. California's huge on lefties. Oregon is nudist, which is a little vanilla, a bit boring. Nevada is Vegas. Wait, so the people who live in Nevada are going to Pornhub and they're typing Vegas into the search bar? What are they expecting to find exactly? What's the goal here? Are they just looking for their own homegrown shit? I don't know, maybe. Dildo ride in Idaho? Okay. Go Idaho. Montana's about that BDSM. Wyoming just clutched goth. Wyoming are men of culture. Good job, Wyoming. Utah. Utah's Mormon, which sounds very Utah to me. Colorado is femdom. Sham, you're gonna want to move to Colorado. They've got your action there. New Mexico is Native American. Interesting. Also very specific multicultural interest there. I'm sorry, wait. Wait, just give me a sec. Did you see Oklahoma? I'll give you a sec to catch up. Oh, please God. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oklahoma's top search term is sex dick. What the fuck does that mean? Why does Oklahoma sound like the short bus state? I want to look at sex dick. I need to see what Mormon Pornhub is like. I think I'm good. I think I can do without seeing what Mormon Pornhub is like. I would love to know what sex dick Pornhub is like. That is the funniest thing I've ever... Oh my God. It's just... I feel like everyone's kids in Oklahoma are getting onto the internet after dark when the parents are in bed. But they don't know what to type in. So they're just typing in sex dick. It's the most childish search term I've ever seen in my life. It's probably making fun of Mormonism. Maybe. But like everything, it's probably just like the most generic stereotype of what it is. It's like, oh, I'm a Mormon and I have multiple wives. Look, it's harem. It's boring harem porn. We're doing like the bare minimum. Kansas is close-up, which is also very specific. Like close-up of what? Anything? Can I do a close-up of the knee pit? Just like a bunch of skin? Will you be happy with that? Nebraska is just rub. Once again, very vague. Like, what are we rubbing? Anything? Do you not care what gets rubbed as long as there's rubbing? South Dakota was shower sex, which is quite vanilla. But, okay. You go off, King. Imagine MILF opening door to 2 Mormon boys and girls, inviting them in. I would tell her about the Bible, and then everyone starts getting it on. And then at the end, they're like, fie on Satan. And they run away. North Dakota, loud, wet sex. North Dakota just weren't fucking around. They just straight for loud, wet sex. They don't care what they're doing, as long as it's loud and it's moist. Minnesota likes tickling. That is really cute. Minnesota's the place to go if you're wholesome, I guess. Like Jay. Wisconsin likes swingers. Cool. Very 2024 of you. Michigan likes bondage. Okay, now we're getting edgy. Illinois likes ass eating. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're turning it up. Now we're turning it up to 11. Tickling could branch into BDSM. Who's got BDSM? Who was it? We saw it a second ago. Alaska's sex doll. And Hawaii is just the word Hawaiian. Sure. They're just looking for their own people, basically. I swear I saw BDSM here somewhere. Maybe I'm going crazy. Holy shit. Genie. Tennessee has got your number. Giantess. Of all the possible things you could type into a search bar, Tennessee was all about the word giantess, which is such a specific word. Like, that's a deep cut word, and yet everyone was about it. Somehow they were all like a hive mind onto the same thing. Such a southern state. Are they one of the more conservative usually? Kentucky's a little bit childish again. Bouncing boobs. I think that's another bunch of 12-year-olds. Indiana went for chubby. Indiana's a bunch of chubby chasers. Like literally, it's what they're typing into their search bars. Interesting. Arkansas decided they're going to try to beat Illinois' ass eating with some ass to mouth. There, we've got another escalation there. Tennessee's a mixed bag. Tall women, female giant. Yeah, yeah. I assumed. Louisiana likes big black dick. Louisiana's about that BBC. How conservative is Louisiana? Some of the more lefty country singers are from Tennessee. Also, it really is kind of a 50-50 state. Mississippi likes them furries. Mississippi don't give no fucks. They're going right for the cringe stuff. That's great. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. Let them have it. Missouri just says transformation. What do you make of that? When you type in transformation into a Pornhub search bar, what do you reckon they're looking for exactly? I don't really understand that one. Probably split like Virginia. Oh, Kentucky. What was Kentucky again? Oh, bouncing boobs. Oh yeah, that's one of the boring ones. Louisiana's the one I was interested in. Like, that's the big black, that's the BBC state. So I was wondering if that's particularly conservative or not. Ohio's about that small dick. That's actually quite a revelation, actually, because the people that are into small dick porn are literally the people with small dicks who want to see themselves reflected in pornography, because normally it's big. So I feel like Ohio's calling itself out there. It's probably the smallest penis average of the entirety of the US, judging purely by that search term. There's Nip Slip again. North Carolina loves them bubble butts. A little bit vanilla, but okay. I do like a very specific search term that everyone agrees upon. South Carolina said high heels. I feel like both North and South Carolina are very specific, but kind of boring. Probably driven by the trans community. Ohio, you mean? The small dick search. Georgia is Ebony Solo, which is funny because that's right on the border of Florida. Solo Ebony. Alabama? Okay, Alabama's got me confused as well. Alabama's top search term is fingering myself. Now, that's kind of alarming because I can imagine someone searching for fingering in a Pornhub search bar. You're just looking for anyone fingering themselves. But they're specifically typing fingering myself. So, does the majority of the public in Alabama have their own amateur porn up on Pornhub that they regularly search for? And they just think, and they're stupid enough to think if they just type myself into the search bar that somehow the internet knows who's typing and knows who to pull up. Fingering myself would be the title. Oh, they're looking for videos specifically called fingering myself. Okay, that does make more sense. Alabama full of divorcees. No, that makes sense, Sham. I think you're right. I just got super confused and found that really funny that someone would try to find footage of themselves fingering themselves by typing it into Pornhub and expecting to see it there. I was being dumb. But for a second, that was hilarious. Big boobies in Pennsylvania. That is, once again, a bunch of 12, 13-year-olds getting access to the family internet when the parents aren't looking. Who the fuck types in boobies into a porn search engine? New York is body swap. Wow, that is specific. Like, that is not even sexual. That is basically just like the wraparound story to the porn. Like, they want some fake story of two characters doing the Christmas body swap magical family film thing. I don't know if that's necessary. Searching for home porn content. Maine likes thruples. So basically threesomes, but they just used a less likely term for it. They should just typed in threesome. Wait, does anyone have threesome as theirs? I don't see it. No. Not a single state has got threesome as its highest. New Hampshire likes pierced porn. Vermont likes POV blowjob. That's pretty typical. Massachusetts just types in orgasm. So they don't care what it is as long as someone's actually getting off. They really care. Rhode Island likes doggy style. Pretty standard. Connecticut likes double vaginal. Wow, Connecticut likes to go hard in the paint. Connecticut's not fucking around. Thruples is actually 3 people in the same relationship. Well, yeah, it's essentially a threesome, but it's a relationship. But in terms of pornography, it essentially is achieving the same thing as typing in threesome. Because if they're getting it on, then that's what they're doing, really, right? Threesome porn is like one-night stand shit. It doesn't matter if it's a relationship or if it's a one-night stand. The end result's the same. 3 people are going at it, hammer and nail, in the 5-minute video. The ultimate action is the same thing. But I guess the wraparound story, if you really care about it, if you really care about the context, is different. So the thruple one would be the more romantic context, I guess. I say, as they border on a state that likes double vaginal. Not romantic at all. The District of Columbia likes big-ass cop. I'm guessing that's a conservative state. They like their cops big asses. They like their cops thick. Wait, maybe the District of Columbia is looking for that Judy Hopps Rule 34. Because Judy Hopps is a cop and she's kind of thick in those mom jeans. New Jersey likes Turkish, which I don't really understand. But okay. The food or the people? Maybe I don't want to answer that. Delaware likes college, so they like the young stuff. The glory, the golden years stuff. Maryland likes glory hole. Ew. I'm going to admit, I'm not a fan of glory hole stuff. I find it a little icky. Not big on that. DC isn't a state. A District of Columbia. Well, you know, as far as this stat sheet is concerned, it gets its own statistic, so we get to call it out. Doesn't matter if it's a state or not. Top 20 countries by traffic. United States blows everybody else out of the water, of course. Where's Australia? We're right down here. I think we need to pick up our game a little bit. Australia's getting beaten by Poland, Spain, Brazil, Canada, Italy, Germany, Japan, United Kingdom, Mexico, France, and the Philippines. That's embarrassing, man. Some of these countries have worse internet than us. We are just ahead of the Ukraine. Australia is practically neck and neck with the Ukraine in terms of our porn consumption. And they're in the middle of a war, so once again, I feel like we're being beaten by Ukraine because they're in the middle of a war and they can still match us. We can still be equal. Netherlands, Argentina, Colombia, Egypt, Chile, Sweden. I'm not surprised that Japan is fairly high up. I'm shocked that United Kingdom is beating Japan. And I'm a little surprised that Philippines is second only to the United States. Philippines is pulling up hard. But no one's even coming near United States. Look at the size of that bar. Like, no other country is even half of that bar. We so small. Isn't porn banned in the UK? Is it? But it's pretty high still. It's 5th on the list. Way ahead of Australia. So if it's banned and they're still this high, then that's an impressive feat. Where is Sweden getting their porn? I mean, they're pretty tiny down here, but I don't know. Do-it-yourself porn? It's that IKEA shit. Get it pre-packaged with instructions. Hell yeah. It's not banned in the UK. Well, I've got no idea, but you know, Sham seemed to be convinced. I just went along with what he said. Time spent per visit. Okay, so this is where the United States falls behind. United States is all the way down here. Philippines wins this one, with Japan coming second. That makes sense, actually, because Americans have less patience than a lot of the countries. So I feel like a lot of Americans, even with their porn consumption, would be in and out. No pun intended. Average visit duration, 10 minutes, 9 seconds. Doesn't take people long. The people that stay the longest are over 65-year-olds. The people that stay the shortest are 18 to 24, so they're the ones that get it off quick. Who busts the quickest? It's actually it's actually in order of age. The people that bust the quickest are the youngest, 18 to 24, and the ones that spend the longest on the website are the 65 pluses by plus 77 seconds average. Does have a lot of UK porn too. Yeah, Fake Taxi is UK based. And that's a pretty big franchise. Female visitors compared to male visitors are plus 9 seconds. So females, on average, stay on the site longer than males do. Which, I would buy that. In fact, I would assume it would be longer than that, as an average. Because women can take a lot more time with that kind of stuff. They've probably got arthritis. Harsh. Time spent per visit by state in America. The longest visits are South Carolina, Missouri, Minnesota, Tennessee, Alabama, Delaware, North Carolina, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Maryland. Maryland wins as the ones that hang out the longest. Largest duration change, Minnesota, by plus 63 seconds. So Minnesota started really getting into it. The shortest was Louisiana. So Louisianans don't stay on the website long at all. Followed by Oregon and Washington. There's Utah, Montana. Lots of red states. They spend the extra 9 seconds convulsing. Yeah, vibrating. Favorite times, above average, below average. 11 p.m. to midnight is the sweet spot. That's when everyone's at it. 5 a.m. in the morning is the lowest. That's when the fewest people are doing it. So if we want to affect next year's statistics, we need to all start busting around 5 a.m. to bring those numbers up. To even out that roller coaster. Dude will nut and immediately shut it all down. Yeah, the post-nut clarity kicks in pretty quick. And we move on. What's this? Lowest, 5 a.m. on a Wednesday. Highest, 11 p.m. on a Monday. Monday? Oh, I guess because if Monday is like a really shitty... If you've just come back from work and you're having the Monday blues, you need some way to de-stress from like the worst day of work of the week. Actually kind of makes sense. 5 a.m. people are consisting of overnight workers. Yeah, probably. On a Wednesday. Most viewed categories of 2023. Wait, how's that different from the one at the top? Most searched terms. Oh, okay. Those are search terms. This is... categories clicked on. Lesbian is winning. Interesting. Not my thing. But I feel like a lot of straight men that are insecure about their sexuality, they tend to focus on lesbian because they're scared of seeing dicks. They don't want to see other dudes naked. So they stay in the lesbian section. So I feel like most conservative states in America would be like hovering around in here. Trying not to see the peen. Outdoor? Outdoor is around in the middle. Between big tits and popular with women. I don't really know what popular with women means in terms of porn category. Like someone... Didn't we talk about this last year? Someone said it was like softer stuff. Like not hardcore and gross, but more like romantic and more context and story-driven stuff. Just generally, as a cliche. Even though most of the women that I know that look at porn or share their interests, like their opinions of porn, like are not that at all. Like, I've got female friends that are just straight up like, oh yeah, BDSM dungeon, all the way. Someone in one of those stirrup things, one of those medieval torture devices, getting like spanked by a paddle. So lesbian, Japanese, ebony, anal MILF. Transgender is number 6 in the most clicked on category. You know what I think is interesting about that? I don't think that that's all transgenders that are doing that. Sad to see no free use. What does that mean, no free use? Is that a category? What was I saying? Yeah, so obviously, like, the transgender category would be pretty popular with the transgender audience, but I don't think that it's just the transgender audience that are giving it these numbers. If it's number 6, ahead of things like hentai and threesome and big tits, I have a feeling there's a lot of presumably straight men in there that are secretly dabbling in things that they would not admit to in public. It's essentially a porn where they all talk and act like they are not having sex. Oh, free use, is that what it's called? I've seen stuff like that where they basically like lay around playing the Nintendo Switch looking bored while someone's doing them from behind. I've seen stuff like what you're describing. Didn't know it had a term though. Oh, I also I've seen the Japanese reporter stuff as well. Oh, that is free use. So she basically the female subject basically just has to pretend like they're doing something else and try to ignore the sexual thing that's being done to them. Like they're just being used and going about their business. Okay, fair enough. I get it. BBW is right down the bottom. What a fall from grace. The world's most viewed categories. Oh, hello. What have we got here? So apparently Australia is heavy on lesbian. Same as North America. Come on Australia. We can be a little more interesting than that. A little bit more hardcore than that, surely. Sleeping or playing a game or watching TV and you're okay with your partner asking. Yeah, that's kind of like the one I saw then of like gamer girl playing her Switch and just being like humped from behind. And just pretending like she's ignoring the sex and just doing her game. I've seen variations of that. The gamer girl version of that. I do see lesbian is very vanilla, like that's what you search when you first discover porn. It's, for straight men, it's very first discover porn, and it's also very conservative insecurity porn, I think. The ones that are scared of seeing dicks and don't want to see dudes naked because they don't want to be, they think it'll turn them gay. I'm a man-hating lesbian, that's why I watch it. I mean, you watch it for similar reasons why insecure men would watch it. They just really don't want to see other dudes. Except you genuinely don't want to see other dudes because you dislike them. The dudes that watch it are oddly scared that seeing a naked penis is going to like affect them in some way. And yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Most trans porn views are from conservative men. See, that's what I was assuming. I had a feeling that the majority, like more than 50% of the numbers behind transgender was not going to actually be transgender people. Scissoring is hot, but then you can't relate to anything else lesbian related. You tend to lean towards the more hetero stuff. Yeah, I like there to be... I like it when there's a surrogate character. It's nice that there's a dude there so you can like, oh, that would be the character that I would be. So whatever's happening to him, I can imagine what it would be like if it was me. That stuff's important. For some people, I guess. Scissoring only works how you imagine it in animation art. Yeah. A fair few straight girls that I've talked to about it, friends that I've known that have tried it, have basically said that like it's not even good, or it's too hard to make it work, unless you have a very particularly complementary body types and anatomy, and it just happens to work perfectly, which is like very, very rare. It's just, you know, otherwise it's just awkward. So the whole of Africa and the United States in general are ebony. Which I think, once again, Africa just likes their own kind. I think in the case of the United States, I think that's conservative dudes again. Looking up black chick porn. I just have a hunch. South America is all about that anal. Fair. Good job. High five. For some reason, North Africa, like around the Egypt area, is just Arab. So that's very specific. Right in the middle of Europe, we're about that reality stuff, with a bit of MILF around the fringes. In Russia, they just look up Russian. Russians just like Russian porn, I guess. Congrats. You guys love yourselves. You've only seen it being done on that Evolved Fight channel, where it's used as a who will come first tiebreaker. See, that's mostly put on, but still, it does sound like fun and entertaining, though. Like, that's cute. Japan is also another country that looks up itself. Russians look up Russian, and Japanese look up Japanese the most. Also, there's more Japanese right here in the center. Don't know what that is. I can't remember what country that is. Just above China. Between China and Russia. Also India. Around the India area, they apparently look up Japanese as well. Sure. I think that is China. Oh, this big orange bit here. I thought this was China. This huge section below Russia. I don't know. I'm getting my geography confused. Top gaining categories. Happy New Year, lollies. Yes, we've been cruising for a while since we've had Australian New Year. About 5 hours ago, we had our countdown. And we're still hanging out looking at stats. What's this one? Top gaining categories. Korean has increased by 82%. I'm guessing this is worldwide. Hey look, Sham, cream pie went up by 19%. Yay. Yay for you, I mean. That's Mongolia. Oh, Mongolia. Of course. Thank you. That makes more sense now. Categories viewed the longest. Small tits. Wow. Followed by brunette. That's kind of adorable and wholesome. The time spent on categories the longest is just small titties. I couldn't even begin to come up with a theory as to why that is. But it's interesting. I feel like I know why Korean is so popular. Why it went up by 82% this year. They aren't watching Korean porn, they're watching Korean K-dramas. Oh, do you mean that, like, they're uploading episodes, illegally uploading pirated episodes of Korean K-dramas onto Pornhub? You watched a bunch of them? Maybe. I've seen some, like, pirated shit, like on Pornhub before, where it seems to be easier to get away with that stuff. Categories viewed the shortest. Feet. Good. I'm not into the feet stuff. So, also solo male. Harsh. It's probably, solo male is mostly, I bet is mostly popular with gay men. I don't think that many women would be that keen on solo male. Just some random guy playing with his dick. It doesn't sound like they would be too into that. Maybe for a few seconds just to see if he's hot and then they just take off. There's softcore 18 plus ones. And they're all movie length. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Muscular men as well. And scissoring. All very unpopular. Women like women too, like to put themselves in the role of the woman. Yeah, I have noticed that. Women's interest in porn can sometimes lean towards looking at the woman and thinking about, like, what if that was me and I was experiencing what she's experiencing and looked as hot as she did. Whereas the men are also looking at the woman, but for the opposite reasons of... It's like, okay, here's the difference. Men look at the woman in the porn because they're looking at what they want to do. Women look at the woman in the porn as well because they're looking at how they want to be done, I guess, is the most poetic way to explain it. Most searched for gay terms. Oh, hello. Look at Twink. Twink is almost double the next one in the row, which is anime. How do they know that when people are searching for anime, whether the interest is gay or straight? I'm a little confused as to how they get this particular stat. Oh my god, look at this one. This one's interesting. There's a huge increase in curious straight friends, plus 27 from last year. I can confirm that one for real. It's the most vanilla gay category. Oh, Twink. It's super popular. I have gay male friends that have confirmed to me that one of the hottest things to fantasize about in the gay community is the idea of, like, hooking up with a straight guy that's just, like, experimenting. Like, the concept of turning a straight guy is, like, really erotic to a lot of gay dudes. They've admitted to me to my face. So I know that one for a fact. It has a gay section. Oh, so it's basically what people are typing and clicking while they're inside the gay section of YouTube, of Pornhub. I almost called it YouTube for some reason. There's Femboy. And right next to Curious Straight Friends is just straight. They come neck and neck. Korean, BBC, Japanese, massage, gangbang, big dick. Okay, it's all the usual stuff. What's cruising mean? I don't know. I've never seen the one cruising. Like cruising for tail? Like videos that are like the story context of like cruising around town and like hooking up. Like basically doing the pickup artist culture thing, but from the gay perspective. They're hoping they can flip you next. Oh, they want to flip any straight guy that'll allow themselves to be flipped. It's like super hot to them apparently. Maybe on a cruise? Oh, like a cruise liner type vacation thing? I feel like it would be called cruise then, or cruise liner. The word cruising throws me a bit. Because that's what you do with your mates in a car when you're looking for trouble. So it makes me think that a bunch of gay guys are like in a car, like cruising for action and basically doing like gay pickup artist shit on the streets and trying to like maybe hook up with some straight dudes they could convince curbside to hop in their bang bus. Doesn't have to be real. You can fake it. Just get like a gay actor to pretend to be straight. Bang bus for gay. Oh, you said it as well. You probably already typed that as I was saying it, but it hasn't popped up on my screen yet. Most viewed gay categories. Straight guys, #1. This is what I'm saying. Followed by Black and Twink. There's Twink again. the most generic one. Daddy is number 5. Big dick will always be there somewhere. Cream pies and bareback and cartoon. Okay. Solo male, blah, 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 blah. Bear is down the bottom. I thought bear would be higher, but sure. Most searched for gay performers. Okay, I'm not going to really know any of these, obviously. Be funny if I just somehow knew like 6 of them. I'm like, wait, how did I know that? God damn it. Called out. Maybe some name will jump out. Reno Gold, Felix Fox, Romeo Twink. See, that's the kind of thing that skews the search terms, I think, because sometimes when people type in Twink, they might be looking for like their favorite porn star whose stage name happens to be Twink, like Romeo Twink. So then that search term is getting like extra action. Cutler X, Calvin Bank. Yeah, I don't know anybody. There's some cool names though, like Devin Franco, Max Connor, Armando Rizzo. He's got the word Riz in his name. Cutler X sounds like a action movie star from a 90s sci-fi action movie. Legrand Wolf. Rahaim Shabazz. Okay, done there. Are they all men? Oh, okay, they appear to all be men. Interesting. When they said gay, I assumed they meant like the all-encompassing word gay for both male and female. Maybe there's a lesbian one coming up still. Kinda gay, not gonna lie. That's the idea. Most viewed categories by gender. The most popular men category is Japanese. The most popular woman category is lesbian. So women want to do each other, and men are being like, are basically being gaijins for the Japanese girls. Thank goodness the swerf isn't here. The swerf. So men are about the Japanese, the mature, anal MILF. Transgender, Genie. Number 6 on the most searched men terms is transgender. You weren't wrong about that one. There's a lot of men looking into that category. You'd think that things like generic things like threesome and big tits would be higher up on the men one, but not quite. Hentai always seems to be there, no matter what. Both men and women. In fact, it's higher on the women list. By 1 notch. That's not expected. I thought that would be more popular with dudes. Top 7 women hasn't changed. Oh yeah, you're right. Japanese hasn't changed for men from last year. And then women have like locked in 7 of them and haven't moved an inch. Women know what they like. Also high on Japanese for some reason. Lesbian Japanese threesomes. Ebony, mature, anal, MILF. MILF is another one where I would assume that'd be more popular. I mean, it is, but I didn't expect that to be much of a thing in the women's section. I'm shocked that hentai is higher for women than it is for men. I don't really get that one. Gangbang? Reality, popular with women. Bondage, I thought would be higher on the women one. Big tits, I didn't think would be on the women one at all. But I guess lesbians would be searching for that like heaps. What do I want to play today? Pornhub. Start skewing the stats for 2024. Start now. Viewed more by women compared to men. Scissoring by 196%. Followed by transgender. And then licking. Solo male, which I'm surprised to see there. For women, I mean. Toys, bisexual male, threesomes popular with women, bondage, rough sex, okay. For as generic and not that useful in real life as scissoring is, I'm shocked that the search term is so high for women. Korean Diablo MMO? Yeah, sure, why not? That one. Do something new for the 1st of January. Most searched for porn stars by women. So these are the porn stars that women like. Abella Danger. I think women are pushing Abella up to the top of these lists because I don't even know who she is. But apparently she's heaps popular with chicks. So I don't know. The first one I recognize on here is Angela White and Lana Rhodes. And then Johnny Sins. So the first three I've got no idea. Mia Malkova, Mia Khalifa. Riley Reid is pretty low on the women list. She can be a bit of a nutter. I can see why like men would be more interested in Riley than women. Searched more by women compared to men. Male stars. Armand Rizzo, the man with the Riz in his name, is plus 410%. I'm guessing he's a gay porn star. They got the little rainbow flag next to his picture. Tyler Wu looks like fucking Stephen. What's his name? Stephen Yu from Walking Dead and Invincible. They're all gay. Yeah, I saw that. The ladies love them though. The ladies love gay male porn stars. Probably more than the gay male viewers do. Interesting stat. Stephen Yu. Oh, you're talking about the Walking Dead dude. Proportion of female visitors to male. Country-based. Philippines. More women than men. Colombia. Equal. Every other country, more men. Especially Egypt. So the Philippines is the only country in the entire world where women use Pornhub more than men. And I think it was that last year as well. But Colombia is neck and neck. It's 50-50. And everything else is how you expect it. Read the text, damn it. I don't want to read the text. It's basically... the text is basically just long-windedly describing the graphic we just looked at. Which we can glean from just looking at the actual infographic. You know, like things like the countries with the lowest female viewers include Egypt and Germany, with only 26 female and 74% male. Like, I can see that. It's right there in the picture. I like to know what they found interesting. Well, it's not that they're just talking about what they found interesting. They're just literally describing the entire graphic. In like a nutshell. Like they mention what the highest one is, and they mention what the two lowest ones are. In this final paragraph. I noticed this with some of the higher up ones, which is why I didn't bother like reading all of these. Because it's more fun to just like glean from the information what the most interesting part the stuff is to you. As opposed to being spoon-fed. You know, like the Philippines is the most female viewers, 58%. Up by 5%. Colombia was split evenly with 50 being female, 50 being male. Like we just talked about that. We just looked at it. It's all pretty straightforward. Not all the stats are interesting either. I like to like cherry pick the interesting parts. Proportion of female visitors by year from 2015 to 2023. So there's been a steady increase every single year. 24% in 2015, 26% 16, 26% 2017, 29% 2018, 32% 2019, 35% in 2020, 35% 2022, 36% 2022, 36% 2023. So it's never gone down. Female interest in pornography has slowly increased consistently with no drop. I guess if it keeps going like this, it's probably going to like plateau out around the 50s, like matching men evenly. It's oddly like the trans curve. What, this like gradual incline that slightly evens out sometimes, but then always keeps growing. Visitor demographics. This one is usually the same. Average age is 37 years. Okay. 18 to 24 will be like the highest. Then the next highest, next highest, next highest, next... Yeah, it's the same. It literally is always... The youngest is always the biggest chunk, and the oldest is always the smallest chunk. And it is basically like a step ladder. It never fluctuates. It's more about trans women identifying openly. Yeah, I assume that's what would be happening there. The problem is conservatives have a tendency to read that kind of statistic incorrectly. Like, when a conservative sees a statistic like that, they don't see it as people that are already trans or already feel a certain way are just becoming more comfortable with coming out and being who they are, which is the truth of the matter. When a conservative sees a stat like that, they see it as evidence that the pop culture, woke, whatever obsession with LGBT, with transness and all this stuff, and the inception of it into pop culture, you know, seeing it everywhere, Bud Light having a trans mascot, all this type of stuff. They see it as some kind of incursion. They see it as evidence that by putting this stuff more out there and making it more visible, you're creating more trans people, which they see as a problem. I think that's the biggest issue with those types of people's understanding of these kind of matters. They don't see it as already being there. They see it as their status quo being changed by the stuff they don't like being more prevalent in society. So yeah, it's not like you already existed. It's like more people with weaker minds are being converted by the LGBT or by wokeness. Like, you know how they're always doing that? They're coming to get your kids shit. They always have this like obsession with like gay matters being like anti-children. Like they're trying to turn your children gay. That's the biggest giveaway. I don't know why I still have this headphone in. The fact that they think that everything that's LGBT related just exists to basically convert and steal your kids over to like the dark side. It's like, bro, you're reading the situation like super wrong. It's just more visibility of what already exists, and it probably always has. Most of these people that weren't visible back in the day, when there was hardly any trans people around, those are the people that were committing suicide at like massive numbers. And now there's less of those people like offing themselves because they're finding camaraderie and actually able to come out and be who they are. Anyway, visitor demographics. Did we just see this? Oh yeah, we went up a bit by accident. Sorry. Proportions in top countries. Ages. Oh, it's the same shit. The youngest people are the most, all the way down to the oldest. This is a bit of a boring sheet. Relative categories by generation. Percentage difference in popularity when compared to all other ages. Oh, this is cool. Gen Z, 18 to 24. Their favorite category is cosplay. Plus 146% increase. They like cosplay and they like hentai. The youngins. Interactive, smoking. Why is that so popular with young people? Cartoon is just more hentai. I didn't think feet would be a Gen Z thing. I thought feet was a boomer thing. Virtual reality and FFM. Okay, I agree with the last one. That's the main one I agree with Gen Z on. FFM is a good category. Gen Y, 25 to 34. Muscular men is the highest for Gen Y, followed by tattooed women. So a very particular kind of man and a very particular kind of woman. Gen Y is being very specific. Once again, cosplay is still sticking around. Roleplay. FFM is climbing with the older people. Cool beans. There's transgender sneaking in. More interactive, which who knows what that means. And then Korean. So the people watching these K-dramas that Sham mentioned are the Gen Ys. Well, I didn't expect you would like FFM, obviously. You would prefer FFF. But I like FFM a lot. That's a great category, personally. According to Pornhub, I'm not a millennial, finally. Well, there's Gen X, 35 to 54. Scissoring is at the top, boring. Vintage, boring. Transgender has gotten even... Okay, so the older you get, the more interested in transgender you are. There's a stat worth taking note of. Fingering, boring. Strap-on. Okay, I guess that's kind of kinky. Fisting, now we're getting a little intense. Bukkake, now we're like going off the rails a bit. And then just small tits for some reason down the bottom. Okay. This is a very weird list. Gen X is a very strange one. What the hell, guys? Boomers, 55 plus. What did I tell you? Transgender has climbed to the second spot, 58%, just below smoking, which has somehow now got number 1 with boomers. So transgender doesn't exist at all for Gen Z, 1824, but from Gen Y onwards, it climbs with every age bracket until it gets to second, at the oldest people. It kind of confirms the theory that the oldest, most conservative boomer grandpa types that do the like, back in my day, we weren't all about this LGBT shit. Like those types of dudes are like the ones that behind closed doors are secretly mad into transgender. Gen Z is so used to it they don't need porn. Yeah, it's more of a, like they just have friends that are transgender. Like it's just normalcy. It's kind of like how I always assumed that my disinterest in the ebony category was from the fact that I come from South Africa where the black population outnumbered the white to a large degree. So it was never like a exotic thing to me. Like being surrounded by like black friends was like pretty normal. And so that never generated into any kind of like sexual interest or anything. Whereas a lot of like white Aussies that I've met here in Australia that don't have that kind of background, they have mad fetishes for the ebony category. Gen Z likes to vape. That's my... Oh, you're right. That is true. Gen Z would be the most common vaping crowd. And then boomers is the highest for smoking, which would not be vaping. That would just be traditional, the old stuff. So many of the boomer things are so boring, like hand job, massage. For some reason, bisexual male creeped in at the very bottom for the boomers. That's interesting. Also, like, cum shot is probably the most historically probably the most typed in thing into like a Pornhub search engine. It's not like huge in these things anymore in 2023 or 24, but historically that's always been like a big one. Traffic by phone, desktop, and tablet. Really? 91% of Pornhub users are on their phone? That's fucking random. Not very many on tablet, but that is also a little bit decadent, if you ask me. I thought that desktop would be much larger. But then again, I'm somebody that's always on my computer and very rarely uses my phone for most things. Like a lot of you guys in my chat that I'm used to talking to, like a large amount of you guys use Twitch, for example, on your phones, which like I never do. I don't really even know what it looks like on there. Or any of those apps, to be honest. It's all just on my screens. I've got so many screens, man. Change in traffic share. Phone has gone up. Desktop has dropped like crazy. 46%. This is going to be a common thing, I think. Not just in this, but in the entirety of pop culture. Things like desktops are going to like constantly drop over time. And phone usage is going to go up for everything until basically all computers are little handheld phones. and like desktops are almost a thing of the past. Once we get to that cyberpunk future. Traffic by phone, desktop, and tablet. United States, 93% leading the charge. Also Philippines. I mean, this is kind of boring. This is all basically just every single country is mostly on their phones. The differences are so small that it's not even a fun statistic. Super boring. Operating system, here we go. Apple and Android are almost equal. 48.1 to 51.7% in Android's favor. So the Android users are just slightly more perverted than Apple. I don't know what this other is. 0.2%. Like, what's the other? Because if you're not on Apple, if you're not on an iPhone, then most other things are Androids. Like, most phone types are on the Android system. I don't really know what other is supposed to be. Do they say it here? No, they don't. Damn. Red Magic would be included in other. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. But that's probably why it's 0.2%. Android has gone up heaps. Apple has gone down heaps. So Android users have started looking at porn a lot more. And iPhone users have gone pass. Desktop. 63% Windows, 29% Mac. And then Linux is 3.6. Chrome OS is 2.9 and other is 1.1. Once again, I don't even know what other could be, but because Linux has already got its own category. Oh, is this the Red Magic? Oh, as in the Red camera. Their own phone. I forgot they made a phone. I knew about this, but I just totally forgot about it. The phone looks pretty slick, actually. I imagine the camera is probably pretty dope on this thing. It would have to be. I mean, it's fucking red. Red's a great platform. Change in desktop traffic share. Linux has gone up heaps. Who knows why? In fact, everything's gone up by at least a little bit, except for Windows, which has dropped. Don't really know what to make of that. They're also gaming phones. Well, like they're powerful enough to play almost console-level games. Web browser. Chrome has got 52% market share, followed by Safari, and then everyone else is pathetic. Samsung 3. UC browser, don't know what that is. Android browser, 1.8. Firefox is 0.3, that's tiny. Opera is 1. See, that's funny, because if I would be in the Opera section, which is only 1% on this list. Because I stopped using Chrome and started using Opera GX, the gamer browser that has all these like pop-outs on the side for all my socials and my Discord and my Twitch. Look, there's Amaranth in her pool, right next to Bob Ross. That is an odd combination. Red Magic is Android? Oh, really? They just... Yeah, see, that's what I was saying, is that most phone platforms just use Android. It's pretty rare to find, like, some random phone brand that has its own, like, environment. I wouldn't even know, like, how to describe one. Like, what they would be. So Opera has gone up a lot, but it's still only 1% the market share. Android has dropped significantly. Just once again, I don't really know what to make of a lot of these stats. It just seems pretty random. Once again, Chrome on the desktop, Safari, Internet Explorer. It actually shocks me that not Internet Explorer, Edge. I forgot they changed their because it's actually really fitting when we're talking about Pornhub statistics that Microsoft's browser's name is now Edge. Edging category for the win. Yeah, I'm surprised that Edge is ahead on Firefox. I thought Edge was one of the lowest ones. There's Opera. Somehow bringing up the lead again, and other. Firefox is crashing hard. Opera's gaining. Edge is just doing what it does. Traffic by game console. Holy shit. Do you think it's interesting that for some reason PlayStations have a much bigger market share of people looking at porn in their console than Xbox? I don't think it's indicative of anything, but I noticed this last year as well. It said the exact same thing last year. Not these same statistics, but PlayStation was healthily ahead of Xbox when it came to porn use. And I love the fact that the 1.6% that's left is basically PS Vita and 3DS. Not Nintendo Switch. Specifically the handhelds like 3DS. I can guarantee you, I don't know anyone that will want to look at porn on a 3DS. That doesn't make any sense. That screen is bullshit. This is also new that they're separating PS5 and PS4. Last year it was just Sony and Xbox. And this year they've actually separated 4 and 5. Maybe it's because there's such a huge install base on 4 that are still looking at porn. And it's split the 2 in half. Sony, you're horny. Changing console traffic share 2022 to 2023. Xbox, PlayStation 5 got a massive jump. Everything else went down. That makes sense. 4 and 5 is probably statistically significant. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the only reason they'd split the two into their own halves is if there was that big a divide between the old and new console. Whereas Xbox is just all around. No matter what Xbox you're on 16.7. Most searched movies and characters. Star Wars, just generic Star Wars is winning. Just ahead of Harlequin. Do you remember how last year Harlequin was pretty high up in the search as well? It seems like Harlequin never falls down, even if she's got nothing really going on in pop culture. That's such a popular, horny character. Game of Thrones probably made a comeback because of that new show. Avatar, which, like, that disappoints me a bit. I really do find the Na'vi not sexy. I like the idea of cat people, but blue space hippies, meh. Harry Potter, okay. Gross, they're all kids. I'm not comfortable with Harry Potter being there. Wonder Woman, dope. That should be higher. That should be up there with Harlequin. Above Game of Thrones, if you ask me. Same with Black Widow. Same with Catwoman. Hey, Elastigirl's got that thick. She can go with. Princess Leia's a bit old. That's a bit of a boomer search. But, whatever. I hate the fact that 365 days is here. I despise the fact that this is here. I think we need to do better as a species. That movie is trash. That movie actually disgusts me. Which I can't really say about most films, but fuck that movie. Batman, just straight Batman. Megan made it on the list. Is that fucked up? That's fucked up, right? Because the Megan robot is designed to be like a little robot girl, so that's not cool. You shouldn't want to fuck Megan. Like, please. I know Sham is a fan of the movie, but I don't think he's ever suggested that he finds Megan attractive, because that's a little girl bot, man. That's dodgy as. Incredibles, good choice. Spider-Man, that's fine. I'm assuming when they say Spider-Man, they're looking for like Gwen, Mary Jane, Felicia, that type of stuff. Just with a generic Spider-Man search term. Power Rangers is weird to me because they're not sexy. the characters nor the suits. There's nothing sexy about Power Rangers, so I don't know how they keep making it on these lists. Deadpool, I guess, fun. He has banged a couple of interesting characters in the comics. Monster Hunter, I suppose, would make a list like this because of how big the franchise is, but there's nothing about the Monster Hunter franchise that ever made me think sexy. Hunting monsters and eating food made by little chef calico cats is a cool vibe, but it's not sexy. Superman, Avengers, Captain Marvel, Batgirl, Magic Mike still kicking around even though the movie's not relevant anymore. So I don't know how that's staying in here. Loki, that got a buzz from the show being good this year. Jane Foster, I have a feeling that was just you, Jeannie. I think maybe you spiked that stat. Gamora. Okay. Scarlet Witch, Jessica Jones, Guardians, John Wick. Okay. I don't think that was you, Jeannie. I know you like the movies, but I don't think you would look up John Wick as a pornography possibility. That's definitely gay dudes. I think it's gay dudes typing in John Wick happen to look for screen froze. What, really? Oh yeah, you're right. Let me fix that. Yeah, something must have glitched. That doesn't happen very often. I wonder when it froze. Was it when we were looking at one of these? It's probably while we're on this one, yeah? Because I remember you talking about this, so you definitely saw this graph. Because most of these were just us going through web browsers and mobile browsers and brands. So that's fine. Yeah. So that's where I was last talking. You only saw the mobile stats? Hang on. There's a few. So there's the mobile stats by operating system. It was half-half iPhone, Android, with that 0.2% other that confused us. Huge Android spike, drop in Apple. That's where I was talking about Windows beating out a Mac, but Linux got on there, and I don't know what other would be. Once you take out Linux and Chrome OS, I'm not sure what's left for other. Traffic by web browser. That's the one where I was surprised that, okay, Chrome and Safari being the two highest, fair enough. That's the most used on PC and Mac. But I use Opera GX now, the gaming browser. That's why I was saying I was surprised that Opera is only 1%, because that's what I would have been on. Traffic share. That's the one where I was saying it's surprising that Edge is beating out on Firefox. Because I thought Edge was one of the most unpopular browsers, but somehow it's still beating Firefox. Don't really know how that happened. Look how much Firefox has dropped in the bar. With a big climb from Opera, probably because people are jumping on Opera GX. No one really ever cared about Opera that much, but once Opera GX came out, the gamer version, like people started to really get into that. Did the game console one, PS5, PS4, split in half. Sony PlayStation users are still the biggest hornbags. You're probably helping that statistic out, Genie. PlayStation 5, huge increase. Of course it is. It's the newest one. And here's where I was up to. The most searched movie characters. So I was not surprised that Star Wars is a bit boring to have number one, but Harlequin still very high. Game of Thrones had that new show. Avatar boring. Harry Potter problematic because they're all kids. Wonder Woman great. Black Widow, Catwoman, Elastigirl should all be higher. Princess Leia boomer shit. 365 days. I hate it. Batman, boring. Megan, problematic. Is a child robot. Incredibles, Spider-Man, Power Rangers is weird. Deadpool, Monster Hunter, Superman, Avengers, Captain Marvel, Batgirl. Magic Mike is not relevant anymore, so I don't know how that keeps getting in. Loki had a good show this year, so that came back up. Jane Foster's the one that I assume that you're responsible for. Scarlet Witch, Jessica Jones, and there's John Wick down the bottom for the gay men. Yeah, I was saying about Monster Hunter that it's weird that it's cracking up halfway through this list, because I don't really see, like, Monster Hunter has a huge fan base, but there's nothing particularly sexy about it, so I'm not sure why people are searching for Monster Hunter porn, specifically. Unless they're just really into those weird cats, and they're cooking. But, you know, to each their own. Go nuts. Most searched video games, Fortnite is clearing by a huge amount, which I don't understand. Because Fortnite is just a collection of other franchises' characters through, like, skin collabs. So, why? Why Fortnite? There's a lot of Anthro, Monster Hunter, girl porn. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. It just starts to get so specific at that point that I'm like, alright, well, I guess I'm not fan enough to really get the appeal of that one. I do not understand Fortnite being all the way at the top of this. That's crazy to me. Overwatch I understand because it has very unique, attractive characters like, you know, Tracer and Black Widow. Or is it just Widow? Widowmaker. And, you know, whatever, all of them. Diva. Diva's probably the highest one, followed by Mercy, I guess, would be the two highest ones. But Fortnite is nothing. Fortnite doesn't have characters. It borrows skins from everything else. So what the hell is Fortnite doing there? Minecraft is not sexy, so I don't know what that's doing in number 3. They're blocks. They're squares. They're basically like a cardboard box that your Amazon package would come in. What? Pokemon, okay, fair enough. I've seen lots of anthropomorphized, sexy Pokemon things. It's weird, but I buy it. This is my first big surprise. Atomic Heart. Wait, no, that's not surprising, is it? Fortnite has some original characters? Yeah, but they're bland original characters. They're like default man and default woman. They're not unique like all the other characters that Fortnite collabs with, like Harlequin or Catwoman or Captain Marvel or things like that. Which is more common what people look up. Porn brains don't care. Well, clearly, because Minecraft is number 3, so they clearly are willing to fuck a box. Atomic Heart surprised me because that's such a specific niche game, but then I remembered that that game was kind of viral for having those sexy androids, those sexy Russian androids in the trailers. And I think that's what spiked Atomic Heart. I think people were looking for more Russian bot action. Genshin makes perfect sense. You'd expect that to be high on the list, possibly even higher than this. Resident Evil, of course, it's always there. Valorant might not be Overwatch, but it's got some interesting characters. League of Legends, I would have expected to be higher than Valorant and possibly as high as Overwatch because of how it's got so many interesting female characters, like Jinx. I feel like Arcane would have given League of Legends a massive spike on Netflix. There's a lot of people who didn't like the game that would have realized how hot some of the characters are after watching that show. How was Splatoon above Witcher? It's a good point. To be fair, they're neck and neck. It's only just above Witcher. But I do agree with you. I don't find Splatoon sexy at all. In fact, I find it the opposite. I do not like those squid people. As a fairly neat, clean person, I don't like the idea of an anthropomorphized, leaking, inky squid creature squelching your nethers. That icks me a little bit. The Witcher I do get, though, because the Witcher franchise, no matter whether you read the books, play the games, or watch the show, is a pretty sexy franchise. There's a lot of boning in that. I mean, in the second game, you can solve an entire side quest of a village getting serial killed by a succubus by finding the succubus, seducing her, and basically fucking her so good that she just decides to leave on her own accord. Now that's a side quest. I mean, you can also chop off her head, but I mean that's no fun. Wait, I jumped ahead. Mortal Kombat, that's a mainstay just like Resident Evil. We're always going to see that there. Lots of attractive women in Mortal Kombat. GTA 5 I find very boring. There's no specific interesting characters in GTA 5, to be honest, to warrant this. Cyberpunk, I get it. There's a lot of very attractive characters in the Cyberpunk franchise. And they're very realistic looking too. The graphics in Cyberpunk are pretty next level when it comes to how they render the female characters, so that makes sense. Sims 4 is some freaky shit. Y'all are crazy for that. Kill entire village, dipshit dude comes, fucks you so hard you have to leave. That is one whole quest in Witcher 2 in a nutshell. That's exactly how I solve the problem. Street Fighter, equal to Mortal Kombat and Resident Evil, always going to be there. Apex, like Valorant, I find that a bit boring compared to League and Overwatch in terms of its character designs, but whatever. Skyrim, I don't get. Skyrim's a cool game franchise, but I don't really think of it as sexy. In fact, there's some very not sexy character models in that. I do know that there are mods to put really attractive new models in there. I've seen screenshots of them and they're nice, but nah. Only good thing to come from Overwatch was the porn. I mean, essentially the only good thing to come from Overwatch was incredibly AAA tier character design in general, which always makes its way to porn eventually. It's the same with stuff like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. The characters are amazing, so there's gonna like immediately be porn of it. Look at BioShock. BioShock Infinite specifically. What's her name? Elizabeth? The second BioShock Infinite came out, Elizabeth became like one of the most prominent searched for porn terms on Pornhub. Much to the dismay of the creator. I remember the creator of BioShock Infinite coming out saying that it disgusts him because he thinks of Elizabeth as his daughter because he made the game. And I think that was a bit dramatic of him, but whatever. Why is Among Us there? Because people are freaks. It really shouldn't be there, but I think it's there for the memes. People were looking up Among Us Rule 34 just because the game is too big to not be memed into pornography. God of War makes sense because that's always had sexy content. All the old games had sex minigames and shit in them. Super Mario is a bit freaky to me because Mario's not really sexy either. Mario's weird. All the characters in Mario are like wholesome, weird Mushroom Kingdom creatures. Like, if you type in Super Mario Rule 34, one of the first things you tend to find is like Birdo giving a blowjob, and it's like, okay, I see why, because Birdo's got that big fucking set of lips and is like basically a vacuum cleaner, but I don't want to see that. I don't want to see no Birdo porn. Call of Duty, that's pretty boring. I don't know why that's there. Baldur's Gate 3 makes perfect sense. In fact, I thought this year Baldur's Gate 3 would be much higher on this list after the sexy content that's come out for that. Like the bear and all that stuff. Basically every character in Baldur's Gate 3 is sexable. So I don't know why that's so low. Who said anything about Mario being the one searched up? Well, the search term is Super Mario. Most searched for video games, Super Mario. So people are searching for the Super Mario in general. But you're right, they're not necessarily looking for Mario himself. But that's what I'm saying. If you search up the Mario franchise, you tend to get the weirdest stuff first, like Birdo. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, one time I looked at some Mario stuff on Google Images, like Mario fan service or Mario Rule 34. And like, one of the first things that came up was fucking Birdo. And I'm like, ew, dude. I was expecting Peach or Daisy or... what's her name? Penelope? Is that her name? From Donkey Kong? Or Rosalina? One of those four. specifically. Or at the very least, Toadette. In a pinch, I'll accept Toadette. There's Mass Effect. Mass Effect's been a popular search for years now. Because of all the shipping in that game. Tomb Raider. It's always there. Detroit Become Human is a random edition. Don't know why that's there. Final Fantasy in general. No matter what game it is, of course. To be fair, most people that search up Final Fantasy Rule 34, they tend to be looking for 7. Aerith and Tifa tend to be the most common Final Fantasy search for characters when it comes to pornography. No matter how many new Final Fantasy games come out, people always seem to go back to the ladies from 7. Especially Tifa. Tifa with the rack. Don't forget Scarlet. Scarlet. Wait, which one's Scarlet again? I'm mental blanking on my Final Fantasy. Aged up Yuffie? Oh, okay. Not really my thing, but sure. I'm a Tifa man. Among Us. That's some freaky shit. Like we said when Lemmy came in. Google her. Alright. FF Scarlet. Oh yeah. Blonde. Blonde bombshell. Yeah, she's okay. I'm still a Tifa man, but I definitely think she looks maybe a little bit more attractive than Yuffie. Especially these images of her with bigger booba. Some of them she's bigger than others. I like this anime shot of her. That's hot. I like that one. You're not a sub? Oh, true. That's probably why I don't find her as hot. She does have a bit of a mommy mistress thing going on. She looks deadly serious. Okay. Red Dead, I think, is kind of fucked up. I don't think there's anything sexy about Red Dead. There's nothing sexy about the Wild West in general. It's all STDs and dirt. So, what the fuck with that one? Legend of Zelda I thought would be higher just because of nerds. I don't find anything sexy in Zelda either, to be honest. Like, even Zelda herself really doesn't really do it for me, but I know nerds always make Zelda really popular in these circles, but that's pretty low. She uses Shinra soldiers as leg rests. Okay, definitely bad bitch. Mommy dom energy. Cuphead is there because of freaks. 100%. Cuphead is too wholesome looking that not to be a freaky edition. Like, if I saw Cuphead Rule 34, I'd probably laugh. Like, I'd find it funny because of the art style. But I'm definitely not going to find it sexy. Like, if anything, if they nail the art style, I'll be impressed because the art style is cool. But aside from that, yeah, ain't nobody getting off on that. COD had Starlight and Nicki Minaj as guest characters. Oh, that's true. And Lara Croft. Just recently. Lara Croft was added to COD recently, except the problem is COD makes them ugly. For some reason, COD's character models are always below par. I don't know how people feel about Nicki Minaj and Starlight's characters, but that Lara Croft one was kind of jank. She did not look good. And they had the video games to go off as reference, and so I don't know how you fuck that up. Wait, so this is most searched video games. This is most searched video game characters. Chun-Li's Fortnite model is the highest one. That is upsetting to me. I don't mind Chun-Li taking the top. You know, it's Chun-Li. She's a, legend. But Fortnite Chun-Li? Come on now. Why are we like this? This is why we can't have nice things. Oh, also, we just proved Lemmy wrong. Lemmy, you said people weren't necessarily looking up Mario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 8 on the list of video game characters. Literally Mario from Super Mario Brothers. For some reason, people have got the hots for the Italian plumber himself. Not even Peach. No, there's no Peach on this list. Anywhere. Peach got shunted for Mario himself. How did that happen? Fortnite Chun-Li is forbidden goods. They censored her. Oh, like for upskirts and stuff? Is there like a blur? Okay. The Overwatch ones and the Resident Evil ones, I totally get. Also, I just admitted I was a Tifa man, and look at number 2. Tifa, Final Fantasy. Validated. I have been redeemed. So Diva, Overwatch, Widowmaker, Mercy, Kiriko, Tracer, Mai. I fully expect to see all of those. Lara Croft is pretty high, and she always will be. Lady Dimitrescu is now there forever. We're never going to get rid of Lady Dimitrescu. I don't understand what Sonic's doing up here. I'm a Sonic person. Like, I'm a Sonic kid from the Mega Drive era. I love Sonic. I'm a fan. But who the fuck is searching for Sonic? Not like Rouge the Bat or Amy, but specifically Sonic. Yick. Don't get it. Ada, good stuff. There's Jinx, League of Legends, of course. Ashley, Jill Valentine. I don't really know about Ashley that much. Like, Ada Wong is gorgeous. Jill Valentine, gorgeous. There's a lot of gorgeous Resident Evil women. I don't know why Ashley is so high up. I don't have anything against Ashley. It's just, she's a bit basic. She's not really a sex symbol like Ada Wong would be. Or Claire or Jill would be. Or even Wesker. Bro, Wesker clears fucking Ashley. There's Jill right behind her. That's upsetting. The slime from Genshin Impact. Excuse me. Can anyone explain that one to me? I get why you'd put characters from Genshin Impact in here, because it's full of waifus, but why is the highest rated Genshin Impact character just slime? Is that literally a slime, like from Dragon Quest? That is so weird. Ruby from Fortnite, I have no idea who that is. Probably one of the generic default female character models. There's a Genshin Impact character. Genshin Impact. Cammy from Street Fighter. Hello. Good choice. Should be higher. Rebecca from Cyberpunk. Don't specifically know which one that is, but all the women in Cyberpunk are actually pretty good looking, so I get it. Genshin. League. There's Katana from Mortal Kombat. Bit too low for my tastes. We need to up those numbers as a rookie numbers. Ruby is from LWBY. Oh, so it's the Ruby character skin in Fortnite. Is that what that is? Okay, I know what that is. I just didn't realize that. I didn't realize that Ruby got a skin in Fortnite. That's fair. She's cool. Fortnite's doing too much. Gardevoir from Pokemon? Is that plant chick? There's a Pokemon that looks like a sexy plant woman. And I think it's Gardevoir. And I've seen a lot of meme stuff about that. About dudes wanting to fuck Gardevoir. And I guess that became true. Apex, Fortnite again. More Cyberpunk. There's Samus Aran, very low down. And Freya from God of War. Freya just made the list at the very bottom. I wonder who she beat. Like, who would be the person right below her that just got cut off? Like the runner-up. She's kind of a mommy, Freya. Like, literally. She's the mother of what's his name, right? Boulder? Probably why she's here. Traffic changes on regional holidays. Percentage drop in traffic when compared to an average day. What the fuck is even this statistic? Why? Oh, traffic as in website traffic. I misunderstood that. I thought it was like highway traffic. I thought it was cars. I'm sorry. I did it stupid. So, United States, the biggest drop in looking at porn in the United States is Thanksgiving. Apparently Thanksgiving is important enough to you Americans that you don't even dare look at the porns. Sweden on Walpurgis night. I don't know what that is, but it sounds dope. France is Ascension Day. I don't know what Ascension Day is, but that also sounds dope. Poland, Easter Sunday. German, Unity Day in Germany. Fiestas Patrias. So whatever is like the most regal holiday for every country. Generally, people don't touch their wieners. There's Walpurgis again, Germany. Good Friday, Midsummer Eve. Australia has the biggest drop on Australia Day, 26th of January. Pretty boring holiday, to be honest. Take that from Australian. Walpurgis is believed to be the night of the witches. Highest peak in the Harz Mountains. Japan has the biggest drop on the spring equinox. Brazil is Labor Day. Constitution Day in Mexico. Bastille Day in France. France already had Ascension Day as their higher one. The Ukraine has a holiday called Malanka. Sinologue Festival, Moulid al-Nabi in Egypt. Pretty interesting sounding holidays I've never heard of. Argentina has one called Maundy Day. M-A-U-N-D-Y. Not even sure how I'm supposed to say that. Top New Year's Eve party countries. So the biggest drop in Pornhub traffic on New Year's Eve from 6 p.m. to midnight was the Netherlands by 61%. Then Germany, Mexico, Argentina. Where's the US and Australia? Australia is right down here with Japan. Oh my god, Japan, Australia, and the United States are at the bottom. We have the smallest drop in Pornhub usage on New Year's Eve. That means Japan, Australia, and the United States has the biggest amount of lonely people that don't hook up on New Year's and feel the need to nut one out solo. How depressing for all of us. Events that changed traffic in 2023. Super Bowl, Coronation, UEFA Champions League Soccer, Eurovision, San Remo Festival in Italy, and Apple event, Insights. Those are the 6 biggest world events that stopped people from coming to Pornhub. Eurovision's pretty dope though. Eurovision is crazy. Some of the performances of that are wild. You don't need porn if you're watching Eurovision, tell you what. I feel like if you're watching the UEFA Champions League, then you kind of do need more Pornhub in your life. What's this? Top 20 countries in detail. Oh. That's too many countries. Let's skip. Let's look at the ones that matter. I'll check out the United States. I'll check out Australia. I'll check out France. Where's Russia? Russia has no stats because they're sanctioned. Boo. Ukraine's there. What's Ukraine? Ukraine likes MILFs. Ukraine likes MILF hentai. Oh, they also... Whoa, look at this. They like their own Ukrainian porn, but just below that, Russian homemade. There's a bunch of Ukrainians that are looking up Russian porn. It's right above Squirt. Also, the bottom one is beautiful sex. That's kind of wholesome. They like Little Caprice. Interesting choice. MILFs again, 553% increase from last year on MILF. Wow, Ukraine, go for it. Alright, let's do America. Lesbian is number 1, lesbian and MILF. So there's Genie again, leading the charge. Hentai is always so high in America, of course. Only Japan's going to beat them on that. Latina, Ebony, Asian, then it follows by the ethnic ones, which are the secret conservatives that are that pretend to be racist, but jerk off to Latinas, Ebony, and Asian when no one's looking. Big ass, BBC, threesome, cream pie, stepmom. Black down the bottom. 593% trending search increase on Deep Throat. America suddenly got obsessed with Deep Throat in 2023, out of nowhere. With a slight increase in interest in court masturbating. That's that reality stuff. Relative categories, strap-on, fingering, interracial, and blah, 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 blah. Ebony was the top category. Lesbian, threesome, MILF, anal. This is really interesting. Like, look at this. The bottom of the list for search terms is black. But the top of the list for categories is ebony, which is the same thing. So, in terms of categories, they're obsessed with the black stuff. But in terms of actually searching manually for it, it's one of the lowest ones. Maybe it's because all of them that would be typing in black are instead clicking on the ebony thumbnail at the top. I don't know. Americans. Where's Australia? Let's look at ourselves. That's right, lesbians leading the charge. We saw that on the map. Lesbian MILF. It's the same as America, man. It's so meh to me. Then Asian hentai threesome. So this is where I come in. Right here, this is the one that I'd find the most interesting of the top 5. The threesome one is fun. Massage, boring. Anal, yeah, sure. Green pie, boring. Indian. Australians seem to like Indians, secretly. Sneaking in the bottom of the list here. Japanese gangbangs. Just bringing up the bottom. Okay. Australians like Johnny Sins a lot. He's number 4 in porn stars. I don't know who Sky Bree is. Maybe I should look that up. It's meant to be my country's favorite porn star. Top categories, lesbian, boring. This is the one that... This is crazy to me. I don't know what this means. The highest trending search in Australia at plus 605% is sharing a bed. What does that mean? That's a trending search as well, which means people are typing in sharing a bed. What are we looking for pornographically when we're typing in sharing a bed? I don't understand at all what that is. This might be a very specific subcategory of amateur slash reality. Like the idea of like maybe there's like a story context thing that people are into where like you're sharing a bed with a friend, with a male or female friend. And it's meant to be like platonic, but then it leads to something. Maybe that's like Australia's favorite hookup context. Maybe they find that sexy. I don't know. I don't know what therapy's doing at 541% in second. Australians really want therapy for their deviancies. But then right after that, it's Aussie MILF One Night Stand. Don't pull out. The therapy didn't work. The therapy failed. Relative categories when compared to the world. Australia is liking FMM more when it comes to threesomes, which I don't agree. Like, I like the threesome category, but I'm an FFM person. So it's weird that my country is more about FMM. And also pissing is high, and Asian, which they probably combine the two. There's probably a lot of Asian, Australian dads looking up Asians pissing. Whatever. FFF. Have you noticed that we never see FFF as a tag in any of these? It's always either FMM or FFM. It's always some combo of the two, but never MMM or FFF. I couldn't begin to tell you either. It's just, it is what it is. Ukraine, Australia, blah, blah, blah. What's France? Francais? So the top search term in France is just Francais. They're just looking up themselves. France is a little bit self-possessed, it seems. Hentai, MILF, once again, the same usual stuff. Lesbienne. The sexier version of typing lesbian. Lesbian. Gross cool and gross saints. Big ass, big tits. Latina massage, hard Indian. Why Indian again? For some reason, France and Australia have Indian creeping up the bottom like this. And also, just like America, France is all about this Abella Danger chick. Whoever the hell that is. I swear to God, I've never heard of this woman before in my life. France loves sleepovers. Plus 986%. That is the biggest percentage increase I've seen in this entire list. For anything. Maybe it's the same as the Australian one. The sharing a same bed. Maybe that's why they're into sleepovers. It's a story context thing. It's kind of wholesome just to say sleepover, but then down here it's got gangbang hardcore. Relative categories, French again. 986%. The French love looking at themselves. Wild. And some bukkake. Cool. Alright. I don't think I really care about any other countries. That interesting. Let's look at one more. Japan. I want to see what Japan's got. Just like France, they like themselves. Highest search term is Japanese. Followed by uncensored. That makes perfect sense. That's Japan's biggest problem. All their porn is like censored. So they're after that good unfiltered stuff. Amateur, married woman, masturbation, erotic anime, squirting, massage, patrol, okay. Cunnilingus is down the bottom. Just the scientific term. So they want it to be amateur mostly, and they want it to be uncensored and to be their own race. That's their main stuff. Yeah, look at all the uncensored in the trending searches. Uncensored. Uncensored. Toe side. I don't know what toe side means. I don't know if I want to look that up. All their top trending porn stars are Japanese too. They really keep it in the country with their interests. Uncensored cartoon. There's the hentai. They don't type hentai. It is one of their favorite categories, but when it comes to relative categories to the world, uncensored cartoon is pretty high. And there's peeing. I feel like peeing and bukkake is always like a mainstay on the Japanese list. Couple is kind of cute. Out of all these dirty things, they've just got couple here. Aw, Japan. You're adorable. You're adorable. What's the United Kingdom? Wait. That could be funny. MILF. MILF is right at the top. And Indian is really high. The Brits like Indians. More than hentai. And the British. They like Indians more than themselves. Cool. Also Joy, bringing up the rear. The Brits like Joy. I guess they like being told what to do. The Brits are kind of like submissive in general, maybe. I know a couple of dudes here in Australia that like the Joy category. I'm not a fan myself, but it's kind of annoying to me. But I know heaps of people that are into it. Transgender made it onto the Brits list. Fingering, boring. There's a Bella again, good lord. Only thing I got is they like ninja split feet. Oh, the toe split thing that I mentioned before? Oh, I think I see what you mean. Like in period Japanese films and samurai and ninja movies and stuff, when you see them wearing those stockings with the clogs, and there's always that like toe split part. Yeah, I can picture what you're saying. I just don't understand why that would be a thing in porn. Like, maybe if you're a foot person, that's toe side, yeah. Maybe if you're a person that's already into feet, maybe that's just another more exotic way to be into feet. The toe gap thing. Toe side. I don't even know what to call those shoes. I called them clogs, but they're basically just like a rectangle of wood that they stand on. And then it has that little toe string that splits between the toe to keep it on your foot. They don't look comfortable. Mature British, 751%. British dogging. Okay, what is that? Is that... It might be referring to doggy style, but I don't know if it is. British dogging. What would dogging be as a verb? Would that be like negging? Like being mean to a woman? To make her want you more? Because I've heard the word dog being used in a context like that. Like when you dog someone, you're picking on them. I don't know if I'm going to type it in. I might find some weird shit. Let's do it anyway. It's finding videos, but it's not telling me what it is. Wait. Meaning. Practice of carrying out or watching sexual activities in a semi-secluded location. Oh, okay. It's voyeuristic. It's watching someone's sexual activity in a public location like a park or a car park. That's apparently called dogging. I did not know that. I learned something today. Wild. I like learning things. Okay, we need to get out of this area. Go down to Sweden. Conclude. Oh, that's it. Okay, conclusion. Nothing really in the conclusion, just thanks for reading, goodbye, good luck. Go watch some porn. Signed, Pornhub. Good job. You got to the end of our exhaustive statistics sheets. Wasn't it fun and very, very naughty? Go affect the stats for next year, young one. Sow your wild oats. Make the human race look like freaks. Okay. We've made it. I know that they always give robust statistics, but I've forgotten quite how robust. That was a lot to get through. I feel like I really should have started earlier tonight, but I couldn't manage it, so whatever. It is what it is. We got there in the end, and it's only just about to hit 10 hours, which technically speaking is about how long last year's New Year stream was. That was about the same length, about 10-ish hours. I think it was just over 10, like 10 hours and 15 minutes kind of thing. So it's been about the same. Cool. Some chocolate for the road. Really hope that was chocolate I just ate, and not a bug. It's a bit messy on that chocolate platform. Did Sham fall asleep? I don't recall him saying goodbye. But he was hanging out for a bit and then just went silent forever. Yeah, the last thing Sham said was that Stephen Ew joke when I was talking about the Asian guy from Walking Dead. And then I think he passed out. I think he's lying face down on the floor asleep right now. So I'll have to say goodbye to him later. You'll wake up and see the stream is over. That was fun. I think my favorite thing about New Year's streams is probably doing the the gaming tier list. I feel like there's some weird sense of closure in going over everything that you've experienced in an entire year. Like, it kind of takes your mind back to like all those different gaming experiences. I'm using the word experience too much, but you know what I mean. It's like having a little nostalgia flashback for just like 1 year. Like, oh yeah, I did play that, and that's what that was like. Cool. Oh, and then there's that, and then there's that. Because when you think about this stuff off the top of your head, if you told me I played 92 games this year, and I had to start listing off what games they were, I would forget half of them. Off the top of my head, I would struggle to remember what they were. But then seeing them all listed like that, it's like, oh yeah, look at all these. This was fun. We did have a good time. Sometimes. I'm looking at you, Kids at the End of the World. What was that game called? The one, the Apocalypse Kids fighting zombies. Fuck that game. That was my worst. If you had to tell me to pick a worst of the year, it's that game for sure. What was it called? The Last Kids on Earth and the something of Doom. The Staff of Doom. Yeah. That's my number one worst. I'm not going to add any more to that list. I don't want to make a top 5 of worst games, because then I'll just be here for another 30 minutes ripping my hair out trying to figure that out. It's too hard. But I know which one the worst is, and that's good enough. Okay. I'm going to take off. We've done enough. Once again, Happy New Year. Jeannie, you still haven't reached yours yet, so pre-Happy New Year for your side of the world. You'll get there one day. You'll get to the future. The bright, shining future. It's all magnificent on this side. The sun is golden. The air is crisp. Join us, will you? Still have over 12 hours. Yeah, you're a little bit behind. By the time it's your New Year's, it would be like, if I did a Monday stream, it would be time for me to stream again, I think. Just about. Oh shit, I better sort out my schedule for the week. For my first week of January. All I know is Peppa Pig's going first. Peppa Pig is still locked in as my first game of 2024. That's hilarious. I still have over... It's 11:28 p.m. Wait, what? Wait, hang on. If it's 11:28 p.m., that means it's 2 minutes to midnight. That means it's 2 minutes until you're... Don't you mean AM? Because if it was 11:28 AM, that's almost exactly 12 hours before your New Year's. Yeah, okay, I thought so. No, it's alright. It seemed like a pretty obvious typo immediately, based on what you said before that. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't misreading you. Yeah, what time is it now? It's like 6:30. If I was to stream on 6 p.m., which is my normal starting time, on my Monday night, January 1st, I would be essentially starting my next stream from now, right around about the time when it's your New Year's. Because it's 6:30 a.m., so that's almost exactly 12 hours till the next time I would stream. But I think that might be too short notice. I don't necessarily have to stream on January 1st. I just wanted to figure... I might take a day off to do some work. I'll figure it out. My first stream for January can be maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't need to make it the first for any arbitrary reason. As long as the first one is Peppa Pig, that's all that matters. That is locked in. Okay. Good night and good morning. And to whatever lurkers are in the background. To passed out, falling asleep Sham. He's probably face down on the carpet. If Lemmy's still there, good night to you too. I'll see everyone around on whatever the the first one I see you on for 2024 is good night.